The rival clan brought over 1,000,000 cavalry to launch a campaign. But facing that sea of soldiers, this young master went alone, confidently declaring that he alone had surrounded the entire legion. Not long ago, he was just an ordinary young master in the T-1ED Lin Su clan. But this clan had endured for generations, and there was no one left who could summon the T-1ED bin. The clan declined and was attacked by a rival clan. The patriarch was taken for judgment, and they made that young master into a spectacle for their amusement, personally severing that rope. After that day, an emotionless young master was born. When the clan fought over the patriarch's seat, he didn't care and left. While researching how to revive the clan, he was drawn into the Black Book, met the demon of old, and placed the first-generation lord on the clan's top seat. But the more he wanted, the higher the price he had to pay. Unlike the first-generation lord, he even offered himself up as the clan's sacrifice, hardening his abilities through long, bitter training, rooting out all hidden spies within his own clan. Now once more he leads the clan's army to punish the old enemy. With the T-1ED Lin army boundless on the ancient battlefield, and the ability to shapeshift and become others without leaving a trace, the T-1ED Lin Su clan returns, forcing others to bow their heads and avoid looking. About 3 meters above, a sharp blade gleamed maliciously, casting its shadow over jet-black hair, the darkest, most terrifying shadow, as if enveloping the soul beneath. While the son stood dazed there, the father lay beneath the guillotine awaiting execution. The onlookers below murmured, "How did it come to this? What did His Majesty do to deserve this humiliation? SHH, keep your mouth shut or you'll be the next one up there. Mark my words, haven't you seen enough to understand how cruel they are?" The man's insinuation made the girl involuntarily look up at the one high above savoring a cup of tea. "I know." But the man continued, "We can only stay silent and keep our distance from them. Now war has broken out across the continent. Lowly people like us have no choice but to hold our breath like dead rats. Because this is an age of war and chaos, when the flame of slaughter engulfs the east. And that fire spreads on, impossible to extinguish. And then the noble Marbas clan became the next victim of this hellish blaze. Their fate sealed. The strong do as they please, while the weak can only steal and scavenge to survive. Unlike the strong, the weak must fight for their lives every day. Unlike the strong, the weak ultimately have only one path, to dance with death. The gates of hell where the weak can only wait for final release. That is the dark prospect this continent has become. The man above enjoying the spectacle was Count Alan de Sylvester, Lord of House Sylvester, Marbas's rival. He shouted to begin the drama, and the gathered crowd below immediately surged into chaotic commotion, while the son stood there coldly like a statue. Seeing this, Alan raised an eyebrow and barked, "What's going on? Are you ignoring my orders?" No sooner had he finished than the son moved to take the butcher's knife, moving stiffly like a puppet, and gradually approaching the guillotine. Alan watched each step with a bloodthirsty smile. "What are you waiting for? Cut the rope, boy." The son obeyed and trudged step by step toward the rope. Then he swung his arm and decisively slashed down in a single stroke. To the stunned silence of the people below, and the utterly perverse gaze of Alan above, the sound of the blade was nothing different from a cleaver chopping on a board. Dark red droplets splattered the pale face of the child. That tragic tableau was stained with the metallic stench of iron, inescapable, cruel fate, and unimaginable burden placed on a boy's shoulders. It was not just the execution of Rune von Marbas that severed his father's ties to this world. That son was Leon von Marbas, the son of the late Lord Rune von Marbas, and the one who had personally executed his own father. The head of the family is the lord of a noble house. As the title implies, the family head is not only a noble, but also the central pillar of an entire realm. As some play once wrote, "The higher the crown, the more restless the hearts beneath it." And power should only be entrusted to those strong enough to bear it. The new lord of House Marbas stepped into the light, Leon. The schooling of the family's leaders began with the arrival of the young Lord Leon. A middle-aged man slammed the table and shouted, "House Sylvester is expanding its power. they may even send troops to seize Marba's territory. And others added, Sir, you must strengthen our defenses immediately. Lord, please make a decision. Indeed, sir, it is time for you to give us a clear answer. Faced with pressure from his elders, Leon calmly said, enough. I ask you all to be patient a little longer. I still need time to consider. Seeing their lord seemingly indifferent, everyone grew anxious. But my lord, this is urgent. Even so, it only signals ill omens for the once renowned House Marbas. With the death of my father, Rune von Marbas, Leon ascended to the headship of House Marbas at only 14. A House Marbas that once terrorized the world under the name of the Death God Mages. But that once glorious renown had long since become part of a distant history. Leon entered the vast room, stood before the portrait of his parents, and reflected. What would my parents want me to do? I know my pleas will never be answered. The dead cannot speak, and my parents cannot guide me from the other side. Yet more than ever, I need a path, a guiding light, to restore the glory and prosperity of the family. He took a few more steps, stopped, and looked up at the oldest painting in the room, which depicted a man with jet black hair wearing the Marbas family's distinctive black robes. That was Wellen von Marbas, the progenitor who founded the Marbas line. He was also the only death god mage of his era. Legend says the Marbas rose from the blood and flames of the battlefield when the first ancestor used his dark magic to carve his name into history. But since that glorious age, the Marbas bloodline has failed to produce another true death god mage, leading inevitably to the clan's decline. And in the end, I had to personally end my father's life. He exhaled wearily. Leon opened the door to another room. He walked to the desk, on which rested a thick book with a cover patterned by a blood-red eye. The Chronicle of House Marbas. Ancestor Wellen von Marbas was a living legend, who, with a single sweep of his hand, wiped out enemies like a deadly gale, calling forth legions of the undead to march unceasingly and flatten every obstacle. A mere 2 months after he launched his eastern campaign, that vast region lay beneath his heel. People whispered that Wellen von Marbas had made a pact with the demon Marbas. Through it, he unlocked one of the continent's greatest secrets, securing the dark knowledge of death arts via the Necronomicon, the most fearsome grimoire known. With that power, our ancestor became lord of the entire continent. Leon regarded the book pensively. This is the priceless heirloom passed down from my ancestor. It forged House Marbas's glory, making us the only family on the continent capable of summoning the T-letter 1-ED Lin. As he lifted the book, a voice suddenly echoed within his consciousness. Listen to me, young new lord. Leon was startled by the voice, a telepathic message right in the lord's study. Strange, this place is supposedly protected by an anti-magic barrier. He called out, who's there? Who are you? The other, seeing his wariness, softened and reassured. Don't be afraid, child. I am not your enemy nor your clan's. But why would Leon be so stupid as to trust? How could I believe you? No sooner had he finished than he was pulled into a strange formation. When he opened his eyes, before him stood a giant lion with a sharp horn fixed in its gaze upon him. Leon asked, where is this place? The lion, a bit surprised, pointed at itself. Did your predecessor never tell you of my existence? Leon asked skeptically. By predecessor you mean my father Rune von Marbas. The giant lion nodded its great head in affirmation. Yes, he bore that name. I sensed the mana bond between him and me had been severed. Then it growled in anger. Damn, I have long feared his nature was too merciful to rule a dark house. I should have seen that his end would come sooner than expected. But anyway, tell me, who was the one who struck the killing blow to your father? Leon did not flinch. He lifted his head and replied, if you ask who killed my father, it was I, Leon, his biological son. No sooner had he finished than a powerful aura from the lion struck Leon, forcing him violently backward. Its voice thundered. I will ask once more, are you truly the one who murdered my contract master? Faced with its raging fury, Leon emphasized again, yes, I killed my father. The lion roared in outrage. I will ask again, are you truly the one who killed my contract master? Leon showed no fear. Everyone has eyes to glare with, so he glared at it and reaffirmed, yes, I killed my father. The lion reacted as if hearing something from the heavens. It let out a tremendous howl. At the same time, it replayed Leon's memories before it. Everything that appeared led it to realize one thing. So your reason was taken from you, poor child. The hand that cut the rope was indeed yours, but that does not mean you are the one who killed your father. Leon didn't bother to argue. That's not the truth, and you know it. Looking at the frail child before it, the lion sighed in thought. Setting aside his despair, what I truly cannot fathom is the bleak aura that surrounds him and the darkness within, always poised to swallow him. What has this child become? How can someone so young possess such terrible magical power through his divine eye? The lion recognized Leon's immense mana and clicked its tongue. How ridiculous. He might even surpass his own ancestors. After a moment's reflection, it cleared its throat and spoke. I will introduce myself. I am Marbas, one of the 72 demon lords of hell, one who turned his back on the demon realm to live among humans. A lifelong companion of Wellen von Marbas and the origin of the unique forbidden necromancy of House Marbas. Hearing the familiar name, Leon responded, I know of you from the legends. When my ancestor founded House Marbas, you were the one who taught him the forbidden art of summoning the dead. Marbas replied, yes, it was I, although now I am bound to the Black Book. There was a time when I was one of the most terrifying demons. Leon's gaze suddenly grew cold. Marbas, Dark Sorcerer King, our ancestors said that necromancy flows in this family's blood. But why did you ultimately abandon us? Marbas looked puzzled at the small human below. Abandon you? What made you think that? Leon said, since the age of the legend Wellen, House Marbas has not produced a necromancer of his caliber. If this isn't proof that you abandoned us, then what is? Feeling misunderstood and annoyed, Marbas rose fully to defend himself. So let me make one thing clear. The reason you and your line cannot use the true power of necromancy is because you are too weak to offer a worthy vessel. Leon asked in confusion, a worthy vessel? Marbas explained, exactly, none of you can compare to Wellen's talent. This is merely an omen of the decline of your bloodline. After thinking for a few seconds, Leon replied calmly, I will take your words into account. That nod earned a bit of admiration from Marbas. Leon replied nonchalantly, of course, the weak being defeated in wartime is an immutable law of this world. Marbas probed, is that also how you accept your father's death? Leon said, what's so important about that? Frankly, his death was nothing special. However, if you have not completely turned your back on our house, Marbas, then I have a request for you. Marbas spoke mockingly, a request? No, I don't think so. A request is an act of goodwill in which one party suffers a loss, right? Any transaction with a demon is not a request but a pact or agreement. Leon didn't hesitate and agreed. Very well, then I will make a pact to gain the power of summoning the dead. Seeing Marbas's surprised look, Leon continued, can you grant me that power? Feeling doubted, Marbas pouted like a great cat, turned away and said, a child like you has no right to doubt my ability. Besides, what have I seen in you that would make me grant you power? Do you truly believe you deserve it? Leon, confident in himself, answered, I believe so, because if I were useless with no talent, I would not be standing here conversing with a noble demon like you. People say that merely speaking with a demon will instantly drain a mortal's mana and plunge them into hallucinations. And then they lose their life as soon as the conversation ends. Yet I still stand here. That can only mean one thing. I have the qualifications to walk this path. Watching so far as Marbas was taken from surprise to surprise by Leon, the child proved far from ordinary. He had not only talent but also steadfast will. So he said, as I told you, any demand of a demon must be treated as a pact. Remember that. Leon quickly added, and I do not think believing you have something to exchange is foolish. Seeing Leon's demeanor and his words, suddenly Marbas burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, marvelous. Then a pact shall be made, O young descendant of the Necromancer bloodline. Leon asked nonchalantly, what price must I pay, sir? Marbas's eyes glowed with fire as he stipulated the condition, your entire existence. Hearing this, Leon smiled for the first time. Then that's a relief, for I am willing to offer my whole self. This surprised Marbas and changed the way he looked at the boy before him. Meanwhile, in the family's meeting hall, the branch heads assembled without the presence of Lord Leon. Leon's uncle stroked his white beard and spoke, as you all know. Gentlemen, our current lord, I'm referring to Lord Leon, has almost no authority to make weighty decisions affecting the entire house. No one answered to indicate agreement, so he continued. Therefore, as the eldest uncle and the closest relative to the current lord, I intend to temporarily take over all affairs of the family in the near future. Now, I will let you express your opinions on me becoming the steward of this house. One among them immediately stood and supported him. It would be foolish to oppose the choice. After all, the rest is just an upstart brat not yet of age. We cannot place the fate of the house in the hands of an unqualified child. I believe no one is more suitable than Lord Kirchar, Lord Leon's uncle, to manage the house. At that moment, another man with a benevolent face spoke hesitantly. Nonetheless, Lord Leon is the sole direct descendant of the late housemaster. There is no precedent in our house for selecting a successor outside the direct bloodline. The other man's eyes grew cold as he retorted, "What good is precedent if our bloodline faces eradication? The army of the Sylvester bandits has marched right up to our border. I do not blame you for worrying about the line of succession. But remember that following an inexperienced youth is choosing death. I will look after my own survival first." The benevolent man couldn't help but slam the table in protest. "You've said too much, sir. Each of you holds your seat here by the grace of the late housemaster. Your duty is to fight to your last breath, not to argue like vultures fighting over a corpse." He thought to himself, even though the current lord hasn't had time to build his own faction, I will not stand idly by while that shameless old vulture seizes the throne. Show me the way, Lord Rune. How can you abandon us to the hands of that shameless vulture? Kirchar stood and said, "A bold but interesting proposal. Indeed, House Leon still has at least one loyal follower." The other man snapped irritably, "Speak plainly, sir, what do you mean?" Kirchar said coldly, "What use is loyalty? If you are not wise enough to see the predetermined outcome, Pullen, my respected old friend, receive this sincere advice in the spirit it is offered. Do you really think I summoned you all here today to listen to your opinions?" Under the pressure of the mana in Kirchar's hand, Pullen realized everything. "So it was all part of your design, Kirchar." He gently warned, "Choose your words carefully for the sake of your house, if for no other reason. We are all gathered here for a single purpose: to make a bitter but least tragic choice for the house. You need not stand in our way, friend. All I ask is that my wisdom guide this fate." Pullen replied bitterly, "So I was merely a pawn in his game from the start. Forgive me, Lord Rune, have mercy on this miserable vassal who failed to protect your legacy." Contrasting the tension in that meeting room, Leon remained calm as he faced Marba's gaze here. After observing long enough, Marbas concluded that everything was fine, except for one thing. "With the change in the Pact's terms, my true power has been significantly limited. Your father Rune, though overly weak and naive, as the signee of the Pact, possessed a mana reservoir far greater than yours now. Your father Rune, though overly weak and naive, as the signee of the Pact, possessed a mana reservoir far greater than yours now. So what am I to do?" Marbas replied, "There's nothing you can do, but at least we should limit your mana use for now." So he snapped his fingers and vanished. Then a little tuft of black fur, so cute, appeared before Leon. "This form will help lessen the burden." He curiously looked at the black fluff and said, "I suppose that makes sense. You look so adorable you could be mistaken for a pet." Marbas's pride was mortally wounded and he bristled, threatening, "Call me adorable one more time, signee of the Pact, and worry about your own life. I will turn your face into a maze of bites and scratches." You understand? Clearly Leon wasn't the least bit intimidated. He tilted his head to study the puff and replied soothingly, "That doesn't seem right at all." Seeing this fellow had pierced the act, Marbas turned his rear and left. "Good, if we understand each other, then let's be off." Leon was surprised. "Off where?" "Where are we going?" Marbas asked again. "You wished for power comparable to your ancestor, didn't you?" If you truly want to reach his stature, what better way than to walk the very path he walked? Leon pondered and said, "That sounds reasonable." Hearing that, Marbas was pleased. "Good, then we will journey to your ancestors' mysterious shrine. But remember, this path may cost you your life. Still, will you follow me?" Leon tilted his head in bewilderment. "Why do you keep doubting my resolve?" Marbas paid no mind and strode ahead. "I'll lead the way. If you think you can keep up, stay right behind me, young signee of the pact," Leon politely said, "after you." After a short while, the two stopped deep within the forest. Leon was somewhat surprised. The mysterious forest of House Marbas. Marbas said, "This is it. This forest can be a baffling maze to those not of your bloodline." Leon recalled his father saying only a legitimate housemaster could set foot in the secret shrine. But one thing puzzled him: if this place is truly the source of necromantic power, then why? Marbas immediately understood Leon's question, for no one had ever passed the trials. I suppose they all lacked the most essential element. Leon feigned learning, the missing piece. Marbas explained, only those who possess the purest black hue of the abyssal element can open the way to the shrine. To date, no one has met this primary condition to pierce the bone veil. Looking at the mana vortex before him, Leon said, "I understand, that seems fairly clear." Marbas raised his cat paw, opened the door ahead, and urged, "Without delay, I advise you to begin the trial at once." After standing before a flight of steps, that voice rang out, "You may enter, my descendant." Marbas warned, "Be careful, signee of the pact. From now on I will not intervene." Leon paid it little mind. "Very well, you said this is a test of mettle." Marbas kindly added, "Nevertheless, I have one piece of advice for you. Follow all the instructions of the Black Book. It will guide you to the final reward, the power to summon the dead." The two walked deeper inside, the path stained with the dust of ages. Fortunately, torches along the walls still burned, lighting the way. When something caught Leon's eye. There was a small passage in the wall, and as Leon stepped beside it, a series of strange green torches suddenly flared up. Before him stood a group of goblins. They were holding a girl on the ground. Suddenly, the black book leapt into Leon's hand and flared with light. It opened on its own and presented the first instruction. "Thus I will leave behind instructions to help you fully exploit the holy relic, the Black Book. The first is the secret art of resurrecting the dead. You must begin by taking the life of a living being." As the prophecy ended, the goblins went mad and surged forward. Leon read the prophecy again. "You must begin by taking the life of a living being." He snapped the black book shut and coldly drew the dagger at his side. His gaze locked onto those before him, including the dazed girl there, and the snarling goblins. Alone, he calculated swiftly and launched into combat. When a goblin lunged with razor claws from above, Leon remained unflinching and leaned aside to dodge. With the motion, he drew his knife from behind and decisively sliced across the hollow at the back of the goblin's neck, ending it in an instant. That was one down. Returning to childhood memories. At the Marbas family tomb, a father and son stood in remembrance. When they finished, the father said to Leon, "Listen carefully, Leon. In the great Marbas bloodline, what do you think we revere most?" The answer is simple: we worship death, because we are necromancers, those who command death. So we must revere death above all else. Leon, perhaps only 5 or 6 then, pondered his father's words seriously and asked, "But what does that mean? Father, how do we show respect to death? I thought necromancers must snatch others' lives to increase their dark power, right?" The father looked proudly at his little son. "It seems you studied the family's history well. Yes, we are dark mages feared by many across the continent. But that doesn't mean we must become cruel and heartless. So promise me one thing: if one day you face anyone on the battlefield, whenever you have the power to decide their fate of life or death, promise me you will let them go as peacefully as possible." Those words carved into his mind, and he asked if he must keep that promise with all his enemies. Father. Back to the present, where Leon was fighting these damned goblins. He was surrounded by goblins and thought calmly, "I must aim precisely for their cervical vertebrae. There is no better way to finish an enemy without causing too much pain." Observing closely while standing beside Marbas, one noticed something. The child had seemingly never held a sword in real combat, yet he pierced the cervical vertebra with absolute accuracy. Was that mere luck or an innate talent? I'll soon find the answer. Ignore Marbaz's villainous smirk. Leon tried to figure out how to take down the rest. I defeated one, but that was more luck than skill. The goblins were cunning and deceitful, the darkness making it hard for me to judge height and distance. Not only that, my vision seemed to grow darker and darker. If I remember correctly, the torch went out when I killed the first goblin. I need to get used to the dark as soon as possible. And instead of slashing wildly at enemies, I should focus on precise thrusts and disarming them. So he moved like a slash, coming up behind a goblin. While it hadn't noticed, he drove his blade through it. As it screamed in pain, its kin immediately located Leon and lunged to attack. Fortunately, he recognized it in time and leaned aside to dodge successfully, causing two goblins to turn on each other. Seizing the opportunity, he swung and killed another goblin. At the same time, a nearby green torch suddenly went out. Leon wiped the sweat from his face and assessed the situation. My eyes are adjusting to the dark. Now I can see a bit clearer. But unfortunately, my dagger is degrading with each clash. Understandable, it's only a ceremonial blade, not a real combat weapon. While thinking that, Leon suddenly heard footsteps beside him. A goblin had crept up close and raised its weapon to strike him down. Leon hurriedly struck, making it take a slash across the cheek. Marbaz beside him watched in puzzlement at this move. Did he throw away his weapon? All Marbaz saw was Leon drop the dagger, duck low, and slip behind the goblin, causing it to miss a swing. Then he quickly grabbed the sword from the ground, just as the goblin turned back around. Leon used the momentum from his feet to spring up and thrust from beneath, killing his opponent with one strike. After dealing with all the goblins, Leon slowly carried the sword to where a dazed girl lay. After he untied the gag, the girl hurriedly thanked him. "Oh, thank you so much, did you save my life?" "I am truly grateful," but her pupils twitched for a moment from the pain radiating up from her throat. Leon had plunged his sword into her, with a gaze colder than anything. After pulling the sword out, he then explained the situation to her. His father's teaching echoed in his mind. He had spoken of creatures that can imitate humans, the very things encountered on journeys across the continent. As he spoke, he cut again, making the monster scream in agony. "Also, my father told me that deceivers who exploit others' trust do not deserve to die peacefully." His words merged with his father's teachings. They must taste the terror and despair exactly as they inflicted on their victims. "So I think you need a lesson in pain, don't you?" Then, waiting until the creature had suffered enough, he struck once more and finally sent it to hell. The last green light in that room went out. In a mansion where a ball was being held, with beautiful dancers singing and dancing. Full goblets and joyful words from the nobles. "Ha ha, at last my moment has come. Soon this cursed family will be completely under my control." The woman propped on his arm fawned. "Of course, my lord. Who would want a diaper-faced brat as head of the family when there is a dignified, authoritative gentleman like you?" The person beside her quickly added, "It's unbelievable, Lord Kirchar. I never thought you could use the sin to achieve your ends." The two of them kept flattering Kirchar without restraint. Indeed, allying with the enemy to climb to the top, only a man of real nerve would make such a move. Kirchar laughed merrily. "Ha, you're too kind, miss, though I fear we'll have to grovel before those Sylvester trash for a while. But it's still 100 times better than letting that brat Leon remain and drag the Marbaz line to the brink of ruin. Truly, there is no better choice than letting me take power. After all, who can deny that I played this game perfectly and won?" Watching Kirchar grin and flirt with the beauties, the man opposite inquired about the young lord. "How do you intend to deal with Leon, Lord Kirchar?" The people in this domain were absolutely loyal to his father, so eliminating the boy will probably be harder than you think. Kirchar didn't care much. "I see no reason to complicate things. In the end, his death will be justified once it's all over, but you all know the dead cannot spill secrets, nor can their sons." Seeing the malice on Kirchar's face, the other laughed in agreement and said, "Precisely, Lord Kirchar. I think the last time anyone heard a voice from the dead was centuries ago, when the founding chieftain used the Teal-Etter 1ED Lin's summoning. The two of them filled each other's cups and guffawed to our new and rightful clan leader, Lord Kirchar. And so the two conceited men, considering themselves above all, sat and chatted into the late night. Far away at House Sylvester, Alan sat receiving reports from his subordinates. I believe the plan to take over House Marbas is proceeding smoothly, one man reported. Of course, my lord, the Grey Fox Kirchar von Marbas is essentially our pawn, meaning we only await official sanction from the crown to launch a full-scale war. Receiving the satisfactory reply, Alan smiled with ambition. Fooled fools. It's laughable they think I will hesitate at a second war merely because little time has passed since the last clash. Indeed a convenient loophole for us, I must admit that. Another began to flatter, none of this would be possible without your keen strategic vision, my lord. Alan looked at the photo presented. What's the name of that traitor, Kirchar? How ridiculous that the centuries of glorious history of House Marbas should end at the hands of a short-sighted, foolish betrayer. Oh, tonight will be an interesting night. Speed up the preparations immediately. Do you understand? The servants replied respectfully, yes, my lord. Alan, seeing victory as already decided, couldn't help but grin like a cat. From the father to the son, I can't wait to hear your pitiful cries. Back at the Marbas family's mysterious shrine, Leon had by now completely dealt with all living creatures there, except for himself and Marbas. He realized darkness had enveloped the place as all the torches had been extinguished. Was the last one finally taken down? Then suddenly all the torches that had been extinguished flared back to life. This light was that of an ordinary flame, no longer the sickly green it had been when we first entered. Leon realized everything was settled, so he smoothed his ruffled hair and let out a tired breath. Marbas beside him began to gape, his mouth working constantly. Amazing. In all my life I've never met a pact-bearer as mad as you. With that, it lunged at Leon's head. Before he could understand what was happening, it shoved Leon flat and Marbas off his chest with a soft, meat-filled foot. Its mouth never stopping. I'm sure you have the guts to survive in a camp full of orcs as long as you keep your wits about you. Leon let Marbas fumble over his face and babble praise. Ha ha ha, no matter how cleverly that monster disguises itself, its human form can't fool you, yet you pierced it on sight. Leon lay still and endured it, waiting for Marbas to finish ranting before he hugged it under the arms, dragged it out, and said, honestly, I'd still rather avoid clashes with the orcs if possible. I hear they hate humans more than any other race. But Marbas was fired up and wouldn't listen to anything he said. It cut him off immediately, but that's not important. So what made you suspect the last monster was connected to the others? Leon paused for a second or two before answering. Simple, when all the torches went out, one torch remained brightly lit. Marbas butted in, I see, continue. Leon, not annoyed, slowly continued his explanation. When I first set foot here, I noticed the flames on the torches had a color unlike anything I'd seen. They were green. I knew that was the color of Teal-Etter 1ED Lin, and sure enough, each time I defeated a monster, the flame on a torch would go out one by one. But then I noticed that although all the goblins had been killed, one torch remained unextinguished. That's how I deduced there was still one monster left, and I couldn't go any further while it remained. The two fell silent for a few seconds. Marbas' inward exclamation was eerily cold. I didn't expect a 14-year-old brat to be able to reason like this under such dire circumstances. When your life is threatened, even reading the situation is a challenge, let alone acting without hesitation. Yet Leon did it in an instant, single-handedly killing the last of the enemies. Perhaps what interests me isn't just his enormous mana source, but also something even more special. How intriguing, I'm eager to see what else he might reveal next. After a sly chuckle, it spoke to Leon. All right, Welland's first trial is complete. Let us move on to the next challenge. The Black Book continued to give Leon instructions. First, you must begin by taking the life of a living being. Then you must call the fallen back to life. Leon was somewhat incredulous. Call the fallen back to life? After thinking for a moment, he spoke up with suspicion. After the T-letter 1ED Lin confirmed his deduction was correct, he looked at the goblins sprawled on the ground with exhilaration, smiling with the bloodthirsty grin typical of those itching for a fight. Marbas immediately confirmed, exactly, look closely at the goblins you defeated. Then pour mana into your eyes to optimize your vision. You will see on each corpse a thin thread connecting it to somewhere you cannot clearly see. Leon immediately followed Marbas's instruction and truly saw faint purple threads hovering in the air. Marbas explained in the terminology of T-letter 1ED Lin mages. That thread is called a T-letter 1ED TUY letter 1EBFN. Leon read on, a line spanning the boundary between life and death. That thread connects each creature's soul from this world to the other side. Marbas prodded the thread and said, that's right. A T-letter 1ED Lin master separates the wandering soul of the dead from their body. Then he imparts new life into the corpse by fusing that soul with his own mana. From there he can command and direct them like walking corpses. Watch and I will demonstrate. Marbas immediately raised those goblins that had no breath left, each bore a strange seal on its head. No sooner had he finished speaking than those T-letter 1ED Lin rushed at Leon with terrifying speed. But the blade launched from his hand stopped right before Leon's face. Marbas said this process is called imprinting. Of course, there are many other ways to create T-letter 1ED Lin thralls, but this is the only method applicable to monsters. I'll save the rest for another time. Leon slowly stood and said, I understand. Marbas read his intention and said, then you may try it yourself. But Leon didn't rush, he asked, before doing that, may I ask you something? After receiving the expected reply of, what do you want to ask? From Marbas, he spoke. My senior once said that turning a human into a T-letter 1ED Lin is much harder than doing so to a monster. Do you think I have reached the level to do that? Marbas commented with interest, asking as if you already had a target in mind. Leon made no attempt to hide it. Indeed, I do. Marbas narrowed his eyes and asked again, then who is the unfortunate one? Leon changed color with hatred and read the name of that ill-fated person, Kirchar, my only uncle Marbas. At this moment that stupid noble hasn't yet sensed death waving at him and is still intoxicated by a victory that hasn't happened. They kept joking and drinking from one cup to the next. Then Kirchar spoke up, that unfortunate housemaster truly was a fool, but since his death my life has become easier than ever. That's how life goes, those who know how to seize opportunities always benefit, don't you agree? That one seized the chance to flatter, of course, now only the final obstacle needs clearing. You must feel somewhat relieved by now, Lord Kirchar. Kirchar felt no obstruction and waved casually, acting indifferent. Dealing with that brat is no big deal. Now raise your cups and drink them dry. Enjoy this moment of glory. At that moment a loud noise shook the entire building. A hanging lamp's cord snapped with a lurch, sending the chandelier crashing down onto the table. The delicate beauties were terrified, screaming as they fled. Kirchar was puzzled. What the hell was that? The woman beside him was sweating. This building is protected by a magical ward. How could a gust of wind shake the whole place? Suddenly Kirchar noticed something and signaled for silence. Then he turned in that direction and called out, anyone there? No one in Marbas territory dares to oppose me anymore. A voice from behind made Kirchar startle. What made you think that, uncle? Leon stood motionless as he appeared behind him, looking at him with a cold, dangerous gaze. Seeing Leon, Kirchar no longer cared much. Oh, look who it is, the new head of House Marbas has fallen. He sneered as he waved for his men to step forward. Leon narrowed his eyes at them before speaking. Thank you for still recognizing me as the legitimate heir of this house. Kirchar laughed confidently. I see no reason for you to barge in here unannounced at this hour. What do you want with me? Leon answered in a superior tone. Strange question. Does the head of a family need a reason to meet one of his vassals? Must I announce my intentions just for your convenience? Kirchar felt his pride provoked and bristled in retort. Any worthy patriarch need not do such a thing. But you and I both know you're not worthy, don't we? Are you afraid your seat as head will be taken from you? Too late, brat, your father is no longer here to protect you. Leon lightly drew back the thin curtain to reveal his absolutely heroic face. No, I've realized only I can protect myself. Kerchar laughed as if he'd heard the year's best joke. Ha ha, and your so-called sage says it's wise to come here alone. You dare to look me up as if you had many lives to waste. Leon asked back, puzzled. Dare, uncle, the daring here is you thinking I came alone. Kerchar went on guard. What are you talking about? No sooner had he finished than the ground beneath him quaked violently. He stared at the flow at his feet in alarm. This isn't right, it's not ordinary magic but abyssal sorcery. I know this feeling well, a darkness deeper than anyone can imagine. As if realizing something unbelievable, his pupils contracted at the sight. No way, T-1ED Lin. To confirm it, Leon replied to him, yes, they are T-1ED Lin. He seemed to tell the arrogant fool, your time has come while I have arrived. Kerchar could no longer laugh and shouted, but how is this possible? Even my brother in life couldn't summon them. Leon explained to the dying man as if bestowing charity, don't you understand? House Marbas always has been and henceforth will be a family of masters who summon T-1ED Lin. Kerchar clenched his teeth and ordered, men, cut down these disgusting monsters at once. The soldiers, having received the order, immediately sprang forward. Leon looked at the fools before him as if they were trash who'd overestimated themselves. At that moment, a goblin leapt up and slashed down a vanguard. He only registered it as he was dying. He tried to fight back like, hey, I have hands and feet, I'm not limbless, why wouldn't I fight back? And so the assassin was sent back to the earth for his own carelessness. He collapsed as Kerchar's stunned followers watched. The T-1ED Lin, under Leon's command, continued to sweep through with no intention of stopping. Kerchar stammered as he watched the horrifying scene. Monsters. Kerchar stared numbly at the bloodied sight before him. Something was wrong. This was completely beyond reason. If my eyes aren't deceiving me, that brat is using T-1ED Lin's summoning. But how could that be? Thinking that, he condensed a sphere of black magic in his palm. Gritting his teeth in anger as he glared at Leon and shouted, what have you done to blaspheme the power of the family's founding ancestor? Leon replied coldly, is it so strange for a head of House Marbas to be able to control T-1ED Lin? Kerchar screamed in disbelief, impossible. The art of summoning T-1ED Lin is a lost secret, buried in the currents of history. Even your father couldn't use it when he was alive. Do you expect me to believe that a worthless runt like you is different? I won't accept your claim. Seeing him mouth off while dying, Leon indulged him. If you don't believe me, then I will prove it. But let me warn you first, that would not be a wise choice, uncle. Instantly, a summoned army of goblins rose up. The lot of them rushing forward at their target, without waiting for orders. Kerchar tossed the black magic orb in his hand and, gritting his teeth, recklessly charged to strike back. Return to the abyss. The orb struck straight into a few of the goblins, their bodies instantly rotting as they were thrown backward. Seeing the attack take effect, Kerchar brightened noticeably. But the goblins, though their bodies had been corroded, still stiffly rose again. The aura grew denser and denser. Their eyes flashed red, and they madly lunged forward to counterattack a second time. The sight terrified Kerchar. He lost confidence in fighting and hurriedly turned, shouting, can someone take down this monster? But when he looked closely, his eyes widened in horror. All his followers had been struck down and lay in a heap on the floor, with no support left. Kerchar strained to gather more black magic, continuously blasting toward the goblin horde. But this time the goblins were only delayed briefly, prompting him to curse in frustration. Damn, as much as I hate to admit it, my magical talent is only marginally better than a novice's. Moreover, I'm hindered by drink. I might truly be in danger and cannot win by sheer skill. Kerchar changed his tone to threaten, there will be consequences for betrayal. Do you hear me? This is not something to take lightly. No sooner had he spoken than a goblin leapt up to attack, its sharp blade plunging through his chest. Pain from his chest hit him, and Kerchar's eyes bulged, staring at Leon as he condensed a black sphere. But as his life ebbed away, the black sphere dissolved with it. Kerchar snarled threateningly, "How dare you betray your own bloodline? You will never be forgiven." Leon replied coldly, "I remember once reading a treatise on the continent's history with my father. On the battlefield there are only winners and losers, and with the passage of time, history's cold eyes will decide who is who." Kerchar growled in anger, "Are you going to lecture me?" Leon said indifferently, "Although I am numb, perhaps I still haven't fully grasped that. However, there is one thing I read in that book. That forgiveness is the privilege of the victor. You used to be a victor as well, didn't you? I suppose after you stabbed my father in the back to save your own skin, but unfortunately the times have changed." Exposed for his past, Kerchar gritted his teeth and shouted, then fell silent. Leon paid him no mind. As he ordered the goblins, he said, "Uncle, no, Lord Kerchar von Marbas, I'm not going to send you off. Rather, I hope you will endure every moment on the road ahead. I will always remember today as the day you were defeated, and as a punishment, I will strip you of the hope of seeing tomorrow's dawn." No sooner had the head of the Marbas household finished speaking than the goblin horde surged forward to attack. Kerchar's eyes widened as he stared at the blade pressed to his throat. A terrible scream rang out, blood spurted, and Kerchar's body went limp and collapsed. Watching this, Marbas licked the blood and remarked, "Truly as mad as I thought. Even my demon would weep at this sight." A newly initiated who can use the death summoning ritual so deftly on the first try, one might think you've been commanding the dead for a decade. Hearing him, Leon looked down in silence. After a moment he came up with something and exclaimed, "I've just thought of a rather interesting idea." Marbas forced a smile and muttered, "Interesting or terrifying?" The next day, with the head of the household absent, the council chamber was opened. Someone grumbled, "Another council meeting. Does anyone know why Lord Kerchar summoned us this time?" Another man said, "Who knows? I'm as clueless as you. It seems his close aide on the council hasn't arrived yet. We'll have to wait patiently a while longer." Baldy was sweating with tension. After all, an emergency council meeting was not something to take lightly. What if there's news that House Sylvester intends to break the peace treaty and attack while we're in disarray? The long-haired man cut him off. "Come on, don't be so suspicious. I don't think they'd dare break an agreement between two great houses. Besides, reinstating war requires official approval from the superior," the blonde agreed. "You have a point. Anyway, let's wait and see. All doubts will soon be cleared when Lord Kerchar officially takes the headship." At that moment, the council chamber door opened. Leon entered coolly. He said nothing, and the people here dared not speak to him, only whispering to each other, "What's going on? I thought this meeting was called by Lord Kerchar. So why is Leon here, if he's planning to challenge Kerchar's succession? It would make sense for Kerchar to care about such formalities, but if it's not about that, then what is Leon doing here?" Hearing them, Leon glanced at them coldly. He pulled out the head chair, sat down, and said, "Did you expect to see him here instead of me? Unfortunately, we will not be attending this meeting. Or to be more precise, we cannot attend." The long-haired man got straight to the point and asked, "Cannot, could you clarify?" Leon, unconcerned, said, "He's dead." Those words left them stunned. "Dead?" Leon confirmed. "Yes, dead by my hand. If that answer satisfies your questions, does anyone on the council have anything else to say?" Everyone present stared at him in shock. One of them angrily challenged, "If what you say is true, my lord, I demand a clearer explanation than a few cursory words. How do you intend to explain the death of the senior elder of House Marbas when we have not even mourned your predecessor?" Faced with those words, Leon remained unfazed. Another, seeing his silence, chimed in, "Yes, you may be the head, but at least give us a satisfactory explanation." He cast a dark glance toward them, then announced in a low voice, "Kerchar von Marbas is a traitor to the house. Not only turning his back on my father and leaking critical information to the enemy in House Sylvester, he even conspired to seize the rightful position that I should hold as head of this house." The man who had questioned him earlier was horrified on hearing these accusations. Despite the frightened looks directed at him, Leon then turned to them and asked, "What I find strange is that, although there are ample grounds to execute him immediately, You all have gone to great lengths to defend him with suspicious loyalty." The chamber fell silent at that remark. The man who had questioned him was now quietly reassessing the situation. This council summons was issued in Kerchar's name, yet he failed to appear. That only strengthened the claim that he had been killed, indeed, not just him. Another sharp-tongued fellow wondered inwardly, how stupid would that old man have to be killed by someone as young as you? But others immediately began calculating their own interests. This is not the time to worry about Kerchar. If this young Leon truly could assassinate Kerchar without assistance. He hurriedly stood up to make his position clear. By heavens, I knew nothing of this. He kept urging others in the room to denounce him, curse him. How dare he commit such a heinous crime, fearing and speculating inwardly that perhaps Leon possessed some powerful magic. The blond man, hearing those words, also quickly grasped the situation before them and hurriedly defended himself. We are completely innocent. How could we have known that that old fox was plotting such a vile scheme? He seemed impatient with them and ordered silence. Then calmly accused everyone present. Your defenses may be true, but that does not change the fact that you have all committed a grave crime, negligence. For failing to uncover the traitor within the house, the man who had feigned wisdom earlier cursed inwardly, "Damn it, this brat has outwitted us all." But the sharp-tongued man would not relent and asked again, "Well said, my lord, but one issue remains unclear. If Kerchar is indeed the traitor, is there any proof to support this accusation? In truth, who can be certain you didn't kill an innocent?" Leon seemed to ponder those words for a moment. He then slowly stood, replying with disappointment, "You reacted exactly as someone wiser than me predicted." The man seated nearest him asked, "Predicted? My lord, who do you mean?" Marbas suddenly appeared on his shoulder, bowing his head as a signal to Leon, and he nodded in response. Then, while casting death spirit magic, answered them, "Very well, you want proof, do you? Then let me expose the betrayal of Kerchar von Marbas." The council chamber was instantly shrouded in a grim, deathly aura. Leon's cold voice rang out as the legitimate blood heir of House Marbas. Leon von Marbas summoned the spirit of a cursed soul still wandering this world. At his call, the dead rose up from the earth. Their eyes were black and bloodthirsty, staring hungrily at those in the room. And the grimoire in his hand exhaled a thick miasma of death. The council members panicked as they recognized the incantation, death-summoning magic. How could he perform it? At that moment, Kerchar's decayed spirit shot out from within the book. The earlier pragmatic man could hardly believe it and stammered, "Could he have discovered our house's lost art?" Leon nonchalantly commanded, "Kerchar von Marbas, you will confess your crimes here with whatever shred of reason remains." In answer to his call, Kerchar's spirit struggled to move. The man, seeing this, trembled and asked again, "Kerchar, how can this be?" Leon looked at him coldly. "I'm growing tired of hearing that question repeated. What's so astonishing? Isn't necromancy the root craft of House Marbas?" Those words acted like a command, and the evil spirits immediately roared and attacked. The blond man shouted in panic, "Everyone flee, damn it." The brown-haired man turned to run, angrily shouting at the one blocking his way, "What are you standing there for? Move." But then he horrifiedly realized the figure before him was now a headless corpse. Before he could recover, a trembling voice sounded from behind. "Help!" Glancing back, he saw the blond man from before crawling on the ground, begging for aid. His legs had been severed by something, leaving a trail of blood across the floor. And he was even more terrified to see a shadowy figure blocking his path. Leon looked down from above with a murderous gaze. "Forgive me, but this meeting is not over yet. You had better listen to your head of house until I have nothing more to say." At his command, Kerchar's spirit, driven by deathly energy, moved before the blond man. It bent its stiff, contorted body, opening its rotten mouth as if to answer Leon. He calmly posed his question again. "I will ask once more, Kerchar von Marbas. Is there anyone seated here who was completely unaware of your monstrous crimes?" The hoarse, broken voice of the spirit immediately answered him. Those who had once served the former head of the house had all turned their backs on him to the last man. "No one here was ignorant of my betrayal. the confession sent the room into crisis once more. Leon coolly concluded, "That is the answer." The blond man now screamed in panic, "Please, my lord, have mercy on me." The brown-haired man hurriedly begged, "I will confess my crimes." The sharp-tongued one wasted no time and pleaded urgently, "Please, give us a chance to prove our loyalty, my lord." But then he suddenly realized death was standing right behind him. In an instant, the room was filled with desperate screams, until those sounds fell utterly silent. Only then did Leon softly declare, "The authority granted to me as head of house." Leon von Meyrbas announced before the council. He closed the grimoire in his hand, ending the judgment. That the dark art of death summoning had been officially restored in House Marbas. Leon stood pensively amid the room full of corpses. After a moment he snorted and asked the one who had been hiding behind the curtain, "Where is Lord Pullen currently?" The servant Leon summoned froze in fear and stammered. He replied evasively, "I fear he has been thrown into the dungeons below, accused of treason." Leon immediately ordered him, "Then you will lead the way." The man answered, "Yes." But as he reached the door, he seemed to remember something. His voice cold as ice and laden with threat, "The rest of you may choose to flee if you wish. But know that I will not be responsible for what happens next." The household servants, still terrified, lay strewn on the floor. They looked at him in panic and received the menace in his words, "For your own sake, I hope you make a wise choice." The door to the chamber closed with a dry, echoing thud. At the same time, in the Sylvester Manor, a steward entered from outside carrying a letter. "My lord, a letter has been delivered to you." Alan quickly took the letter from the steward and murmured, "I understand." He skimmed the contents of the letter, and his eyes betrayed satisfaction. He excitedly told the steward, "Wonderful, it seems even the crown has turned its back on House Marbas." The steward cheerfully echoed his master's sentiment. "Of course, my lord, aside from their founding ancestor, that house has never achieved anything worthy of their inflated reputation. What they possess in wealth and manpower is laughable, if not downright pathetic." Alan agreed with him. Indeed, their resources are even scarcer than their manpower. He set the letter down and made a decision. "In any case, we will proceed with the planned course of action." Then, apparently very pleased, he added, "House Marbas will finally kneel in the upcoming Nobles' War next month." "So, are you ready?" The steward hastily pledged his loyalty. "Yes, my lord." Alan asked in a low voice, "We will surely win, won't we?" The steward affirmed confidently, "Unless a true necromancer appears in House Marbas after centuries of decline, or the ancestor Wellen von Marbas rises from his grave, the chance of our failure is virtually non-existent." Alan grinned smugly. "Then this war is entirely ours." In the dungeons of House Marbas, a blunt voice rang out. Young Master Bullen collapsed to his knees on the ground, pleading with Leon, "Please forgive this foolish servant. I beg you, Pullen. I allowed Kirchar's dark ambitions to go unnoticed, and he drove you into grave danger." He said contritely to him, "I deserve to be executed." Leon silently watched the man before him. Lord Pullen regarded his remorseful, kneeling form and pondered. He was one of the few loyal servants left to House Marbas and the only one who had dared to openly oppose my uncle. "Regardless, I must recruit him to my side." With that thought, he quickly helped him to his feet. "Stand up, Lord Pullen." Then he soothed him softly, "There is still much to be done, and I need your service." Pullen, moved, asked him, "My service?" "Young master," he said, "but what use is someone like me, a failure to you?" But before Leon could reply, a few flies buzzing around Pullen shattered the moment between them. Leon reluctantly ended the conversation. "First you should wash up. Then meet me in the clan library, we will discuss the details there." Pullen was so overjoyed he teared up and exclaimed, "You are so generous, my lord." Then, unable to contain his emotion, he swore to him, "I pledge my absolute loyalty to you for all time." A while later, in his private chamber, Leon was brooding and staring outside when Marbas suddenly appeared beside him. He, in his tidy habit, leapt onto Leon's shoulder, comfortably licking his fur, and asked him, "So what do you intend to do next?" "The choice is yours, Signatari." After a moment, Pullen exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" He seemed terrified by Leon's idea, stammering that he could not imagine anything more dangerous than contacting the Sylvester family while impersonating Kirchar. But very quickly Pullen calmed down and analyzed the situation, wanting to play the part convincingly. He feared it would require an extraordinary performance. Despite his concerns, Leon calmly cast a spell. "Is this sufficient?" A grotesque shadow appeared at his summons. And very quickly, it took the form of Kirchar. This left Pullen completely stunned. What kind of eerie miracle was this? He could hardly believe his eyes and wondered silently how the clan head could be so nonchalant about this, moreover, that he had turned his own uncle into an undead. Seeing Leon's cold, indifferent demeanor, he fully trusted what he had heard. Other servants had told him, but seeing it firsthand was incomparable. Moved by that, Pullen asked him emotionally, "So the rumors that you mastered reanimating the dead are true?" Leon nodded calmly. "I believe so, yes." A surge of resentment rose within Pullen. If it had been House Marbas's golden age with the power of a true necromancer, he could have seized whatever he desired. How could fate be so cruel to our house? If it were the Marbas family's golden age with the power of a true soul-summoning mage, he could seize whatever he desired, yet fate in the heavens is so merciless to our house. My lord, sooner or later they will spot the weakness. He carefully warned him that the undead cannot perfectly replicate a person's handwriting, gestures, or manner of speaking. He completely agreed with him on that. It was true, if this were an undead resurrected from Kirchar's corpse. But explained to him that it was directed toward the newly created Kirchar. In reality, however, this was just the undead of a doppelganger I happened to find. It is a creature capable of copying the victim's appearance, memories, and even some of their abilities. While Pullen was astonished by the power of the fake Kirchar, Leon silently recalled the circumstances in which he found the Donger before him. In the memory when he pulled out the bloodied sword, exhausted, gasping, and staggering back in the family's dim temple, with a freshly felled corpse before him, Leon curiously asked, "So what is this monster called?" Marbas quickly answered, "Doppler," and he went on to explain. "It can emulate parts of the victim's appearance, memories, and skills. It is a terrifying creature that often disguises itself as lost or abandoned individuals." It had taken the form of the girl who followed Leon, hiding to wait for an opportunity to strike. Marbas also warned him that it would eventually kill the original and even consume the victim's companions. Leon fell silent for a moment. "Doppler, what now?" Meanwhile, Marbas was inwardly very pleased, thinking indeed life births life and death births death, as Wellen said. At that moment, the creature's corpse began to emit streams of deathly chi. It seemed to be controlled as it rose up before Leon. While Marbas finished his thought with satisfaction, "How kind of you to leave your most precious pack to your beloved heir," the girl's corpse that the Knurr had become smiled with eyes flashing a cold light. With a low deathly aura surrounding the girl into whom the Knurr had transformed, soulless. Standing before him, Leon asked puzzledly, "Marbas, should I feel satisfied?" He confirmed with satisfaction, "Certainly. Be careful, the creature can only transform into targets that the death mage has previously encountered." As Marbas spoke, a strange shape formed above the girl's head from the death chi. He paid it little heed and continued explaining to Leon, "And any target possessing magic power far superior to the caster cannot be resurrected as a mere replica by any means." Marbas asked him in a low voice, "Do you accept these conditions?" "Signer, no matter how talented you are still inexperienced." He then pointed to the grim tome in Leon's hand as a reminder. "Even if you succeed in imprisoning your father's soul, it's meaningless if you have no way to maintain long-term control. Eventually, his soul will dissipate into oblivion." Having said that, Marbas made a proposal to him. "I advise you to leave the Marbas family for a while, at least to find a solution to this situation." Before he could finish, Leon firmly cut him off. "Impossible, I will not turn my back on my bloodline." To that stubbornness he did not spare words and explained as clearly as day. "If I am absent, what will happen? The innocent in the manor will be slaughtered or, at best, subjugated under the boots of the invading Sylvesters. Marbas growled and asked again, and you are still willing to put your life on the line for them? Leon held his ground, resolutely affirming, I am willing to die for them. He couldn't fathom Leon's thoughts and could only ask himself quietly, winning out of blind loyalty to this family, to what end? But quickly Marbas pushed that question aside and returned his attention to the monster that had just manifested. All right, there are probably more urgent matters to discuss. By now the girl's body had completely vanished, leaving behind a creature formed of pitch-black death chi. He gestured toward the creature and instructed Leon, do as you wish, make it your death spirit. I suspect you'll find it useful. He was slightly curious about the creature's background and asked, do you know what this being is? Marbas replied nonchalantly, of course, it used to be one of the death spirits under Welland's command. Given your current condition, it may be somewhat difficult to control. Remember, its temperament is rather unpleasant. After receiving the clear answer, Leon directed the death spirit matrix within the grimoire toward the monster and recited the summoning incantation, Soul of the Departed, hear the call of the Marbas heir. Leon von Marbas summons you back to the mortal realm. Very quickly, the creature, once just a mass of death chi, took on a definite human shape. While it still stared with rolled-back eyes at Leon, Marbas from behind struck it a heavy blow to the head and shouted, wake up, black thing, stop sleeping, for the first time in centuries. We have a signer. The creature called the black thing flailed about in confusion. Impatiently he snapped, you foolish creature, at least change your form before speaking or no one will understand you. The black thing received this and thought seriously, then came up with a new idea. He cast a spell. Quickly from the stream of death chi emerged a cold-faced likeness of Leon, uttering taunts at Marbas, arrogant words from a ragged feral cat. That remark successfully angered him. What, are you tired of living? The black thing now assumed Leon's complete appearance and mocked Marbas, I was already dead, you foolish cat. But Leon, facing a face identical to his own, remained utterly calm. That thought ended his memory. Back in the present, Pullen seriously considered the plan. If there were a way to replicate even Kirchar's small habits from his memories, then perhaps I could fool the Sylvesters with his death spirit. Sir, he said to Leon with conviction, I guarantee this plan will succeed. I, Pullen, swear to carry it out at all costs. Leon replied with satisfaction, that's the answer I wanted, Sir Pullen. This time he cautiously asked, if permitted, my lord, may I be allowed to ask one final question? Leon's silence was taken as assent. Pullen then voiced his concern. The Sylvesters will surely receive royal backing to attack the Marbas family again. So why are you determined to stay despite the obvious danger? Wouldn't fleeing give you a better chance of survival? Those words made Leon recall Marbas's previous counsel. I advise you to leave the Marbas family for a while, at least to find a solution to this situation. As before, he answered firmly, protecting the family is my duty. That resolve moved Pullen. He carefully pledged himself, though still curious. Then I, Pullen, vow to serve you wholeheartedly. However, if I may be so bold, may I ask about your true motivation, my lord? This question seemed to trouble Leon. He paused and replied, honestly, I've wondered that for a long time. Pullen was surprised. Do you mean your personal motivation? Leon did not hide it and confirmed to him, yes, but I can't say I hold any grand ideal. I simply wonder how to become a worthy clan head, and what does worthy actually mean? The answer was still unclear, at least for now. Pullen was completely stunned by those words. Meanwhile, Leon calmly narrated, that's why I choose to buy more time to find the answer for myself. He smiled faintly, his tone grew cold for a moment. With that goal, I will prevent anyone who tries to steal what belongs to us. He recalled past months and laid out plans and direction for the present, as long as I don't repeat my father's mistakes and can protect what I have. Time and again, perhaps one day I'll find the reason why I fight for this land. That's all I think about it. I'm afraid there's nothing more lofty than that. He finished his words with a relieved smile. That night in the bedroom, the black thing again borrowed his form to converse. Who would have thought this family had fallen so low? You have a lot more to do. The signer, sitting to one side, angrily protested. Call me master, black thing. How dare you speak so arrogantly to our signer? He casually retorted to him, "Oh, but Lord Marbas himself doesn't seem overly concerned with such formalities." Marbas was about to shout back but suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Leon, Signer, has anyone ever told you that you're quite insensitive to social cues?" He was a little surprised and hung his head. "I think so, how did you know?" He replied offhandedly, "HMPH, I just had that intuition," and then proceeded to explain the Black Thing's background to Leon. After all, the Black Thing was once Welland's bound beast. In other words, it was passed on to you as part of your inheritance. The Black Thing had once been a loyal assassin serving your ancestors. Leon pondered the information and agreed. "I see, certainly the ability to shapeshift into anyone would be very useful for an assassin." Receiving Leon's confirmation, he smugly teased, "Marbas, the Black Thing, excellent at killing, will be very useful to the signer, unlike some feral cat with an oversized ego." Marbas snapped angrily, "I am not a cat. Do you want to be thrown back into the abyss for insolence?" Meanwhile, Leon ignored their noisy squabble and said to him seriously, "I truly need your talents." His Black Thing also ignored the brawl and asked earnestly, "Can you impersonate my late Uncle Kirchar?" The Black Thing immediately affirmed to him, "Of course, that's as easy as eating a snake, as people say." Marbas immediately seized the flaw in that phrase and jeered, "You idiot, the saying is easy as pie, not easy as eating a snake." The Black Thing didn't see why it should waste its taste on human sweets when there was delicious snake venom at hand, within arm's reach. Leon went along and replied, "Each to their own tastes, I suppose." Marbas, at a loss for words, turned to warn him, "Don't indulge this fool, Signer." At that moment, someone knocked loudly on the door. Pullen, having received Leon's response, hurriedly burst in from outside. "It's me, Pullen, my lord." While handing a letter before him, "I just received a missive from the Sylvesters and came at once to deliver it to you in person." He slowly read the contents of the letter. It was an indictment and a declaration of war. More than a century has passed since the Marbas family withdrew from ducal duties, as a rebuke to the Marbas house, which still greedily enjoys the blood, sweat, and tears of its subjects. The Sylvester family, under the rightful leadership of Count Alan de Sylvester, now challenges the Marbas family to a noble war among the houses. If the Marbas family accepts surrender within the allotted time, all-out war will be avoided, and your people will be received with open arms. However, if you refuse these terms, in 1 month the Sylvester army will march into the Marbas territory and flatten everything in their path. In the name of His Majesty the Emperor's will and justice, Count Alan de Sylvester. Having finished reading the letter, Marbas remarked, "So the storm is gradually approaching." Leon muttered to himself, "We only have 1 month left." The Lord scoffed and taunted him, "What?" suddenly feeling scared. Then from his shoulder he jumped down and seriously proposed a solution. "True, we don't have much time, but I think we could withdraw, wait for a counterattack opportunity, gather forces." Leon casually cut him off. "My lord, you've misunderstood me." He looked at the dark magic in his palm and smiled with a deep timbre. "I mean, I'm not sure I have the patience to wait that long." Marbas, hearing that, once again warned him seriously, "You truly are a mad signer beyond imagination. Their army will number in the hundreds. Do not naively underestimate them. This threat is entirely different from your uncle's. Would you really face them?" In response, he gave a cold glance and a faint, confident smile. "Oh, I think we'll manage fine." He raised his hand and summoned a stream of dark chi filled with wailing souls, the scent of death, in reply to Marbas. "This time I won't concern myself with mercy, I'll simply wipe out every life before me." The next morning, in the crowded market, several townspeople were chatting. "Hey, have you heard about Sister Kirchar disappearing at noon?" Another replied, "Of course, so many bad things happening in succession, and the former head only died not long ago." A worried middle-aged man spoke up, "That's right, I only hope the young master is safe. He just lost his only remaining relative shortly after his father's death." Another added anxiously, "I don't know if he has the strength to face the storm ahead." A young man nearby who'd been eavesdropping joined in, "You're talking about the Lord's son, don't worry, I believe he'll be fine." The middle-aged man, thinking of the opposing army lurking beyond the city, fretted. True, it's not like the Sinvestors will storm the gates as early as last time. I hope you two are right. Another chimed in, but an exclamation from behind quickly cut their conversation short. Poland's face grew stern as he admonished the townspeople. Do I need to remind you to keep your ears and tongues in check? Following him was none other than Leon. The townspeople, recognizing the two, hastily bowed and explained, Lord Poland, we were just chatting during our spare time. They then turned to Leon and added, and of course, please accept our deepest condolences to you and the clan leader over the loss of Marbas. It's truly a sorrowful matter. Losing a relative is hard enough. I can't imagine the depth of your suffering, young master. Leon calmly interrupted him and announced, on the contrary, my uncle is still alive. He's simply bedridden with a sudden serious illness. If you must know, he thought inwardly, it's best to have the whole territory believe he's still alive for now. Then he gently reassured the townspeople, but still, you don't need to worry too much about him. With those few words he quickly ended the conversation, turning away as he thought to himself, to deceive the enemy, first deceive your allies. On the way, Leon whispered orders to Poland. Poland, you will be responsible for ensuring all surviving servants of the family and any witnesses keep this matter secret. He hastily replied, at once, my lord. Please trust me. He took the opportunity to probe the purpose of Leon's trip. By the way, do you have any reason for visiting the town center? Just give the order and I'll prepare everything you need immediately. He replied tersely to him, but there's one thing I must confirm myself. At that moment Marbas, perched on Leon's shoulder, spoke up, here. I sense a powerful source of magical energy coming from the building ahead. They were now standing before a building with its doors tightly shut. He walked forward alone, not forgetting to instruct Poland. Poland, you can wait here until I return. The man called out anxiously, Lord. Are you sure you want to go in alone? Leon replied calmly, yes, and I order Mr. Fong to seal the door behind me. Allow no one to enter or leave this place. Once I step inside. A chaotic scene struck his eyes. Several people in front were busy cleaning up the mess. Leon approached a man with animal ears and asked Marbas, is that him? Marbas immediately affirmed, no doubt about it. The person they were referring to was a young beastkin with a body covered in scars and a vacant look in his eyes. Marbas looked at him and clicked his tongue regretfully. What a shame to let such rare talent go to waste. Then again, your house doesn't even have a servant sharp enough to recognize talent. Leon stepped in front of the youth and said amiably, may I trouble you for a moment? The beastkin saw him and panicked, quickly dropping to his knees. Forgive me, young master, there was a brawl at the tavern last night caused by some unruly customers. We would be grateful if you could come back another time. A woman from the back rushed forward angrily at those words and kicked the beastkin boy Walter hard. Is that how you speak to the young master? Then she turned to Donda with a forced smile. Forgive us, young master, we did not intend to let a lowly beastkin receive you. As soon as she finished, she immediately turned to Walter and scolded sharply, you insolent wretch, do you know who you're speaking to? She glared at Leon and aggressively instructed him, remember this is young Master Marbas. The beastkin youth remained kneeling, pleading in a low voice, forgive me, madam, I just arrived in this area and didn't know. Leon kept his tone gentle and repeated his request, that's right, and as I said, I want you to give me a little of your time. The woman cheerfully agreed at that. Oh, I'm very willing, young master, these days I have nothing to do anyway. But Leon coldly brushed her off. No, there's nothing I want to say to you. He turned to Walter, insisting the person he wished to see was him, while recalling Marbas's admonitions. According to the Demon King Marbas, this beastkin has extraordinary potential. He will become an important servant of the clan. The youth remained kneeling on the ground. But faced with the man before him, his emotions had become panicked. What did she say? That boy is the young master of the Marbas family. Meanwhile, Leon cast dark magic. Streams of death chi reached out to Walter, gently healing the wounds all over his body. The youth stared unbelievingly at his smooth skin and exclaimed, you healed my wounds. Leon patiently repeated his request once more. One last time, may I ask you to spare a little time for me? The hostess once again stepped between him and the beastkin. I'm very sorry to say this, my lord, but this beastkin is my personal slave. He has no right to give you his time. If you wish, you should have asked me first. He sneered inwardly. The hostess wasn't present when I took my uncle's life. With all the witnesses dead, she must know nothing, so he smiled coldly and said, Fine, I have a few questions of my own. First, since when did the Marba's duchy permit slavery? His cold voice directly condemned her mode of address. And second, though some time has passed since my predecessor died, why do you insist on calling me by the title from my youth? Could it be? At those words, death chi began to flood the air, making both the hostess and her guards startle with alarm. Leon activated a spell and asked in a low voice, So, you do not recognize me as the rightful head of the Marba's family? Marbas approved with satisfaction. Excellent, O covenant maker with me, he turned to the others, voice full of menace. Though he is young, I will not tolerate anyone who disrespects the bearer of my pact. Such people are undeserving of mercy. Leon calmly ordered the woman. He is not the only one I care about. If you own any other slaves, free them all immediately. You have 10 minutes to carry out this order. I will give no further chance. The woman glared at him in displeasure, completely dismissing his command with a scornful smile. Young master, are you truly ready for what comes next? Saying that, she sneered as if remembering, Oh, did I forget to use your proper title? Just be aware of it yourself. Leon paid little heed to her contemptuous attitude and replied indifferently, I've heard worse. As he gently reached out toward Walter again, the action left the boy puzzled. My lord, he said, I don't understand why you treat me so kindly. I'm just a useless slave. But a snap of the fingers cut his question off. Quickly, a group of men surrounded Leon on command. The hostess loudly ordered her thugs, Seize him, Kirchar promised to back us up. They surged forward at once. In response, Leon remained calm and wielded his magic. A stream of death chi dripped from his hand, and in an instant he summoned a pack of death spirits. They wasted no time and pounced, taking down the men. The hostess was immediately frightened by what unfolded before her. Meanwhile, Leon drew his cracked sword and calmly presented it to one of the death spirits, saying, Lend me a sword, will you? As you can see, my weapon is chipped. It obediently handed the sword to him. Leon nodded in satisfaction and promised, Good, I'll return it when I'm done. He slowly took the spear and strode forward, ruthlessly killing the unfortunate men who stood before him. Ruthlessly killing the unfortunate men who stood before him. The hostess was now panicking, trembling as she muttered, What the hell is this? She stared in disbelief at the carnage before her. How could a useless kid possess such terrifying power? Meanwhile, Walter was still stunned, staring at the scene before him. Leon then spoke gently to him, You ask what I've done to make you worthy of my kindness. Do you see yourself as a useless slave? He looked at the boy earnestly and affirmed, But the truth could not be more different. At least for now, you can be an important factor in my plans. The youth couldn't believe what he had just heard and silently denied it. What is he saying? What would a noble clan leader like him need with someone like me? The youth couldn't believe what he had just heard and silently denied it. What is he saying? What would a noble clan leader like him need with someone like me? Memories from long ago suddenly flooded his mind, back to when he was a child beaten to the point of pleading for mercy. Ah, it hurts, please stop, I beg you. But those children ignored his pleas, cruelly hitting and kicking him while spitting out vicious curses. Shut up, filthy beast. It's your fault the crops were ruined this year. We should never have let your kind into the village. What a disgusting animal. The boy could only clutch his head and endure the blows. As a child, he couldn't understand the cruel smiles and contempt aimed at him. He always wondered why human children bullied him, why they took pleasure in his pain. I was just an innocent child. I couldn't make sense of any of it. His pupils, bloodshot, drooped as if ready to submit. But in the end, they flared up with bitter, burning anger. But now I understand. Along with that came a terrifying surge of power emanating from him that sent those human children flying. He angrily asked them, "Why can't you leave me alone?" In the boy's heart, when he remembered that moment, it finally became clear. There was no specific reason they decided to make my life a hell, except that I was different from them. But in the memory, the beast boy screamed in pain at those children. "Why did you do this?" For that reason alone, I became the target of their hatred. When he calmed down, he was surrounded by the bodies of the other children. Then one day, I suddenly realized what I had been too naive before to understand. The boy was horrified when he realized what he had done, terrified and blaming himself. Could it be that I caused all of this? At first I couldn't accept that truth. I was afraid to face it. So the child in the memory turned and ran, fleeing from the horrors he had caused. The fact that I was a boundless monster, just as they had said. Back in the present, the fight in the room had ended. The innkeeper, still oblivious to the moment, angrily shouted at Leon, "What have you done? Do you think a random fit of rage will make Lord Kirchar give up his title? A useless noble like you can't do anything to stop us, remember that." He replied coldly, "Or perhaps you could say more accurately what you think right now. But that doesn't mean I will forever be the useless noble you describe, someone who never fights against injustice. Soon I will become a clan lord worthy of the Marba's name." As he spoke, a dark sphere gradually formed in his hand. Leon aimed the sphere at the woman and intoned in a low voice, "And you will have no place in the future of this domain." She only managed to shout one broken phrase, "You insolent wretch." Then very quickly, everything fell silent. Leon turned away in disgust. Facing him were the eyes that had not left him since earlier, Walter's. He stared at him and thought to himself that he might be a killer, hands stained with blood. Standing among a row of corpses, watching Leon slowly walk toward him, questions keeping surfacing in his head. But why do I not feel fear standing before him? Why? Leon approached him and gave a graceful smile. "Walter, right," he offered, "would you like to help me? I need your service." He thought for a moment, then chose honesty. "If it's not too abrupt, my lord, may I ask one question before pledging my loyalty?" Immediately after, he removed his disguise, revealing his true form, and spoke to him. "I am a descendant of the Lang Ma clan. Even among the beast people, our clan is the most hated." He carried the pain in his heart and asked him in anguish whether he must continue to endure this contempt for the rest of his life. "How much longer must our clan live in disgrace like wild beasts? How much longer must our clan live in disgrace like wild beasts? No more, I promise you that." He answered the boy softly, but in doing so opened a different path before Walter. "I do not know much about your suffering, nor do I understand all the complex issues involved. But if your lives are weighed down by unreasonable prejudice, let everyone know that from this moment on, those prejudices will no longer be tolerated." Before his hopeful gaze, he declared sternly, "You will be a loyal servant of House Marbas." A gentle hand reached out with a soft smile and steady voice. Leon said to Walter, "I promise you." Walter's eyes brimmed with tears as he looked at him, the resolute words pouring into his ears. "Let the whole world know that you will be a loyal servant of House Marbas. I stake my honor on it." 2 streams of tears rolled down Walter's face. He placed his hand into Leon's in place of a spoken agreement. Even so, Leon solemnly asked again, "May I take your astonished silence as assent?" Walter joyfully affirmed, "Yes, my lord, I would be honored to serve you." Elsewhere, where the magnificent palace of Emperor Arkheim stands. In the reception hall, Esteban von Arkheim, the empire's emperor, sat dazed on his throne. Behind him stood Louis von Arkheim, crown prince of the Arkheim Empire. He spoke for the emperor to those below. "Lord Eldoras, for what purpose have you requested this royal audience?" Eldoras bowed respectfully and replied, "Your Highness, a letter has arrived from Count Sylvester." The prince snorted with contempt. "As crown prince, I concern myself only with the great affairs of state and the duchy. Must I now trouble myself with a petty count?" He then added, turning to the king's stern face, "Father would surely be angry to hear this." Eldoras hurried to explain, "I would never imagine such a thing. Your Highness, I hastened here only to bring good news. Please forgive me." Those words successfully piqued his curiosity. "Good news, huh?" Facing that question, Eldoras broke into a sweat, thinking that the crown prince is currently the most powerful person in the empire. I must not let myself misspeak and offend him. After a moment, Louis von Arkheim, now interested, asked again, "Really? You speak of House Marbas?" Eldoras eagerly confirmed to him, "Yes, your highness, it is the enemy you have long resented for years, one of the three great houses of the abyss." He cultivated his argument with calculated intent and suggested the prince should take this opportunity to side with House Sylvester, so that they might once and for all eliminate their mutual enemy. Louis too showed enthusiasm for the idea, an intriguing proposal indeed. But he then reminded them in a low voice that he still feared House Marbas's power. "Have you forgotten? House Marbas possessed the power to summon war revenants to fight them directly. That would not be easy." Eldoras, pleased, reported back to him, "As sharp as ever, your highness. But currently House Marbas has no heir capable of wielding that power. Meanwhile, House Sylvester has grown strong enough to rival Duke Marbas." Louis seemed persuaded by such flowery words and agreed casually. "Very well, proceed with your scheme. This is the right moment to sweep those loathsome tomb robbers from the empire." With his approval, Eldoras became elated and cried out, "In the name of the ever greater empire, I will personally lead this campaign to victory." Watching his silhouette depart, Louis smiled with satisfaction, grateful for his lenient rule. "Father, at last I can remove this thorn from my eye, the remnants of a bygone era." He said to the hollow emperor with admiration, "Your legacy will be preserved in my hands." Louis was like the puppeteer, and the emperor was his puppet, who now embraced the throne from behind with a cold, satisfied smile. "And soon all will belong to me, for me to use as I wish." Back at the Marbas residence, everyone was currently gathered in Leon's private study. Pullen placed a magical necklace around Walter's neck and said to him, "The people still cannot fully trust Beastkin, Walter, so I suggest you always keep this with you." He looked at the glowing red gem on his neck and warned sternly, "Of course you're lord and I regard you as a loyal servant, but I'm afraid we cannot ignore public opinion's influence." At that moment, the ears on Walter's head pulled back. He surprisingly touched his smooth hair while Pullen stood to the side, continuing to remind him, "From now on, none of our actions may impede the Lord's ideals. Do you understand?" Walter stammered in reply, "Why yes, Lord Pullen." He nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, indeed, a sharp young man." Only then did Leon speak to draw everyone's attention. "If everything is settled, I want to discuss a few important matters with you, may I?" After seeing everyone gathered, he continued, "First, I must emphasize one thing. Your oaths of loyalty cannot remain mere words." Leon sternly laid out his demand to all who swore with him. "So I ask you, are you prepared to pledge your eternal loyalty to me and me alone?" Pullen was the first to respond wholeheartedly, "Absolutely, my lord." He emotionally grasped his hand and swore, "I, Pullen, vow to dedicate my life to serving the ducal house Marbas until my last breath. I beg you to grant this humble servant the chance to fulfill this oath." My lord. Leon was momentarily at a loss for words at Pullen's excessive display of feeling. The Dark One beside him couldn't believe the scene before him and remarked, "New lord, I am truly astonished." He had broken the will of an old human simply with words. Marbas nearby also showed satisfaction. Indeed, conquest and subjugation are the core tenets of House Marbas. At that moment, Walter also turned to Leon and earnestly spoke, "I feel the same." "My lord," he solemnly expressed his submission to him. But Leon still seemed unsatisfied. He replied indifferently, "But that is your belief, not mine." Walter asked him, puzzled, "Young master, who are you speaking to?" Leon did not elaborate to him, only once more clarified his demand. "In any case, before we officially begin, I propose establishing a manhwa-bound pact with all of you. If anyone refuses this pact, I will understand that you have no intention of following me." Walter still didn't understand and muttered, "A manhwa-bound pact." It is a magical covenant, also called a contract. It transforms both parties' mana into a pattern, binding and connecting them in an unbreakable relation, allowing them to share secrets that would otherwise be buried in darkness. Leon slowly took his place in the circle. He declared in a low voice to everyone, "If no one objects, then let us begin." No sooner had the words fallen than he summoned a black pit brimming with deathly energy. From within, a pair of hands holding a grimoire filled with dark mana opened before everyone's eyes. Marbas inhaled deeply and immediately reverted to his original form. It declared in a deep voice, "As the guardian deity of House Marbas and the demon who has granted a name to your bloodline, I will stand witness to this magical pact." It then turned to Valter and Pullen, who stared at it in horror, and intoned, "O you who have sworn allegiance to the bearer of my covenant, let your souls bind to the dominion of Marbas. Praise this glory, bear witness now." Deathly revenant energy formed a sphere around Leon, continuously firing rays of deathly mana across the room. Behind him, the solemn demon Marbas proclaimed that the Lord of the Death Revenants had arisen. Marbas sat there like a statue. The only other thing was the lethal danger radiating from its fiery red eyes. The servants below could do nothing but stare up at it with mouths agape. Only then did Leon speak. "I think that's enough of these theatrics." He addressed the oppressive presence of Marbas behind him. "They are my loyal servants and they deserve respect." Marbas understood the hint and feigned indifference. HMPH, so they have all accepted this pact. But then it pointed at the two and warned solemnly, "Know that the price of this pact is your souls, and any betrayal against the Lord of the Death Revenants will not be tolerated." Pullen, who was naturally timid, was terrified and bent low to show his loyalty. "I would never even think of such treachery." He thought to himself, could this really be the demon Marbas with whom the first head of House Marbas made a covenant? There was no more reasonable explanation for how Lord Leon could command the power to summon Death Revenants. Valter, standing beside him, had been trembling non-stop. Such horrific mana density. My people are naturally attuned to sensing magical power, yet I was still struck motionless. So the question is, what is the true nature of young Master Leon and that ominous black lion? After seeing the sincere hearts of those two, Marbas relaxed and shifted back into its miniature form. The obvious truth was that this cat form was so irresistibly cute that Valter immediately shed his fear and exclaimed, "How the kid is so adorable." Fortunately, Pullen kept his wits and quickly clamped a hand over his mouth, leaving him to produce only muffled noises. But it was already too late, as Marbas had heard everything. It licked its ruffled fur and asked in a low voice, "What did you say?" Pullen immediately tried to cover for Valter. "Ha ha, I believe he was merely astonished by your great and majestic presence. Lord Marbas, I suppose Valter has never witnessed such a magnificent sight." Marbas seemed pleased by Pullen's flattery and narrowed its eyes in smug satisfaction. "Oh really? All right, but you must not reveal my existence to the human world. Remember, we are at war, and in war, knowledge can mean life or death. My form may only be seen by those I choose. From what I can tell, the nobles in your kingdom seem unconcerned about a certain Kerchar. Could that be him?" Pullen hesitated slightly when mentioning that person, Lord Kerchar, but Valter, standing beside him, didn't know what to say and unconsciously repeated the name, Kerchar. After thinking it over carefully, he finally said, "I remember the innkeeper once received a letter, or rather, that letter was sent to her to be forwarded to Kerchar." Hearing something interesting, Marbas grew noticeably excited, leaping onto Leon's shoulder and exclaiming, "Here we go, our next clue." Leon kept his eternal impassive expression. "Where is that letter?" Sadly, he replied in a mournful tone, "If only the gods had mercy on you." Just then the black raven at his side spoke up to assert its presence. HMPH, the black raven knows where it is. It produced a satchel while grumbling, "You fools, how could you forget to collect the spoils?" When opened, the satchel was full of gold, silver, and jewels, so dazzling they seemed meant to blind the viewer. Marbas smacked its forehead in wonder. "I should have remembered how greedy a lackey you are. Since you leveled the inn and dealt with the innkeeper, it seems the black raven believes whatever remains there now belongs to the victor." Contrary to Marbas' offhand chatter, Leon was silent, as if pondering something. He stepped closer to the satchel, rested a hand on the lid, and inspected it for a while. And finally discovered something. Hidden among the multicolored gems was a strange letter already opened. Leon picked it up and said, "I think we have it." Marbas lavishly praised the Black Raven. "I suppose even you can be useful once in a millennium." The Raven, displeased at that tone, snapped irritably, "Is that supposed to be a compliment, right?" Leon murmured, "I will read it aloud." Then he read the lines of the strange letter. "Hear this. The enemies of our house Marbas, the noble house Sylvester, in the name of the Supreme Emperor, hereby declare war by noble houses against your duchy. Although you possess great military strength as a duchy, you have neglected your duty to serve Emperor Esteban von Archheim. This dereliction is a grave crime, and I will personally judge you on behalf of the crown. You have 1 month. If during that time you accept surrender, this declaration will be withdrawn and House Marbas will be annexed into House Sylvester as a fitting punishment for your crimes. Conversely, if you choose resistance, then prove your innocence on the battlefield. Lord of House Sylvester, Count Alan de Sylvester." After hearing the contents of the letter, everyone was stunned. They saw Leon blankly say 1 month. Marbas grinned slyly and asked him, "Isn't that enough time?" But Leon met that with a steady, unafraid gaze. "Time is of no concern," he said, "but I have an interesting idea. Now that I can control death revenants by thought alone, I think I might indulge in a bit of fun with this." Then the two turned to the Black Raven that had been standing nearby. "Black Raven, I have a task for you." Across at House Sylvester, they were closely monitoring events. A retainer was reporting to Alan, "A declaration of war has been sent to House Marbas." "Sir, you should have seen the face of that weasel Kirchar. He clung to my trouser leg, so pathetic I almost put him down right there." Upon hearing the report, Alan couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha, that fool, I'd wager he's now clutching his back and wailing. Still, we should keep him alive for a while longer. After all, he's a useful fool, and the power of House Marbas is better in the hands of a clumsy man like him. Speaking of which, what about that boy, the lad said to be the legitimate heir of that house?" The other replied, "You mean Leon von Marbas? No news of him in particular. I suppose Kirchar made that brat disappear." Alan pleased said, "Good." But the reporter then added, "If I may ask, is there any reason to worry about a 14-year-old child?" "What can a kid possibly do?" Alan didn't scold the retainer yet but ordered him, "Answer me. What is the greatest injustice a person can suffer?" The man had no prospects. At that question he broke into a sweat and stammered, I'm not a learned scholar, I don't know." Alan had to slowly voice his own thoughts. "That it is facing an overwhelmingly superior enemy with no hope left, unable to resist, watching helplessly as your world collapses. There is no greater suffering than that." "And what do you think causes that injustice?" Alan answered the question himself without waiting for the retainer. "Innate talent, such a great ability that others can only stare up in astonishment." The retainer still seemed bewildered. He said uncertainly, "What talent could that brat possibly have?" At that, Alan was at a loss for words at his men's ignorance. He propped his chin and stared at him but patiently explained, "Don't be foolish, you speak of the bloodline of Welland von Marbas. Nothing is surprising when it comes to that cursed lineage. Therefore, we must prepare for every possibility." Hearing Alan's absolute command, the retainer bowed quickly and shouted, "Yes." On the Marbas side, they had also devised counterplans. In the meeting room, there were two Leons facing each other. One said, "I must admit, this is a spectacular sight." The other agreed, "Indeed, impressive, isn't it?" The other continued, "Human speech sounds so strange when you are in your true form, yet now you can use my memories and imitate my words perfectly." The other Leon put on an expression that the real Leon certainly never had, looking at Marbas with derision. "But you see, I am more than a mere magic user, not like your little cat." Marbas called out and hissing with anger, "Shut up." Then, before Marbas could retort, it leapt at the fake Leon and landed a thunderous kick from its small but powerful paws. The Black Raven, currently in Leon's form, paid Marbas no mind. Though punched and with a torn face, his magic immediately restored him to his original appearance. This made Marbas feel as if it were striking a sack of cotton, infuriating but impotent, and it roared, "You." Walter was still quite new to the chaos of this place. He stood there stunned and asked Pullen beside him, "Is it always this noisy here?" Experienced Pullen immediately cautioned him, "Shh, be quiet. Walter, mouth closed, you'll live longer." Walter asked anxiously, "More importantly, are we beginning?" Leon said softly, "You have only 1 month left." As he spoke, he took the sword that had been placed in the center of the room down and handed it to Walter in front of everyone present, entrusting him. "All I ask is that you demonstrate your talent within that time." Walter understood him. He received the sword solemnly and repeated, "In other words, if I don't prove my ability, I will no longer be part of your ideal. Is that correct?" Leon nodded to confirm his thought. "Exactly. I have no interest in taking on a retainer who will surely die. The choice is yours." Walter felt that this action was his only chance. He unconsciously gripped the sword tightly, staring seriously at Leon, and vowed, "Whatever obstacles stand in my way, I will overcome them. I will earn my place at your side. When I am firm as your most loyal swordsman, will you grant me one wish?" Leon was very pleased with Walter's attitude. He smiled and replied gently, "Very well, I swear it on my honor." At that, Pullen beside him cleared his throat. Ahem. "Then I'll personally oversee Walter's martial training. His true ability will show when he trains with House Marba's knights under your arrangement." Leon didn't think it unnecessary. He agreed with Pullen. "Good, do it." Marbas had already leapt onto Leon's shoulder and happily said, "Very good, now let's go. The werewolf isn't the only one who needs training. You are equally far from your true potential." Leon knew this was true, so he and Marbas departed together. "All right, let's go." Not long after, at the Marbas training yard, the harsh sounds rang out in chaotic succession. Walter was now training diligently with the soldiers of House Marbas. At the same time, Leon practiced controlling the death revenants as smoothly as possible. Besides training with the living, Walter also trained with the death revenants commanded by Leon. Finally, in the match that would decide his fate, Walter succeeded in cleanly severing the death revenant's head to finish it off. After the match ended, Walter panted as if exhausted, one knee dropping to the ground. His sword laid across his lap as he bowed respectfully to Leon, like someone paying homage to an immortal creed. Leon stared at Walter for a long moment, then at last spoke with a proud expression. "Welcome to House Marbas. You may rise now as my first knight." Hearing the words he'd long awaited, Walter smiled in satisfaction. 1 month later, on the day the noble house's war took place atop the towering walls, Leon with Marbas, Pullen, and Walter looked down below. Where the invaders stood eager to attack, Alan shouted from below, "I bring a letter to the clan lord of House Marbas. Though I generously offered a final chance for you to surrender peacefully, you obstinately refused and would not lower your arms. Know that this foolish choice will bring death even to innocent civilians." Leon regarded the blustering man as if he were a dead thing. After the man finished, Leon calmly said, "So the war has begun." Pullen spoke up too, "Talkative hyenas, don't they understand anything about honor? Cursed be them." Marbas was the opposite of everyone else. He maintained an excited mood from start to finish and told them not to get riled. "In my view, there's nothing in their hearts but fear. Those growls are actually the moans of insecurity." Pullen, puzzled, swallowed and then asked, fear creeping in, "What did you say?" "Still, House Sylvester overwhelms us in every respect." Marbas explained slowly to everyone, "There is still a flaw. Have you forgotten that their plan has already failed?" Pullen was a bit confused. "Are you referring to Kirchar?" "Exactly. If he were alive at this moment, House Marbas would have raised the white flag at the first opportunity. But would his death alone be enough to shake them?" Marbas, confident in his calculations, said, "Humans are so fragile. Just a slight turn in fate is enough to throw them into chaos. Why haven't the enemies surrendered? What has revived their morale? Once those fleeting doubts begin to creep into their minds, their military strength will be halved." These thoughts were analyzed logically, allowing Pullen to gradually grasp their meaning. Still, he wasn't overly confident about this battle. That may be true, but even halved, their forces outnumber ours. The corner of Marbas's mouth lifted into a beguiling curve, a proud, confident smile of someone powerful who fears nothing. "A signee of a pact with me who can't defeat them even at half strength?" Don't be afraid, Leon is far stronger than you think. Leon did not deny Marbaz's assertion because it was true. Pullen, seeing his lord's unshaken expression, felt somewhat less worried and replied, "Of course, Lord Marbaz." Outwardly saying that, inside Marbaz felt the same as Pullen. He was quite surprised by the power of this new master. Indeed, even I did not expect it. Memories of recent training were replayed. In the middle of the training ground, Leon sat cross-legged, surrounded by surging currents of mana, while Marbaz and the Black Raven stood at the edge watching. From the surrounding rocks and arcane fences poured out a jet-black stream of energy. At that moment, Marbaz lightly stamped his foot on the ground, emitting a force that summoned red death revenants to rush in and attack Leon. Leon sat still with his eyes closed in meditation, yet he could clearly sense the approaching enemy presence. He then released his own purple mana, summoning a squad of purple death revenants to counterattack. In the blink of an eye, both sides charged at each other. With a few strikes, Leon had clearly seized the initiative. The purple death revenants quickly finished off Marbaz's red revenants and roared ominously. Watching that fight, Marbaz mused that although these were the weakest spirits he could summon, it had been only a week since the child learned to wield mana, yet he could sense the flow of mana even with his eyes closed. Unbelievable, his talent surpassed all reason. The Black Raven beside him shared Marbaz's thought and said, "This Sinai is a true genius, like the brilliant star the progenitor once mentioned." Marbaz agreed, yes, it could once again drown this continent in blood. One day, everything he desires will be within reach. In response to Marbaz's arrogant, frenzied words came an undeniably simple question from the Black Raven. "Even tasty treats like peanuts, how many should I have?" Marbaz, bored, scolded him, "Aim higher, you fool. It might even be able to unlock the most forbidden of dark magics, the terrifying domain of temporal regression." While the two were speaking, Leon opened his eyes and walked over to them. He bowed and said to Marbaz, "It's done. What training block should we continue with now?" The skulls of the death revenants under the ground, though severed from their bodies, continued to emit horrific sounds. Ignoring that, Leon approached Marbaz and the Black Raven, who were gossiping over there. "All done. What challenge do you want me to try next?" But Marbaz seemed to have no further plan, so he hummed, "For now, continue as is." Then he led him back to the Lord's chamber. "As for the next skill you must master. Do you know anything about dark magic?" Hearing that question, Leon pondered. "Dark magic? Of course, I was trained within the house." But that phrase did not sit well with Marbaz. He growled, "You mean those cheap trickery your old uncle taught? From now on, forget that rubbish he calls dark magic." Leon pondered for a moment and convinced himself it made sense. Considering how Ancestor Welland swiftly conquered the entire eastern continent, it's hard to believe he relied on mere spirits alone. Just then, the Black Raven slowly shifted into Leon's form and spoke. "Exactly." He summoned a block of mana in his hand as he said, "The essence of necromancy is merely a branch of dark magic. In other words, to control spirits you need a source of bound mana and mastery of dark arts." Pullen agreed with this. Of course, such words came from loyal retainers of our ancestors, but Marbaz disagreed. "HMPH, spare me. I was never his retainer. If anything, he and I are comrades, walking side by side as equals, not like that foolish shapeshifter. I should add, Black Crow, don't butt in and taunt. Yes, unlike you, I've never regretted my loyalty." Marbaz refused to be outdone and snapped back arrogantly, "The same proud tone you often hide behind as young Leon." The Black Crow retorted boastfully, "What courage do I need to tease a kitten?" Leon waited until the headache was unbearable before speaking to end their pointless quarrel. "That's enough. What kind of magic do you want me to learn?" But before the Black Crow could answer, Marbaz spoke first. "Before learning anything, there is a prerequisite you must fulfill. Be careful, for it will force you to venture into your own subconscious." Leon mumbled, repeating his lord's words, "My subconscious?" Marbaz emphasized, "Exactly. You may not know it, but deep within your mind there is a source vein, where a huge amount of mana is stored. If you can open it and channel that power out, the battles between noble houses are child's play compared to what you could truly achieve. But I must warn you, dark magic demands a considerable price in mana. Leon listened intently to Marbaz's explanation and voiced his thoughts. I can somewhat guess. However, he liked to spin things like a top, so he told Leon, but I don't think that's what you need to worry about. Why? If you can believe it, Leon, I sense in you a source of mana equal to, even surpassing, your ancestors. At that, Marbaz paused, not saying the rest of what he thought, unable yet to tell if it was a blessing or a curse. But he had no choice but to accept it. If he wanted to restore the family, Leon couldn't help but breathe a sigh at what Marbaz had just pointed out. Phew, hearing that was somewhat relieving. Seeing him let his guard down, Marbaz reiterated once more that it didn't mean the process was without risks. There's a way to unlock your hidden potential in the short time we have, but even I cannot guarantee your safety during it. Lord Leon asked without hesitation, is that so? So what is your miraculous method after all? Marbaz was very observant. He stared at Leon, taking in even his smallest expressions. Suddenly, a light seemed to return to his hollow eyes. Ah. Now that I look again, I see clearly there's only one desire driving young Leon, a hint of pleasure at what he had just observed. Marbaz instructed Leon, first you will begin by exhausting all of your mana completely. Then your potential and subconscious will guide the way. Leon immediately replied with almost no hesitation, then begin the test. Marbaz concluded on his curiosity, an original yearning for the greatest dynamic power. After Leon poured out all the mana he had, he staggered and a headache hit. Whoosh, I think that's enough. Suddenly he collapsed backward without warning, sending Pen's heart skyward. My lord, you can't abandon us so soon. Seeing the old man wail as if dying, Marbaz angrily flew over and poked his head sharply. He snapped, don't bother the boy. You fool, put your faith in the Lord you revere. Pullen sobbed with tears streaming, unable to make a sound. But master, Lord Leon may be our head, yet as you said, he's still only a boy. The Black Crow stood aside, explaining in a low voice, didn't you hear what we just said? Our Lord's contract might be the most outstanding genius we've ever seen. Marbaz rarely agreed with him. This time the Crow had a point. If his potential truly rivals Welland's, he will surely return to us. Save your tears for another occasion. Pullen sniffled and promised, I'll try, master. Just as the air was thick with grief, Walter, clothes disheveled as if he'd crawled out of a coal pit, appeared at the door. His voice rang out, I did it, completely successful. Behold your new novice swordsman. But when he saw Lon lying motionless and pale on the floor, Walter was so startled he nearly fell over. Wait, young master, you look just like Pullen, with snot and tears clinging to him as he hugged our lord. Young master, you can't. Pen, after calming down, took Marbaz's place in admonishing Walter. Calm down, young Walter, I've already made a fool of myself for you. Walter finally stifled his sobs. All right, whatever happens, I fully believe he'll pull through. Marbaz, standing nearby, watched the scene with some puzzlement. These mortals are all the same. How could such a great talent be buried for so many years? No wonder this lineage teetered on the brink of extinction. Everyone stood nearby, lost in thought, waiting for Leon to awaken. The protagonist they cared for was still sound asleep. His subconscious beginning to open and carry him to a strange place. Strange not because of the scenery, but because the place was entirely black. Leon gave no thought to whether something would leap out and kill him. He simply observed quickly. Then he decisively stepped forward. He stopped abruptly when a scene appeared beyond the darkness. A ruined city with no soul in sight, except for a figure in black standing tall. The man didn't turn but easily sensed Leon's arrival and spoke. Welcome, Leon, I had a feeling you would come. Hearing the voice made Leon's heart contract, his face cracked with disbelief as if he couldn't trust his ears. The other slowly turned. He had a face identical to Leon's, only aged into middle years. They stared at each other for a moment before the man broke the silence. Let's take a walk, we have much to discuss. Still stunned by the sight before him, Leon stood frozen, finally finding his voice. Father. The desolate surroundings of this space truly inspire dread. But Leon and his late father paid no mind to such things. The two slowly moved upward into the city. They walked on until they saw the family crest trembling in the distance, then at last stopped. He spoke softly, Leon, your presence here proves you have chosen to awaken the hidden mana within you. Leon replied politely, yes, father, although I cannot say for certain what level I've reached. I have gathered a band of loyal followers who follow me. Hearing such light, proud words from his son, Run couldn't help but swell with pride. How fortunate, my son. As you may have guessed, I am only a fragment of memory within your mind. I died at Alan's hands, and this body is only a lingering magical imprint. Leon had been thinking the whole way, so he readily understood. I understand. Seeing him grasp the situation, Run continued. The reasons I ended up like this were nothing but a lack of innate potential, a cruel fate. Do you agree? Even so, I can still help you in some way, as you know. I failed to gain Master Marbaz's respect and could not control the T-letter 1ED Lin, the family's holy relic. But you will walk a different path. While alive, I researched a spell that can transfer the entire mana of our ancestors into your magical energy. Of course, at first you'll only be able to control a small portion of that vast power. But it will surely help you consolidate authority as the family's head. Leon listened closely to his father's words, then spoke up. But you yourself warned me. I still remember your words clearly. You warned me about the danger of absorbing another's mana. You also mentioned the risk that foreign magic could spiral out of control and destroy my mind completely. Run recalled that it had indeed happened before. He did not hesitate to praise his unusually mature son. You listened well. Mana carries the user's distinctive mark, so it's very difficult for someone else to absorb it. After gripping Leon's arm as if to pass on strength, Run quickly affirmed, but you, my son, are an exception. You may not understand now, but think of yourself as a blank slate. Leon repeated in confusion once more, a blank slate. At that moment, Run suddenly released his hold on him. Beside him, streams of purple mana thickened. He said to him in a low voice, yes, since the time of our ancestor Wellen von Marbaz, no one in this lineage has ever possessed such pure dark mana. After a moment of crystallizing mana, Run formed a purple orb in the palm of his hand. The orb flared brilliantly like an eye, radiating tremendous power. Run, like a chanting priest, murmured repeatedly to Leon, you have been granted the greatest gift of this bloodline. Suddenly black, ominous vapors issued from the purple orb. The orb trembled violently. With that shaking, chunks of earth and stone from the buildings began to float in the air. The grotesque spectacle under this strange power was controlled by Run. While directing the orb at will, he murmured almost absent-mindedly to his son Leon, this is your true self, my son, but you must always remember this power. The purple orb rose and cast a terrible force over the space. After everything subsided and returned, Run's face became that of a real father. He looked at the youth before him with tenderness and a faint smile. Then suddenly Run placed his hand and stroked Leon's head. Under the orb's dim light, father and son shared a poignant last few minutes together. Calmly he announced, it seems our brief reunion is coming to an end for now. At that moment, Leon felt something as well. He looked at Run longingly and asked, will we meet again, father? Run the Benevolent answered him firmly, of course I still have much to teach you, as your father. Having said that, he cradled the purple orb, then handed it over to Leon. Leon quickly felt something from the orb. He was astonished. I've never sensed such an enormous source of mana. When that vast energy fused into Leon, a strange seal appeared on his chest. Run calmly explained, this talisman is called greed. True to its name, it will devour everything you place before it with insane hunger. Never forget that, my son. Leon clutched the newly appearing cross at his neck and fondled the greed. I will remember it by heart, father. No sooner had he finished speaking than the space began to collapse. Run hurriedly spoke his final words, the next time we meet will be when you most desire it. As everything was nearly gone, Leon bowed solemnly toward Run and replied, I hope that day comes soon. Then he vanished into the void. Only then did Run voice the doubts he'd been holding. If a single wish could be made real, you could shine as brightly as the greatest rising star on this continent, but alas, the future is not within my sight. And no one could tell whether this power would lead him to glory or to an abyss of destruction. In my deepest despair, I feared that might be the final outcome. Outside, in reality, the four of them stared fixedly at the household head lying unconscious on the bed. If looks could pierce a person, Leon would have been shredded to bits by now. The scene was eerily silent. Pullen spoke up anxiously. "Are you sure he'll wake up, sir?" He fretted, not knowing what to do. "I'm not here to doubt your wisdom, Master Marbas, but please remember young Master Leon is only 14. What if this illness leaves permanent damage? I don't know how to face the predecessors at the afterlife pond." Marbas, slightly annoyed, answered Pullen sternly. "You might be reunited with them sooner than you think. If your young master can't endure a simple trial like this, set aside your petty worries and wait for your lord with firm faith." Walter, however, proved more steel-willed than expected. He wore a confident look and reassured Pullen. "I agree. Sir Pullen, he will get through this. We needn't worry so much." The Black One cut in oddly. "Indeed, that old servant worries far too much." Suddenly a fierce aura burst from Leon, startling everyone. Marbas realized something. He shouted, "Ah, now I understand why he awakened so late." Alter asked curiously, "Master Marbas, what kind of magic is this? I've never seen anything so dense and boundless." Marbas climbed onto Leon and sensed it. Then with an authoritative face he assured everyone, "Soon, your lord will return. Be ready to welcome him when the time comes. But be cautious, the lord who awakens now will no longer be the boy you knew." Just as he finished speaking, Leon sprang awake, his eyes wide open, while those around him remained astonished. Leon said nothing and shifted his gaze downward. And with a hint of helplessness he said, "No wonder my chest hurts so much. Could you please step down?" Marbas stubbornly replied, displeased. Everything then proceeded as if nothing had happened. Walter continued pushing his training intensity to the maximum. At the same time, Leon also performed the duties of a head of household, practicing magic, directing and training the city's soldiers. Meanwhile, far from home at the Sylvester estate, 4 days before the nobles' war, the troops seemed ready. Alan, waiting for something, sat long in the head chair, unwilling to rise. After a moment, he turned to the soldiers and shouted orders. "The moment has come, soldiers of House Sylvester, hear me. Today, the centuries-long history of the Marbas line will be erased and buried in the dusty pages of the past. Follow me and we will write a new chapter." Immediately the cry rolled through the air, "Glory to House Sylvester." At the same time, no one noticed Kerchar standing quietly in a corner. His pupils began to glow strangely, an omen of a storm to come. Eyes glowing red in the night. The army led by Sylvester moved forward in silence. He stroked his beard and exclaimed, "So this is the weakest point in their formation, the place with the fewest troops. Indeed, you saw right through the issue as always. Lord Kerchar, I am most grateful." Kerchar smiled indifferently. "Ha ha, likewise, my lord. This is but a small effort to repay your generosity." Sylvester, though saying that, remained somewhat skeptical. "Still, I'm surprised. I assumed those fools of the Marbas house would guard their ancestors' tombs more securely. Moreover, they foolishly deployed their main force to such an exposed field." Kerchar understood his meaning and hastily interjected, "After all, we are a lion mage family, not strategic counselors. My lord, perhaps they acted overly cautiously for fear of damaging their ancestors' graves." Hearing this, Sylvester relaxed. Their family's reputation may have rotted long ago, but they're still trying to cling to whatever glory remains, aren't they? Kerchar hesitated slightly. "I think so, for your sake." Sylvester, hearing that tone, grew displeased. "Why the hesitation? What do you mean? Do you want to object?" Kerchar quickly denied it. "Not at all, Lord Sylvester. I propose we continue our advance." After moving on for a while, Sylvester suddenly looked ahead and saw a group of black-clad figures appear abruptly before them, led by Leon and Walter. The two forces slowly closed the distance between them. Leon called out cheerfully, "Right on time as we agreed, my lord, you are punctual indeed." Sylvester frowned and retorted, "I thought this was the weak point of a declining house, yet you wait for me with hundreds of fully equipped soldiers." As he spoke, he slowly drew his sword and swung it across Kerchar's head, barking, "Is there some deception here? What do you say, Lord Kerchar?" The blade sliced through Kerchar's body and purple smoke rose up. His head fell to the ground, yet that cold voice remained calmly audible. Only my master has the right to swing a sword at me. Having spoken, the purple smoke enveloped the entire head, drawing it upward back toward the neck, and finally reattached it as if nothing had happened. Kerchar curled his lips in a smile, truly a novel experience. Sylvester watched this, sweating profusely. What? That sword should have cut your throat clean through. Kerchar paid him no mind and spurred his horse toward Leon. Sylvester angrily shouted, "Fine, you will pay for your insolence, young Master Marbas. Do you truly think you can oppose me with a paltry few hundred troops? This is an insult to the head of House Sylvester." Leon replied calmly, "Not at all. Sir, only a real threat deserves to be called an insult." Sylvester, irritated by his nonchalant tone, ground his teeth. Leon slowly raised his hand and asked, "Why do you think I agreed to enter this battle?" Dark magic slowly dripped from his palm. Leon smiled and said, "To put you in your proper place." Of course, the more the dark magic dripped, the more it pooled into a viscous puddle beneath the horse's hooves. Immediately, countless corpses crawled up from beneath the dark magic pool. Sylvester muttered in horror, "Necromantic sorcery." Leon replied coldly, quick to notice, "Count Sylvester, are you surprised that a lion mage house would command the dead?" Sylvester fell silent and recalled, "What is the greatest injustice a person can suffer? It is to face an enemy so overwhelming that no hope remains, unable to resist, forced to watch your entire world collapse in despair. Nothing is more painful than that. And what causes that injustice? Simply innate talent, a natural gift so deep it makes others afraid to lift their heads. On the battlefield, nothing decides victory or defeat more than that." No sooner had he thought this than Leon's undead surged forward to slaughter. A commander within the army rushed out to block them, but the undead soldiers kept pouring forward. The commander suddenly realized that when it was over, the enemy was only a young boy. However talented, he hadn't prepared for the brutality of a fight to the death. So he charged again, determined to carve a path of blood toward Leon. But just as he neared his goal, he was knocked aside by Van. The furious commander shouted, "Who dares block my way?" Walter coldly pointed his sword and barked, "Sorry, but I won't let you get near the young master. That is my duty and I will not break my word." After saying this boldly, Walter smiled pleasantly. The undead soldiers continued to surge forward, slashing and killing. Sylvester panicked and ordered his mages to open the attack. A group of mages gathered and began chanting spells, unleashing their strongest strikes upon the horde of undead. A considerable number of undead immediately disintegrated. Sylvester raised his sword and commanded. The vanguard cavalry charged to break the enemy formation. The vanguard cavalry charged to break the enemy formation. But Leon remained ice-cold and unconcerned. Sylvester advanced a bit, feeling pleased with himself, and glared at Leon threatening, "Let me tell you, I am a coward by nature. Even as my elder, you should have become the head of the house, or my sister. I have never truly considered them family." Before he could finish, Leon cut him off. "Do I need to care about your tangled family affairs?" His hand dropped, condensing more dark magic. Sylvester growled sullenly, "Perhaps not, but precisely because you were pampered from infancy, you will never have the resilience needed to defeat me. Answer me, young master, do you crave vengeance? If so, you will die in vain, left only with regret." Leon, unwilling to listen to his grumbling any longer, raised the death book and coldly declared two things. "Your assumption contains two mistakes. Sir, let me be clear, I do not crave vengeance, and you are not strong enough to take my life. That's all there is to it." The book opened, and Leon began channeling dark magic into it. A few days earlier at the army camp, Leon summoned his retainers to discuss strategy. When Leon finished outlining the plan, he fell silent. Marbas sat beside him, licking his paw. After a moment he spoke, "I've seen far worse plans over countless millennia, but yours is excessively risky. Choosing this location as the operational area was a correct decision, but beyond that, it would be foolish to be overly cautious when the optimal solution is right before you." The Black Crow nodded in agreement. "I have faith in my master's plan. And the moment things got serious, he taunted Marbas. So what right does a foolish lion cub have to command us? Walter said awkwardly, if so, I will also follow your strategy. It's not that I disdain your wisdom, Marbas, of course not. Marbas flopped and pouted. Are you planning to completely ignore my opinion? Suit yourself. Pullen also gave his view. As for me, I'll order the mobilization of every force we can summon. On my honor as a vassal, I will not let you face the battlefield alone. Leon rose, satisfied. Good, if everything is settled, I propose we act immediately. As everyone began to leave, Leon called out, Marbas, before this meeting ends, there's one thing I want to ask. Marbas glanced at him displeased. What is it? Leon lifted the talisman and asked, this charm, do you know the consequences of using it? Marbas paid it no mind. How should I know? Probably death. The black crow piped up mockingly. What an insolent lion cub. He added, your father may not have told you the whole truth, but this charm contains a power like a poison. It's far too dangerous for you to withstand, at least in your current state. Leon replied, but I suppose he still gave it to me for some purpose. Marbas sighed helplessly. I won't deny that, but the time has not yet come. For now you are strong enough to do what needs doing. The contract you possess, the gift you hold, surpasses ordinary mortals. But it cannot be denied that your potential is not yet ripe. Your followers may be loyal, but no human is infallible. You are immortal, and you know little of the depths of their hearts. They could betray you in an instant. Some have even betrayed your father. Run, what makes you believe those mortals are worth risking everything for? Leon fell silent after hearing this. And returned to the battlefield. The death book opened, and Leon continuously poured dark magic into it, his pupils gradually beginning to glow. Sylvester, seeing no change, sneered sideways. You think I cannot kill you? Leon remained silent, his pupils shone ever brighter. And Sylvester suddenly gave a start, as countless dark magics gathered before Leon. He widened his eyes, thinking an almost unmeasurable amount of mana, along with a purely dark aura. He was controlling precisely the amount of magic needed for each moment. How could he attain such absolute mastery? Leon coldly intoned, all loyal servants of Marbas in hell, hear me. Sylvester grew even colder. My instincts are warning me. Whatever is about to happen, I must stop it at all costs. He turned and ordered, quick, stop him from casting. Leon glared and snarled, I, the legitimate descendant of the Marbas line, summon you. Answer me and serve under this banner. The entire battlefield shook violently. Countless earthbound undead surged forward, some in humanoid form, others monstrous. Sylvester lost his will to fight and stood frozen. Before him lay a sea of soldiers with no end in sight. Marbas perched on a cliff looking down, his face creased as he assessed. To the abyss below, this brat is as unmanageable and stubborn as his ancestors. Wellen. The cross-shaped talisman began to glow. The undead army growled in fury, targeting the soldiers and cutting them down. The demon contingent overwhelming humanity's defenses. Behind them came a corps of necromancer mages, hurling lightning spheres straight into the ranks. Sylvester cried out in panic, damn it, it's a trap. He intends to drag us all into the grave. He commands an army of the dead. Sylvester wavered, unable to decide. Meanwhile, Leon was sweating, head bowed, his face contorted as he clutched his chest. Unable to hold back, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seizing an opening, Sylvester shouted, stop now or you'll be throwing yourself into death. Fine, I promise to spare you and your men, but end this farce at once. Leon ignored the rambling. I do not intend to disappoint you. Master, recall when Marbas asked before, what makes you believe those mortals are worth risking everything for? Until your talent is fully ripe, I advise you not to foolishly sacrifice yourself for others. You are not yet strong enough to concern yourself with others' fates, let alone their lives. Leon pondered for a moment and then said, Lord Marbas, why must we always wait until a fruit ripens to pick it? Is it really so wrong to pluck it first and let it ripen afterward? After a while, the entire battlefield was left with only Sylvester. Seeing him kneel on the ground, Leon slowly stepped forward. His eyes looked up and met Leon's icy gaze. Rain poured down heavily. Sylvester remained kneeling there, He dared not lift his head and asked, "You said vengeance is not your goal, didn't you?" Leon confirmed yes. Sylvester trembled and grabbed Van's sleeve, begging, "Then will you grant me mercy, even if I don't deserve it? I swear I will never oppose House Marbas again, nor utter a word about your power to the rest of the Empire." "Please, I beg you." Leon stood silent and did not answer. After a moment he spoke. "Since when did we become close enough to grant each other such favors?" Sylvester threw his head back and shouted, "But you see, revenge only creates an endless loop of hatred." Leon glanced down coldly. Sylvester was too frightened to speak further. Finally discarding his cloak and pleading, "I was forced. It's true, I am the head of another noble house, you must understand. We have a duty to do whatever is necessary for the prosperity of the house." Leon muttered while stroking his chin, "Duty, huh, perhaps there's some truth to what you say. The burden of being the head of a house is indeed not light." Seeing him empathize, Sylvester quickly added, "Yes, I'm crushed under such weight I cannot break free. I am forced to commit cruel acts because of my responsibilities." Before he could revel in it further, Leon interrupted, "But how does that relate to why I should spare you?" Sylvester dumbfounded, "What?" Leon slowly drew his sword and said, "Don't misunderstand, I hold you no personal grudge. The only reason I must take your life is a cold, indisputable fact. Your continued existence brings no benefit to House Marbas. Farewell." Sylvester ground his teeth in hatred, trembling as he threw his head back and screamed, "Arrogant fool, by the time you realize what you've done, it will be too late. The power you brandish like a toy is not meant for a child." Before he finished speaking, Leon cleaved off his head. Blood sprayed through the air as Leon's face remained ice-cold. Sylvester's body collapsed, signaling the end of the battle. The undead soldiers slowly dispersed. A pain struck Leon's chest, and he slumped, murmuring, "I should have known the price would not be light." With that he fell backward. Walter saw this and shouted, "My lord." Marbas leapt forward to reassure him, "Don't worry, he's only suffering the consequences of drained mana. Little Leon's talent is unquestionable, on par with his ancestors of old. The question is whether such a child should be allowed to wield so great a potential. Inside him is a monster even I cannot control. A perilous contract that trades away every aspect of his humanity." Saying this, he turned to look at Sylvester's corpse and exclaimed, "And more urgently, it seems the demons have begun to intervene in the human world. This is an ill omen." Pulin in the Black Crow also ran over. Some time later, Leon slowly opened his eyes. And the loyal retainers rejoiced, "He has awakened." The loyal retainers rejoiced, "He has awakened." Pulin collapsed, weeping, "Forgive me, I have failed you again, I will atone on the scaffold." Marbas said with amusement, "Ha, I won't stop you, an old man will be entertaining." The Black Crow immediately interjected, "Charming as that sounds, that foolish lion cub still lacks compassion." Marbas snapped angrily, "Do you expect empathy from a demon? And don't think I'll tolerate your whining forever." Leon sat up and said, "The scaffold will not be necessary, you have fulfilled your role admirably, I assure you of that." Walter hurriedly reported, "The Sylvester house seems on the verge of total collapse after the leader's death. I don't think they'll dare launch another invasion in the near future." Pulin clenched his hands in excitement, "That's exactly right. Under your wise leadership, House Marbas has finally pulled itself up. However, there's still one sticking point." Leon turned in surprise, "What is it?" Pulin bowed his head and replied, "Although I'm ashamed to say it. Sir, House Marbas is now nearly completely financially depleted. Moreover, we are carrying a considerable debt." Leon gaped, "What?" Marbas waved it off, "I don't see that as a major problem. Just send a hefty compensation bill to House Sylvester and it's settled." Pulin remained sullen, "Normally that would be fine. However, the Imperial Court has issued an absolute ban on all compensation claims." Marbas gasped, "What, for what reason?" Pulin explained painfully, "But you must know. The Lienhaber, Seder, and Marbas houses, 3 noble lines, have long been tightly controlled by the court. Perhaps the court wants to prevent our rise and so has quashed any compensation requests." Marbas sighed helplessly, "It's chaos inside and out." Leon asked tensely, "So how much do we owe in total?" Pulin said nothing and held up one hand. Leon forced a smile and blurted, 50 million gold. Pulin shook his head without comment. Leon was speechless, 500 million. Pulin again shook his head and stayed silent. Leon Van Veer guessed aloud that it surely couldn't be as high as 5 billion. 500,000 would still be a light sum. Pulin cut in, forgive me if this is abrupt, my lord, but your guess was correct. Leon was startled. Correct about what? Pulin answered, House Marbaz's debt is 5 billion gold, sir. Leon felt as if he were about to become a beggar. At the same time, inside the keep, a handsome young man entered, muttering as he looked around, and now I'm in the territory of House Marbaz. This is Richel de Flamel, the high priest of the renowned Mage Tower and founder of the Eremita Order. Suddenly a girl stepped forward, smiling. We meet again, Master Richard. She was Carleen, leader of the southern branch of the lunatic criminal organization, the notorious loan shark boss across the continent. Flamel stammered awkwardly, Miss Carleen, our school's debt to you was settled long ago. Carleen replied breezily, Oh, did you think I came all the way here just for that old debt? This time I'm not here on your account. Flamel still felt a chill and said, Then pardon me, I still can't shake that feeling of being used whenever I'm faced with lenders like you. I once thought the very survival of the Mage Tower was threatened. Carleen winked and smiled. That's why we always advise our clients to read the fine print. Flamel didn't want to haggle further and quickly turned to leave. Let's skip the pleasantries. I suppose we both came here for the same person, didn't we? Inside, the Pulin residence confirmed the amount of debt the Marbaz family was carrying. Sir, it amounts to 5 billion gold. After saying this, both he and Leon fell silent, sweating. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door from outside. Everyone turned to look. Pulin stepped out, glanced back and said, Let me go open the door. Leon watched the outside tensely. Seeing his strange expression, Marbaz asked curiously, What's the matter, Leon? Leon replied with difficulty, I hope it's nothing serious. Moments later, Pulin ran in to report, Sir, visitors have come to the manor. Leon cautiously asked, How many people? Pulin awkwardly answered, 2 people, sir. 1 male, 1 female. Leon fell silent again after hearing that, and set his teacup on the table. Richel took the cup, sipped, and introduced himself. Thank you for receiving us. I am Mage Richel, head of the Eremita School. Carleen, who sat beside him, added, I'm Carleen, head of the Lunatic's southern branch. When the words finished, the room fell utterly silent. After a while, Leon managed to squeeze out a few words. Welcome to the Marbaz family. Richel smiled at him, and Carleen smiled as well. Seeing that expression, Walter asked anxiously, Those two give off an extraordinary aura. Are you sure inviting them was a good idea? Marbaz bluntly replied, Who knows? The Black Raven stammered mockingly, My master is stronger, don't worry, he'll get through it. Sensing the tension, Carleen took the initiative to speak. We recently heard of your victory in the noble family's conflict. Congratulations seem in order, Lord Marbaz. The spoils from that battle should be enough for you to settle your debt with the lunatics, right? Leon wiped his sweat and replied, By the way, Carleen, exactly how much is the debt? Pulin, standing nearby, whispered, Please remember that when borrowing, the Marbaz family's credit hit rock bottom. But of the 5 billion gold in total loans, 4 billion is the debt owed to Carleen and the lunatics. Carleen, head of the Lunatic's southern branch, the largest criminal organization on the continent, is said to be the most notorious creditor everyone wants to avoid. At that, Leon exclaimed, Those who can't repay will be sold as living test subjects to the dark mages. Carleen laughed upon hearing that. So you know something of our operations, Lord Marbaz, it's an honor, then let's get straight to the point. Leon confirmed, Indeed, may I ask what my current outstanding balance is? Carleen narrowed her eyes and stared at him. Pulling a sheet of paper from her chest and answering frankly, We require an immediate payment of at least 10%, after which you may repay the remaining 90% in installments at your convenience. However, I advise you to remember that our interest rate is 30% per year. I'm sure you'll settle the debt soon. She stared at Leon like prey. Leon also sweat, not knowing what to do. 400 million gold to pay immediately in one go with 30% annual interest. Even after paying 400 million, the principal will grow by another 1.08 billion in just 1 year. He despaired aloud. Who would sign such a crazy agreement? Poland stood gloomily behind and said, "It was actually your father who signed it." Remembering his father's figure, Leon fell even more into despair. "Father. Why does the atmosphere feel so tense?" Ritual said, rubbing his face. "Come on, let's calm the mood a bit. Lord Marba's just won, shouldn't you be allowed to celebrate a little? Besides, I'm skeptical he actually has such a huge sum on hand." But Carleen cut in brusquely. "Sorry, Ritual. Don't you see we're discussing business? I hate being interrupted rudely. Keep that in mind. And who can guarantee that a careless word won't cost you your life, ending as a soulless corpse?" Ritual rose, ready to leave. "I heard you clearly, Carleen. I will return after matters are settled." Carleen smiled lightly at that. "Oh my, what a waste of a fine pot of tea." Leon stiffened, unable to speak. After a long struggle, he managed a few words. "Miss Carleen," but Carleen cut him off. "Oh, if you mean you currently have no money or need more time to scrape together every coin, forget it. I've already heard everything from your matriarch." Leon whispered helplessly to Marbaz. "Why not take her out now?" Marbaz scolded back. "Don't say that. She is not someone you have any chance of opposing. If you want to be torn apart in an instant, go ahead and try." Leon fell silent again, at a loss. The Black Raven chimed in. "At this rate we'll be left with nothing, not even peanuts. I'm disappointed with the pledged assets." Pullen muttered gloomily. The late patriarch acted out of fear for the family's survival. Suddenly Walter shouted, "Be brave, young master, you will find a way. I have complete faith in your wisdom." Leon bowed his head in thought. After a moment he looked up and said, "If I may, Miss Carleen." Carleen interrupted again. "Yes." Leon replied solemnly, "I beg you to show mercy to all of us." The words left Carleen momentarily stunned. Even Pullen, Marbaz, and the Black Raven were dumbfounded. Walter stood awkwardly, not understanding. At the same time, outside the main audience room, Ritual looked at the portrait on the wall and mused, Leon von Marbaz. Just meeting him alone has made this trip worthwhile. Recalling their first meeting with Leon, a strong dark mana radiated from Leon. Ritual became even more convinced. He had sensed a colossal mana current flowing deep within him. If he could persuade him to join the Eremita mages, it would be a tremendous advantage for our academy. There must be a way to win his favor. As he pondered, a light flashed in Ritual's hand. A sphere of light slowly contracted. The mana around Ritual was drawn into it. Ritual calmly looked inside and saw an old man urgently pleading, "Director, please, you cannot just disappear like this. The academy has fallen into chaos because of your absence." Ritual replied nonchalantly, all right, I'll explain later. "But I have one important question for now," the old man asked anxiously. "Yes, what is it?" The director forced a smile and said, "How much gold do we currently have in the Eremita Academy's treasury?" No sooner had he spoken than the old man clutched his head inside the room. Carleen tilted her head and laughed. "Dulong Thuong, sir, I really don't understand why you are so flustered. Perhaps you think our lunatics are just some crazed, cold-blooded gang." She paused for a moment, concentrating mana at her fingertip. And with one finger she easily smashed the teacup in front of Leon. Finished with the warning, she said coldly, "But I assure you, we scheme far more than you think." Watching the tea spill before Leon, Walter couldn't help but draw his weapon and shout, "How dare you threaten the young master?" Carleen, unmoved, replied calmly, "Our wrath is reserved only for defaulters. Have I made myself clear?" Leon sighed in response. "We have nothing left, Miss Carleen." Carleen asked in confusion, "What did you just say?" Leon looked up to confirm, "Literally, our treasury is empty." Those words made Carleen pause for a few seconds. Then she lowered her head and forced a laugh. "Ah, now I see why you tremble like a frightened puppy. So let me show you directly what happens to those who can't pay their debts." Seeing the aura she exuded, Leon broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, Ritual burst in and shouted, "Wait." Everyone immediately turned to look toward the door. But Ritual was a little nervous and didn't know what to say. Carleen couldn't wait and snarled, "Ah, I've been wondering why you were so restless, so our honored guest has no money after all." Her gaze was like a predator's fixed on him, but Leon couldn't resist. Ritual summoned all his courage and shouted, "How pitiful. Please don't crush the fledgling future of the Aremina Academy anymore." He stepped forward to block Carleen. Leon remained motionless and silent. But this made a different impression on Walter. He rushed up to flatter Leon. As expected, young Master Leon had everything planned in advance. Leon, however, had no idea what was going on. The Aremina Academy, yes. Carleen continued to glare at Leon with hatred. Ritual smiled and intercepted her. Carleen sighed and withdrew her killing intent. Leon sat in contemplative silence, saying nothing. After a while, he ordered those nearby, "First, everyone please step back a little. We need to clarify a few matters, have them leave." Lon then spoke, "If the Aremina Academy officially accepts me, will you pay 10% of my debt to Carleen?" "That is your proposal, correct?" Ritual smiled in confirmation, "Yes. In the recent battle for territory against the Sylvester family. It's clear you used necromantic summoning magic in that fight." Leon denied it and asked back, "Why do you think that?" Ritual explained, "Because it was a battle that, without that magic, you would have certainly lost." Carleen thought the same, "Which is why she came to find you, isn't that so?" Carleen smiled in response, "Yes, mages are always cunning." "Ha, it's no secret. I also suspected the head of the Marbas family had restored his former power, which is why he came here." Leon asked irritably, "Because you think you can recover the debt?" Carleen replied fiercely, "To be honest, I won't deny that I considered it. But I know that debt cannot be repaid immediately. I only want to set it aside temporarily." Marbas, hearing that, guessed at once, surely that debt has piled up like a mountain. Hearing the two of them, Leon immediately understood their intentions. "Ritual wants to recruit me, Carleen wants to resolve the debt, but I still don't understand why she's so certain. The power to control the undead isn't guaranteed to have returned. I could ask other houses for help or hire mercenaries." Carleen cut in, "But of course those things cost a fortune, don't they?" Ritual laughed at that, "Ha ha, I've never believed wars can be won with money alone. That's why I was suspicious from the start, the special power of the Marbas line. The ability to summon the undead has awakened once more." Carleen added, "If that ability reaches even a fraction of Lord Welland's level, getting close to such an unparalleled genius of the continent wouldn't be a bad outcome." But Leon pressed on to the core point, "Still, the debt must be paid, right?" Carleen cut off, lowered her eyes displeased. She pulled an item from her clothing and said slowly, "Of course, I suppose you think I lend it usually for fun." She cocked the small pistol, aimed it straight at Leon and said, "I can tell you why." Seeing that, Ritual hurriedly intervened. "Tiu, can you let me and him speak privately?" Carleen lowered the gun and agreed. "HMPH, if he truly is the talent the Aremina school insists on recruiting, I won't object. But recovering debts remains my top priority anyway." Having said that, she put the gun back into her clothes and walked straight out. Ritual breathed a sigh of relief at that. She really is something. She nearly ended everything. But Leon remained on guard and said, "To me, you are not someone to be trusted. You're not human, are you?" Hearing that, Ritual smirked. He pointed forward and said, "Just like you. You're standing next to one of the 72 demon gods, aren't you?" Marbas, pointed at, growled unhappily, "A mage saw me without permission. Your body is slowly transforming back." Returning to the demon god form, he roared, "What the hell are you?" Ritual's body began to change, revealing a true form in front of Leon alongside Marbas. Marbas exclaimed in surprise, "A dragon? I thought you were all extinct after the anti-magic war." Leon was startled to hear that. "A dragon," Marbas confirmed, "Yes, just look at those distinctive horns and tail." Ritual also curiously probed, "Even I am curious, why would one of the 72 demon gods walk with a human?" "I don't know the reason, but it certainly has to do with the first head of the family." Leon hastily clarified his stance. "Don't worry, Master Marbas stands with humanity. He is not like the other demons." Marbas confirmed that was true. "Though I am a demon, I do not share their aims." Ritual, understanding, smiled and cut in. If not, you would have no reason to involve yourself in human affairs. Seeing both sides sincere enough, Leon moved on to the main issue. So tell me, what do I need to do to join the Aremina Academy? Ritual explained, our school is a secretive academy. You will take part in common missions and continuously raise your standing among mages. Leon didn't believe it. Is that all? Marbas snapped. Tell us the real reason. Ritual had to be honest. Ha ha, you are perceptive. In fact, even if I hadn't mentioned it, I would have added this. You may not join any other academy, nor accept missions from them. Those are our conditions. Marbas grasped the point and asked, to prevent other schools from growing. Ritual admitted calmly, of course that's one reason, but the main reason lies elsewhere. He set a demon head badge on the table and said coldly, among the two remaining famed magic academies outside Aremina, at least one is breathing worship demons. Marbas sighed at that. They've finally begun to move. Damn it, if only I had awakened a bit earlier, he said, then asked what their goal was. But Ritual fell silent for a moment, and after a while answered, the Demon King. They want to revive Baal from the Demon War, the first great war between humans and demons. A tragic event where King Solomon found eternal rest. Before he fell, he poured all his power into countless chains that bound the surviving demons. Through the dark mana from the Marbas family's Book of Death, sealed by the Marbas line's first head, KH letter 1ED1NG Fong. The war then reached its conclusion. In that demon-clearing war, King Solomon cast the sealing power. But over time, that power gradually weakened, to the point that a demon awakening at any moment would be unsurprising. Leon cut in and asked, I've heard His Majesty the Emperor has lost his wits. He was once clear-minded, but now he's called the Foolish Emperor. Is that related? Ritual admitted it. Yes, demons always know how to exploit the smallest cracks. And you already have a demon at your side, so you understand that better than anyone. Marbas was displeased at being named. He added some information he had. I've also heard many dragons and other races fell in that war. This explanation sounds plausible, not like a lie. But Leon pressed on and asked, the reason you won't let me join another academy is because you've found a demon mark at one of them, right? Ritual confirmed, exactly. Please join our Aremina Academy. We believe we can reveal many truths to you. Marbas chimed in about seeking Tai L letter 1E3I, but said it would require a substantial sum. Ritual could only laugh helplessly. Ha ha, on that matter we are powerless as well. Leon asked calmly, is there any way to earn steady gold? Being 5 billion in debt is a bit too much. Ritual pondered thoughtfully. After a moment smiled and said, I've come up with a good idea. The Adventurers Guild, the person closest to the Guildmaster, is Carleen. If you take on missions and earn a gold badge, you can accept jobs worth 10 million gold at a time. Leon was stunned by the number, 10 million. He threw away his pride and bowed. Please speak with Lady Carleen for me. Marbas could only sigh, pathetic. The Black Crow couldn't help scolding, stupid lion, don't insult your master, it's just for show. Marbas, displeased, asked, who just said that? The Black Crow feigned ignorance. Pretending to be Marbas's butler, he was at his wit's end and slapped his forehead. When Ritual suddenly shouted toward the door, Carleen, I know you're eavesdropping, give me a hand. Carleen had no choice but to push the door open. Damn, Ritual knows me too well. But facing Leon this time, she couldn't show her usual arrogance. Ritual stood and reintroduced her. Introduce yourself. This is the demon who serves our master. Carleen helplessly clasped her head. Ha, getting involved with you lot never ends well. Ritual could only smile wryly. A few days later, in the wild mountain woods, Leon's group set out on a journey to earn money to repay the debt. Carleen complained irritably, why the hell do I have to escort you to the Adventurers Guild? Ritual, as usual, laughed and said, it's 4 billion debt, consider it me paying part of it, don't get the wrong idea. Leon asked curiously, what kind of place is the Adventurers Guild? Marbas, perched on his shoulder, chimed in, I'm wondering too, there was nothing like this before, truly strange. Carleen explained, simple, it's a place to accept and complete outsourced jobs. You can freely form teams, split rewards, and raise your own value. Like that, if you're not capable, you'll die horribly, but if you're skilled, you can earn tens of millions in a single run. Marbas remarked coldly, a place where moths burn their lives away, or so they say. Rachel snorted with amusement, ha ha, but it's not always that harsh. The Adventurers Guild is neutral territory. If you perform well, you may even be invited by other nations to serve as knights or mages. If you have the skill, it's the fastest way to make money. Leon asked again, explain more about badges and ranks. Rachel smiled, looked back and said, all right, Carlin, you're showing your displeasure, planning to boss me around now, are you? But he still explained it to Leon. The Adventurers Guild ranks adventurers into 5 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and black. The higher the rank, the stronger the adventurer. And they receive higher level missions. Leon grasped the point and asked, so becoming a black rank adventurer is the fastest way to earn money, right? Rachel smiled and confirmed, that's true, but that level is nearly impossible to reach, so I won't even mention it. There are fewer than 10 black rank adventurers across the entire continent, and missions at that tier demand rewards of at least several 100 million gold. Very few people in the world are that rich. Leon realized that and understood. And the group quickly headed for the city gate. Carlin stopped in front of the 2 gate guards, handed them a scrap of paper and told Leon, first we need to check whether you can get a bronze badge. Imperial law is complicated, minors can't easily become adventurers. Rachel hurriedly intervened, now Sin, don't be so discouraging. They entered a shop with a beer mug sign. Rachel led the way and said, start the check, we're here. Leon looked up bewildered and asked, is this the Adventurers Guild? He was still looking around left and right, when a platinum-haired girl took notice. She raised her tea calmly and asked, seems a loud regular just came in. Then stared toward the door. Leon's group slowly stepped inside, patrons on both sides laughing and chatting. But when they saw Carlin among Leon's party, they fell silent and glanced over. After a moment, Shoulders murmured, wait, is that Carlin? I think it is. Look at those eyes, like a starving beast. Seeing that, you know she's not someone to lend money. Why is she appearing at the Adventurers Guild all of a sudden? Is that Rachel beside her, headmaster of Aremina Academy? He's shockingly handsome. She does look young, yet supposedly she's even promoted to Tower Master. My God, it ruins my mood to drink. Life is unfair. Hearing the gossip, Rachel glanced at Carlin with some embarrassment and said, it seems you've really made them uncomfortable. She scowled and hissed, stop babbling, move along, we don't have time to pay attention to people like that. Leon poked his head up and asked, where's the person we need to find? I don't see anyone with a dominant presence here. Marbas heard the denial, no. Can't you sense a stream of mana watching us? At that moment, a young master in the crowd's expression turned ugly. He slowly edged forward to tail Leon closely. Leon felt his pace slow, shot a glance at the man, and waves of mana spread outward searching. Leon was astonished to discover found him. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the platinum-haired girl lunged forward. Without a word she drew her sword, and Carlin also coldly turned and drew her weapon. The girl pressed her blade to Leon's throat while Carlin trained a gun at her head. Carlin smirked mockingly, you're getting more hot-headed. Raleigh glared back over her shoulder, lowered her weapon and snapped unhappily, I told you not to call my name casually, Carlin. Leon paid it no mind and stepped forward nonchalantly to ask, you're the strongest person here, right? Raleigh turned irritably and replied, sorry. But I haven't given permission to speak, who are you? She silently judged him a monster, more dangerous than the 2 men behind him. Leon nonchalantly introduced himself, Leon von Marbas, the 10th heir of the Marbas family. That's what everyone calls me. Moments later, Walter entered the room and shut the door. And the whole group who had come this time was already seated inside. Raleigh lifted her teacup and exclaimed, I've heard the head of the Marbas house has changed. But I didn't expect it to be a child. Carlin coldly cut in, still, his magical talent is undeniable, I can vouch for that. Raleigh remained wary and asked, but it's odd for a noble to show up at this shabby adventurers' guild. Rachel forced a laugh. Ha ha, I have my reasons. Raleigh looked even more displeased. Interesting that you travel with a demon. Carlin, are all your friends this strange? But when Marbas was dragged into it, he snapped angrily, apologize at once. The blonde rose to join in. That's right. At last the black cat sobered up. Marbas leapt over, growling something. Leon, indifferent, held him back and explained, I have my reasons, I'm deeply in debt. I want to work at the Adventurers Guild. Carlin added, a place where anyone can join without revealing their identity. Isn't that Muolian's biggest feature? There's no reason to refuse him. Rachel pleaded with a smile, please give him a chance. Seeing both of them plead, Raleigh relented. If you two are this determined, you could die for it. Leon replied earnestly, my family and I are the ones who live closest to death. Besides, Rachel told me that not paying that madman's debt would be worse than hell. Raleigh, recalling Carlin's lackeys, agreed, that's undeniable, fine, I'll give you a chance. Saying that, she tipped her teacup over, and it flowed perfectly into a symbol on the table. Immediately, the same symbol lit up on the floor below. The room shook violently and white smoke rose. Leon broke into a sweat and couldn't speak. Marbas explained, this is a teleportation magic. A high-level formula, she even simplified it. It seems she's a competent mage. Now there was a row of stone statues in the room. Everyone turned to look. Raleigh stood, stepped over, and said as she walked, the test is very simple. Among these statues, only one contains mana, that's the real one, find it. You have 30 minutes total. If you don't finish in time, you'll have to return to your family. Still want to try? Leon agreed at once. I'll give it a try. Raleigh immediately declared, I'll start now. Carlin, prepare the hourglass. She grumbled unhappily when called in. What a pain, fine, I'll help this once. An hourglass appeared instantly in midair. Leon slowly stepped among the statues. He looked up and examined every detail. When suddenly Raleigh cried out, hey, that statue is moving. I'll attack you. As she spoke, the statues raised their weapons to attack. A mace came down, and Leon launched himself into the air to dodge. He had barely landed when another statue struck at him from behind. Leon hurriedly ducked to evade. Carlin watched this displeased, grinding her teeth. And Rachel worriedly said Raleigh had gone too far this time. Even a mid-rank mage would struggle with this test. He's very talented, but he's still just a child. But Carlin disagreed. Really, she knows better than anyone that the younger you are, the easier you fall. Now all we can do is watch. The chance of success is nearly zero. Marbas was also a bit tense. Each statue's power was insignificant, but finding the magical golem was nearly impossible. The mana density is far too low. The blonde stroked his beard in appraisal. This task is truly difficult. Even a dull lion could sense that. The contractor will struggle. Marbas, no longer bothered with him, stared at Leon and wondered aloud. You, the covenant signer, what on earth are you thinking? Raleigh frowned, thinking, handing the guild's emblem to a child is truly dangerous. Because on this continent, even unrivaled talent can collapse easily. Backed by Leon, he evaded for a moment, then stepped back. His cold eyes locked onto a few golems, and they surged forward to attack again. Leon formed 2 spheres of dark mana in his palms, and as they approached, he hurled them, directly seizing Raleigh's control over the statues. Seeing the statues stop attacking, Leon murmured with satisfaction, just as I thought, this seems the most effective way. Those who witnessed it stood stunned. Marbas broke into a sweat and could only mutter, that fellow. Leon continued gathering dark mana spheres, saying, what I learned from you, Marbas, is only one of the dark arts I know. But for now it's enough. Black spears instantly formed above Leon's head, countless mana-tipped spears. Marbas and the blonde watched in astonishment. Rachel secretly rejoiced. The black spears we know. Leon paid them no heed and ordered the barrage to strike. The statues that couldn't withstand it shattered to pieces. After that attack, there wasn't a single statue left on the floor. Marbas helplessly muttered, you're insane. Carlin stepped forward, picked up a stone, and said, his mana amount and control are indeed excellent. But the purpose of this test is to find the statue that contains mana. It seems a failure. But Ritual, unconcerned, turned away and said there's only one remaining way to pass the test. If he intends to use that method, we must recruit him into a Ramita Academy. This remark left Carlin thoughtful on the spot. On the other side, Leon closed his eyes and chanted, "I call the wandering souls of the celestial realm. I, the direct descendant of Marbas, summon you. Open your eyes." Immediately, the broken piles of stone in the floor began to move, and they slowly gathered together. The sight left Raleigh astonished. "This is..." Ritual couldn't contain his excitement. Leon von Marbas had anticipated this from the start. Mana is life force, so anything with mana is a living being. Once killed, it can respond to necromantic summoning. But how many people can truly do this? Perhaps we've just met someone beyond imagination. Carlin also wiped sweat in agreement. "I don't want to admit it, but he's truly impressive. I thought his mana alone was admirable, yet he devised that method in such a short time." Raleigh bowed her head in silence. And when she saw Leon return, she asked, "How did you do that?" Leon replied casually, "I killed it and revived it, as you all just saw." Raleigh looked up concerned and asked, "Why did you think of that?" Leon answered quietly, "Because a golem isn't a mere construct, it's a real living creature. This golem is the thing that possesses the mana." Saying that, Leon turned to look at the hourglass, saw the sand still flowing inside, and asked, "Have I passed the test?" Raleigh smiled in acknowledgement. "You are extraordinary." But Leon, uninterested, said, "If that's a trait a family head should have, then I'll possess it." Realizing you can't argue with this rock, she turned and offered, "All right, you've passed. I'll award you the silver badge. The bronze badge isn't fitting for a mage with that much mana, do we all agree?" Carlin, incredulous, asked, "Give him the silver badge from the start." Ritual laughed and marveled, "This journey is full of surprises." "Lord Marbas, you truly are an extraordinary covenant signer," Ritual said. Marbas nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, he's my covenant signer." "Of course," the blonde interjected, still unsatisfied. "A lion doesn't even know how to accept praise anymore. Now there are more things I can't do. I'm useless." Leon paid them no mind, standing like a log and watching them. Just then, Walter stepped into the illusionary space and was surprised by the scene. Golems. They are usually considered products of magical engineering, but some core-bearing creatures can also appear naturally. From the characteristics of the green golem compared to artificially made ones, he could distinguish the difference between them. "Indeed, a young master," Raleigh explained in a low voice. "This case is rather special." "I admit it, you're strong." Leon remained cold as a stone in response. "Thanks, If I have a silver badge, how much can I earn from quests?" Marbas barked angrily at hearing this, truly money-obsessed. Ritual, embarrassed and unsure what to do, asking that now. Carlin smiled and replied, "It depends, but you can easily earn around 3 million. Of course, with your debt, you'll need to reach at least the gold badge." Ritual stepped in to break the tense atmosphere. Still, it was a very good start. "It's been a long time since the guildmaster awarded a silver badge right away." Carlin sighed in agreement. "Yes, that's right. It's been a long time since the guildmaster awarded a silver badge right away." Carlin sighed in agreement. "Yes, that's right." Leon bowed and thank you for your consideration." Guildmaster Raleigh casually snapped her fingers. The pile of golems that Leon had smashed stirred. They perfectly returned to their original state. Walter looked on in astonishment and exclaimed, "She just waves her hand and everything goes back to normal. Not only her mana level, but the precision of her control is astonishing. As expected, the guildmaster is a monster." Ritual turned and suggested, "Then let's return as well." A moment later, inside Raleigh's office, they sat silently, recalling the recent scene, remembering the image of Leon attacking with the black spears. She couldn't help but mutter, "I was sure it was over," but he acted differently and ultimately passed the discernment test. Distinguishing which golem is alive was probably no challenge for him, although from the start he already knew which one had mana. Why didn't he say so? Was he hiding his true strength? The Marbas family is on the brink of survival. It seems an almost irrational monster has appeared for the first time in centuries. But what concerns me most is those emotionless eyes. What is Leon von Marbus seeing with those eyes? The next day inside the office, everyone gathered again. Raleigh pulled out a scroll and said, "Along with your silver badge, this will be your first mission." Leon took it and read aloud, "In Celashi, where the pontiff of the Arden Church, the goddess of creation, resides. Am I to investigate corruption by the pontiff?" Raleigh confirmed, "Yes, recently in the southern city of the capital, Celashi. Rumors have spread that Pontiff Cadon has been corrupt there. Deal with it and I will pay you 1 million. Carlin couldn't help but ask, "Isn't the first mission a bit much like this?" This made the guildmaster stare at her and finally reply indifferently, "This is a rare privilege, you should be able to handle it." Richel gave a helpless wry laugh. "It seems there's no chance to negotiate." Leon paid no mind and said, "If this helps me rank up quickly, then I'm willing to accept it. I'll do my best." Raleigh warned, "If you give up, you'll have to start over from the bronze badge." Leon nodded in response, "I accept." Raleigh turned to instruct, "If you can, accompany him and assist." Carlin flailed and shouted, "What? I said so. It's troublesome. Do I really have to go?" Richel answered with a smile, "Of course, we're also curious about Leon's abilities." Carlin angrily snapped, "Excuse me, is my opinion not important?" No one replied. Leon bowed in thanks. "Thank you, everyone. My father always taught me that in times like this I should be the one to greet first." This left Carlin, who was raging inside, dumbfounded. The blonde burst into delighted laughter. "That's my young master. He really knows how to deal with people." Marbus smugly chimed in, "Of course, a demon must know how to touch people's hearts." Walter retorted sourly, "But the young master is human." But before he finished, the look from Marbus scared him into silence. Leon remained indifferent and said, "Anyway, we'll definitely succeed because we need a lot of money." At the same time, in Celashi, where the pontiff of the Arden Church resides, 2 worshippers sat praying before the holy chalice. He slowly stepped forward and arrogantly proclaimed, "Forgive me." The 2 did not bother to look up and stared intently at the chalice. And words gradually appeared on the water. "The saintly one who inherits the blessing of the goddess of creation and divine power will be one of 2 daughters. Only one will shine like the sun, and the other will face annihilation. The 2 will become one, and one will die to become 2. After reading, both sat motionless like statues. Religions across the continent are mostly divided into 2 types. One worships the goddess who created the world, who is said to have created the dead stone. A faith that venerates Arden is called the Arden Church. The other side worships Ban and the 72 demons along with many other false gods, called the demon-revering sect. Typically, if they are human, they will worship the Arden Church and the chosen ones who wield this divine grace. The holy power is known across the continent by the title of the Saint of Miracles. Cut to scene, the sound of carriage wheels clattered on the trail. Outside the carriage, a dark-haired man wore a stern expression. His gaze kept drifting to the window. Inside the carriage were Richel's companions. Facing him were Leon and the 2 others. Returning from earlier, the dark-haired man was puzzled by their request. "Excuse me, you wish to go to Celashi? But Celashi is currently in a bad state after the religious war, to the point that even pilgrims hardly visit anymore." Suddenly he asked, "Is there any special reason you must go there?" Richel awkwardly replied that it was difficult to explain the reason clearly. Then he looked at Carlin with an insinuating tone. Hearing this, Carlin gave a bitter smile and said, "I understand." She then produced a large pouch and placed it on his table. The pouch spilled out a heap of gold coins. In a serious, domineering voice, she slammed the table and said, "At this point, I don't think we need to ask why anymore. If you don't want to, we can find someone else. After all, we don't have just one porter." He hugged the bag of gold to his chest and looked toward them. "Anyway, if you guarantee my safety, I'll definitely go." Back then, while the horses moved, he thought, "I said it's for the money, but is this really okay?" Celashi, a city collapsing under the aftermath of the religious war. A new cardinal should have risen to support the pontiff, but everything ultimately fell apart. And so did the divine power. and the new Saint of Miracles has yet to appear. With this, the continent will lose Arden's grace and divine power. Thinking of that, his expression darkened somewhat. Inside the carriage, Leon spoke first. Our mission this time is to expose Pontiff Cadon's corruption. Is that all? Walter replied, there's a dangerous scent about this. Marbas disagreed, proudly saying, they're just a bunch of minnows. Don't worry, no one has the power to stop someone with your current abilities. Ritual also spoke up, that may be so, but the human kingdoms have grown much stronger in the centuries since Lord Marbas was sealed. If we go in too unprepared, we'll get hurt. Carlin agreed as well, especially since this involves the Pontiff. No one on the continent is truly free under the name of Aiden. And the new Saint of Miracles has yet to appear. Ritual added, the problem is the current saint is a direct descendant of the Pontiff, and people assume that tradition will continue. But if something even more serious has happened? Leon continued for him that 2 daughters were born when there should have been only one. That caused uproar in the church. He said sternly, because only one person can inherit the power. Walter looked at him and voiced his own guess. There's no way both can receive the divine power, right? Lord Marbas answered him, divine power passed through bloodline has always been for a single person. In the end, one of the 2 will have to die. At this, Ritual's gaze fixed on Leon. He evaluated him inwardly. The more he thought, the stranger it seemed. Leon, he was truly surprised. The dark-haired man sitting outside interrupted his thoughts with an announcement. We've arrived. This is Selashi, the continent's greatest religious sanctuary. Inside the villa, a tall man slowly opened the large door. That man was Glazer. He called out, Your Holiness, the people who requested the mission have arrived. The one called Your Holiness spoke softly. Is it them? Can they really slip past the palace's surveillance? Hearing this, Glazer replied respectfully, Yes, Your Holiness. If they come from the Vo C letter 1EF1C Hoa Liern, it's entirely plausible. Cadon earnestly admonished him that this matter must be kept absolutely secret. After all this pretense is only to save my daughter. A moment later, he stepped out to greet them. Hello, I am Glazer, the head steward assisting the Pontiff in this city. Ritual asked with a friendly face, Did you send the request regarding the Pontiff's corruption? He smiled faintly, his voice low, Yes, I did not expect the head of Aremia Academy to carry out the mission personally. Hearing that, he forced a smile, Sorry, but I'm not the one handling this mission. His face showed astonishment. Then who? Leon spoke up, It's me. Seeing him, the man grew slightly worried. You seem a bit young to undertake this. We must act so the Pontiff doesn't detect us. Seeing his expression, Leon understood his thoughts and took out the badges to show him. Glazer was surprised. It was the Adventurers Guild Silver badge. Before accepting the mission, he suddenly asked oddly, I have one question. The 2 women vanished. Are they enemies? Behind him, there truly were 2 dark silhouettes. When the 2 dark figures realized they'd been spotted, they revealed their true forms. Only then did he look at him with different eyes. His voice turning serious. We should move somewhere else. This conversation will probably take a while. Downstairs, they sat properly at the table in the center of the room. Glazer looked at Leon with a contemplative gaze. At last it's come to this. Selashi's power has waned, but how could such a young mage possibly help us? He suddenly spoke, I'm not sure, but it's best not to reveal any emotions. Then he used thought to speak with him. When he heard the words Leon transmitted and that his name was Glazer, he couldn't believe it. He added, I'm not sure how much this will help, but he's wondering inwardly, telepathy. That's a kind of magic that at least intermediate to advanced mages can use, right? Better not hide anything. I know this mission was entrusted directly by the Pope. So could you tell me what the mission really is? Upon hearing this, a sly smile appeared on his face. This made him trust Leon more. He reminded himself not to deceive him. Immediately after he began, I see very well. Let me explain the mission. The Holy Maiden of Miracles, the one who receives the blessing and power of the Creator, will be one of the 2 daughters. Only one will be chosen as the son, and the other will face annihilation. The 2 will become one. To split into 2, one person must die. According to him, the Holy One was greatly worried. If the prophecy is true, what will happen to our daughter? The woman beside him said respectfully, "Forgive me, but it seems the power has been split between the two and is still incomplete. Finally, to perfect that power, he growled in anger, one person must die for the power to be whole." Sensing his anger, she trembled and said, "I'm sorry." That day, a knight arrived by order to see him. "I am Caliban, commander of the royal knights. By order of His Majesty the Emperor, I have come to deliver an edict to the pontiff. In the name of Estevan, the son of the Empire, I command that under this sky there cannot be two sons. Sir, I believe you understand that. According to him, when the two daughters reach adulthood, one will live to become the Holy Maiden of Miracles, and the other, to perfect that power, will be burned alive in the name of the fallen Holy Maiden." Because of that, the Holy One could not believe such cruelty and shouted at him, "What are you saying? You want me to burn my own daughter alive?" He didn't care at all and only laughed. "This is the Emperor's order, sir. Consider it a small sacrifice." Then he turned and left. "Let us go." He could not believe this truth. He fell to his knees in utter despair. Why? Why would you bring such calamity upon my child? "O Arden, did you take my brother and now my daughter as well? Why must I endure these trials?" At the end of the story, the two sisters couldn't hold back their tears. Rachel spoke up. "In short, the Holy Maiden of Miracles who bears divine power has not appeared for decades. And this time the Holy Maiden born in the legitimate line is a set of twins, so the power is split in two." "Is that what you mean?" He replied, "Yes. I came here to save both people beside me, that's why I'm here. I know I'm going against the will of the Empire." But Leon cut him off. "May I ask someone else this time instead of you, Glazer?" Hearing his request, the man looked puzzled. He bowed politely. "May I step back a moment?" Then he knelt on one knee to show his respect. "May I ask which of you could accept death?" Marbaz was stunned by the sudden question. "Hey, contract bearer, what are you saying?" He replied calmly, "Because it's the most effective way. I'll do my best, but it's hard to fool the Emperor, so in the worst case, it means one person must die." He kept a serious tone. "I ask again, is any one of you willing to accept death?" All eyes were filled with worry and shock. The two sisters, Heaven and Heaven, hesitated. "We are. People call us that, but we never thought we were blessed. We are the unchosen." The demons raged, ravaging and killing the people. The Holy One was desperate, damned. And at this moment, the Holy Maiden of Miracles has no light power. What are we supposed to do now? A knight spoke anxiously. "Sir, it's very dangerous. Please step back." He shouted angrily, "A demon. I will absolutely not forgive it. You who betrayed his will." Cut to the scene when the sister's mother, Rhea, spoke in a gentle, soft voice. "What a relief that our child may become the new Holy Maiden of Miracles." The Holy One was happy but burdened with sorrow, of course joyful. "But Rhea, every role carries its own weight. That's what makes me fear she'll be revered and exploited by people like a saint." As he spoke, he clutched at the hem of his robe. Sensing his worry, Rhea gently took his hand. "Do not worry, Kadun, this child will be strong and I will teach her to live that way." Then she added, "Name her Heaven, okay? It means she'll bring a heavenly life to the people. What do you think, my lord?" "I've never heard my mother speak like that. She poured all her strength into giving birth to us. And in the end she passed away forever. I'll say it again, our beginning was a tragedy, and the end will be a tragedy. No one can change that. That is the fate of the two of us. Yes, it's simply that." At that moment the older sister spoke firmly. "Have I decided already?" She hadn't finished when her younger sister cut in. "No, the one who should die is me. You were born first. Only you can carry on mother's will. You're better than me in every way. Of course a defective person like me can't compare to you, please." Hearing her sister, she couldn't hold back her tears. "Don't say that again." You turned to him and said, "I was never taught what to do in a situation like this." He thought for a moment and asked, "So you're saying if both die it's fine, that would make things simpler?" Marbaz spoke up to remind him, "Hey, contract bearer, your task is to save both. If one dies, you won't receive the reward." Hearing that, he slapped his hand once. Indeed, Lord Marbus, you mentioned something I hadn't considered. So let's start looking for a way to save both. Hearing this, the older sister's anxiety lessened. It will be very difficult, but please try. And please don't let our father be put in danger. He is innocent. The younger sister agreed with her. That's right, father only fulfilled the duties of a pontiff. Leon stood. I understand, he asked, then tell me in detail when one of them will be burned alive. The older sister answered, in 2 days. If by then there is still no way, I will sacrifice myself. Hearing this, the younger sister panicked. Sister. He thought silently, 2 days is really too rushed. Can it be avoided? He ordered seriously. Next, check if there is a definitive solution. Lord Richel first examined the mark bestowed upon the Holy Maiden of Miracles. He carefully asked the two of them, can you show me that mark? The older sister hesitated. Its location is a bit. The younger sister continued. Everyone except Leon and the lady, could you step outside for a moment? Carlin spoke up. Wherever we are, we should ask that man to leave. As she spoke, she pushed him out. Her action puzzled him. Why are you doing this? I'm the Archmage, I can examine. She pushed everyone out while arguing with Richel. I can do that too, planning to take advantage to peek at a woman's body. Afterwards, she even brushed her hands off. Seeing no one remained, the two sisters signaled to each other. Then the two gently removed the outer layer of cloth, revealing the 2 marks on them, located on the left and right sides of each. It seemed impossible, Leon spoke after seeing their marks. The mark transfers or channels power through magic. Carlin added that because it's in that spot, it's no wonder she couldn't easily show anyone. Lord Marbus also spoke. In my view, there is only one way left, though it will take time to accept, but in the end. Leon used telepathy to tell him, one person must die. One of the two, prophecy and fate, are truly terrifying. They can destroy 2 lives in an instant. He replied to him, I have never seen that look. Are you angry? Cut to 2 days later. Louis von Arkheim propped his chin with his hand, showing amusement. Finally, it's beginning. The Holy Maiden of Miracles is about to be born. After more than a decade of waiting, people will surely celebrate. Caliban added, and a woman under the guise of a witch will be burned alive on the pyre. He added, they shouldn't have been twins, we had to wait until they matured. Leon stood at a distance, listening to everything they said. He fell silent, then used telepathy to ask Lord Marbus, should we really save those who want to live and kill those who want to die? The Lord looked puzzled. What are you saying? He continued, one of the 2 sisters lied. Perhaps only one, only someone close to death can truly feel a person's real desire to live. The other really doesn't care about death. So I'm conflicted about whom to save and whom to let die. He asked him, will you decide on the very day itself? He seemed to echo the sister's words, no one ever taught me. What should I do in a situation like this? Many people stood on the altar. A man named Louis von Arkheim stepped forward. Louis von Arkheim. I have been commissioned by the Emperor to attend the birth ceremony of the Holy Maiden of Miracles. Those below roared wildly. He motioned lightly with his hand for order and continued. Tonight the darkest night will descend upon you. But it will pass quickly, and a new Holy Maiden of Miracles will appear. Therefore we will burn that witch called the Unknown on the pyre. A knight also spoke, just as the sky cannot have 2 suns. This world can only have one Holy Maiden of Miracles. The birth of 2 children that disturbs the continent's order is surely the devil's scheme. By proper procedure, the Emperor will act in the name of the crown before everyone's witness. Then he glared and asked, does anyone object? No one dared voice an objection despite how cruel it was. Then the 2 of them approached the Holy One and the 2 sisters. He looked at them and said sarcastically, what a waste of such beauty. If she weren't a witch, she might even be kept as a concubine. Hearing him speak of his daughter that way, the Holy One ground his teeth in fury but could do nothing to the man. He clenched his hands, as the Crown Prince's hand rested on his shoulder. Then the prince stepped away. The 2 men's faces looked like they were enjoying themselves. He quietly asked Leon, is there no other way? To save them both, Leon pulled his hood down and replied, the chances are very low, that's why I have something to ask. I have a question for the pontiff. He turned around. Do you have something to say? He stammered. Then the scene shifted to inside the church. Heaven whispered comfortingly, "It's all right, don't cry. If someone must be sacrificed, I have always thought that person should be me." Heaven wept without stopping. What did we ever do wrong? Is being born itself a crime? The older sister gently accepted that truth, perhaps so. In the end, we must accept it, because prophecies have never been wrong and must always be fulfilled. This time it's actually better, right? At least I can choose who will die. Outside, Caliban shouted orders, "Bind the witch tightly and take her to the pyre." She hesitated slightly, but knowing the time had come, she pushed the door open, a resigned smile on her lips. "I'll go," the younger sister said anxiously. Then knelt deeply, full of guilt. "I'm sorry. I lied, thank you for taking my place." Unexpectedly, Leon was right behind her. He cast a spell that shot straight toward her. She screamed once and then fainted. He looked on coldly. "Is this truly the best choice you can make?" Lord Marbas asked. Hearing that, his expression darkened slightly. "Yes. Though calling it the best option doesn't quite suit this situation, at least for me." On the pyre, the girl labeled a witch was bound to the stake, awaiting a painful death. On the man's order, the torchbearer began to set the fire. The crown prince showed obvious satisfaction. "Finally, the moment the holy maiden of miracles is born. Now, all who doubted my power will be silenced." Caliban chimed in, "Who dares doubt the crown prince? Those who don't follow the trend will face only death. Soon they will understand." The girl screamed in agony in the flames. On the other side, Leon's group watched the cruelty. All stunned, Carlin spoke first. "Even so, using this method, are you sure about this decision?" The young master smiled strainedly. "Doing this means the mission isn't a success, but not exactly a failure either." Leon also spoke. "Anyway, I just want both of them to survive. What emotions one must have to become a father. To be honest, I don't fully understand the pontiff. But even so, he still wishes his daughter to live. Even if he must die himself, just to see the girl alive before his eyes is enough." Then he thought to himself, "I don't understand that yet, but perhaps one day I will grasp that indescribable feeling. The heavy weight in my chest is unbearable." They must have noticed already. "That person will be fine. In a way, I feel relieved. Consider it my punishment. Unlike her, I was never a good person and I fear death. So I clung to the gentle words of that kind sister." Watching the girl in the flickering flames, Louis von Arkham added and ordered directly, "Pour more oil." The servant immediately brought a barrel of oil and threw it onto the fire. The flames caught the oil and burst fiercely. Watching his sister scream miserably, the younger sister, more anguished, blamed herself. "I'm sorry, sister." 2 days earlier in Pope Cadon's chamber, Leon here hesitated and asked, "Do you want to save the girl who wants to live or the one already prepared to die?" The Pope heard this and coldly asked back, "Can such a thing be clearly distinguished?" Leon replied confidently, "It can, though it's hard to explain precisely." But when the Pope received the answer, he fell silent. After a while, he looked up and said, "If you truly have eyes to see through, then save the one who wants to live." Returning to the present, the Pope and the younger sister stood at a distance looking back at the pyre. The heartbreaking scene made the younger sister clamp her mouth to keep from crying out. At the same moment, a carriage approached the square and stopped. Outside the carriage, Richel and Carlin hid in a corner watching. Inside, Leon lowered his head and asked, "What do you think?" The carriage fell into a silence. Lord Marbas, seeing this, raised his head and asked, "Huh?" Leon spoke again, "Why would the saint choose to save the one prepared to die?" The carriage sank into silence once more. Lord Marbas jumped onto his shoulder and smugly said, "You're asking the obvious." "Because I want them to feel the value of life." Leon, puzzled, "The value of life?" Marbas nodded, "Exactly, because the living must live on behalf of those who no longer can. So when the moment of choice comes, you choose death with full knowledge of how precious that choice is, understanding its meaning, knowing they stand in place of someone else. They understand more than anyone." Leon understood, but the one who wants to live might never truly understand in their whole life. Our elders used to say gratitude fades with time, eventually it's taken for granted. Kindness that endures will be exploited shallowly. Marbas agreed, that's exactly it. Walter heard them and felt confused. If this continues, who should my anger be directed at? What did they do wrong? Suddenly Rachel, who had been sitting silently, spoke up. There is no other way. This continent needs a saint of miracles, and however talented we are, we cannot defy the royal decree. All eyes now turned to Rachel, not to the miracle saint. After a while, the younger sister, dejected, stepped out from inside. Carlin exhaled a sigh. So it's over. The miracle saint's power must have fully awakened. While she was speaking, she suddenly widened her eyes in shock. Huh. Even Leon and the others were stunned. Rachel exclaimed angrily, the power is still incomplete. Even the younger sister looked at the sigil on her chest in disbelief. The Pope screamed in fear, what is this? The younger sister startled and turned, Father. Before he could finish, Louis von Arkham interjected, this has gone beyond control, Your Holiness. His face darkened. Pointing at the Pope, he ordered, even after executing the witch, the power is still incomplete. Arrest Pope Cadon and all his followers immediately. The Pope was restrained but indignantly shouted, this is strange, the child is surely my daughter. Louis von Arkham didn't want to hear more and cut him off coldly. Are you trying to play me? Cadon, I gave you respect and time and you chose a foolish path. Kill him. Caliban hesitated a bit and stepped forward. What? But the Empire's papal lion is still present, and he could be hiding the true saint. Louis von Arkham glanced back and said, if he doesn't reveal her here, it means he's confident he hid her somewhere. Anyway, I've survived decades without the miracle saint. I won't let religious faith sway my decision. I say again, Caliban, kill him. Caliban had no choice and bowed his head. Drawing his sword from its sheath, he murmured, do not bear hatred. This is the consequence you created. The Pope denied in terror, no, that's my daughter. Caliban aimed the blade at his throat and said, then everything must be finished. With that, he raised his sword, and as he brought it down, the younger sister leapt forward to block it. A long slash marked the younger sister's body. The sight left the Pope dumbfounded, unable to scream. Why go this far, all for a useless father like me? But the younger sister only smiled and whispered, not just for father. Because if I am not truly alive, then everything is meaningless. I've always sought the meaning of my life but never found a clear answer, so I only wished my sister could live in my place. I chose to run away, perhaps this is my punishment. At the same time, inside the carriage, Leon glared out, looking at the charred corpse atop the wooden stake, emanating a faint death aura along with the strong death aura pouring from the younger sister's body. He startled and muttered, it seems they punished the wrong person. On that side, the Pope repeated in shock, punished. The younger sister said coldly, Father is no different. Your Holiness, the Pope stammered, confused, what are you saying? My daughter, I only spoke of that, he clumsily said, unable to speak. The younger sister smiled and exposed the truth. To the Holy Father, we were never daughters. We were merely tools to maintain power. Now admit that so we can find peace. In the end, you never truly had children. This is the only punishment I can give you, Father. Perhaps this death is exactly that. Saying this, she collapsed, powerless. The Pope screamed in horror, my daughter, but it was too late. She had stopped breathing, the miracle left her body. The miracle was also stripped from the older sister's corpse and flew away from her body. Inside the carriage, Marbas flinched, looking at Leon as death aura emanated beside him, stammering. You who signed the pact, do you intend? Leon coldly opened the black tome and read aloud, 2 souls perished in the vortex of chaos. Hear me. These words made Carlin beside him start. What? Leon closed his eyes and summoned, I solemnly declare that your mission is not yet complete. As the legitimate heir of House Marbas, I offer this proposal. The eye on the black tome flared brightly, and an invisible pressure descended upon Leon. Carlin was aghast. This is necromantic inner art. The souls of the older sister and the younger sister were peeled away, fused together, and slowly flew toward the carriage where Leon sat. He looked up and called to the dead, hear the summons of Leon von Marbas. Even in immortal form, do you wish to continue existing? The 2 souls paused, confused. They asked Leon in return, are you saying you will resurrect us? Is this real? Leon answered firmly, if you accept to live on in the form of the dead. If you accept a life without the warmth of a heart, I will welcome that." With that, he raised his hand. 2 strands of death aura flew out and coiled tightly around their 2 souls. The younger sister smiled and asked, "What must we do?" Leon replied bluntly, "It may be a bit blunt, but you will have to work for me." The younger sister, unconcerned, agreed at once. "That seems fair. If you demanded nothing, I'd be more suspicious." Hearing this, Leon lowered his eyes and decided, "Then I will take that as consent. I bind these 2 wandering souls to me, in the name of the heir of House Marbas. Are you ready to swear loyalty to me?" The 2 exchanged glances with each other, then smiled and nodded. The eye on the black tome flared once more. Leon waved his hand and drew the 2 in, declaring, "The pact is complete. When this pact ends, I hope in your new lives you will find what you once sought. Ultimately, that true value will lie in your hands. I sincerely pray for that." Back on the square, the Pope stood frozen, eyes rolled white, staring blankly at the 2 royals before him. Caliban vigilantly scanned the surroundings. "I sense an extremely strong magic nearby. What the hell is happening? Is there any faction here besides Prince Louis?" Outside, Leon closed the black tome, stepped into the carriage, and glanced once at the black tome. Marbas leapt forward and rapped his knuckles on Leon's head. "Daring to use summoning restraint without telling me? When we return, prepare to be scolded. Pact signer." Leon awkwardly scratched his head and smiled. But since things have come this far and I saved them, I'll be rewarded, right?" Walter smiled approvingly. "The young master is extraordinary." Carlin added, "In various ways. Previously, Marbas taught that to revive those without consciousness, like beasts in an immortal form, they must undergo a process called imprinting. It's a sophisticated technique, but the most effective way to achieve total control." Leon then asked, "What about those with intelligence?" Marbas explained, "I must persuade souls still lingering in the mortal world." Obeying orders, Leon, not fully understanding, repeated, "Persuade." Marbas confirmed that a soul bearing regret cannot pass on. The Death Summoner will help them complete what they left unfinished in life, and borrow their power until that matter is resolved. We call this process by another name, restrained summoning. Leon stroked his chin and realized, "I see, so it's freeing the dead's regrets so they can find a reason to continue living." Marbas nodded, "Exactly. The stronger the regret, the greater the power they carry. Remember this, a Death Summoner is not merely someone who exploits the dead for profit." Leon obediently listened. "Yes, I will remember." Returning to the present, he held the black tome and chanted, "As heir of House Marbas, I call you by name. Heaven, Helen, answer the summons of the Death Summoner." The book glowed and the 2 souls inside flew out. They intertwined in midair, and from where the 2 souls twined, a new body formed and descended. Leon watched in bewildered expectation. And when nothing happened for a while, he turned to ask Marbas, "Why did only one person return when both were resurrected?" Marbas, not very surprised, explained, "That's easy to understand. From the start, they were 2 souls born into one body. So even in death, they become one." Hearing this, the others understood too. Sensible, interesting. But Walter looked puzzled at the girl who had appeared. The atmosphere felt different, something odd about it. Leon also cooled and demanded, "Heaven, Helen, who is here now?" The girl heard this and smiled. "Now it's Heaven." Leon asked again, "Can it be changed?" Heaven answered immediately, "Yes, I think it can." Leon, slightly intrigued, exclaimed, "Wonderful." Suddenly, Heaven shyly turned away and said, "Although there's one problem." Leon, curious, "What problem?" Heaven said no more, and her whole being emanated death aura. Heaven's gaze changed. Helen had taken over the taller body. "What, do we have to serve such a strict master? Not easy." Rachel broke into a sweat watching this. Her personality changed. Perhaps Helen's hidden self has awakened. While they were speaking, she butted in, "Hey, you milk-faced brat, shut up. We're talking to our master here, can't you see?" Leon hesitantly inquired, "So what are the twin sisters good at?" "I summoned you back as immortals. If you're useless, I'll send you straight back to death. The number of immortals I can register is limited." Hearing him, Helen sweatily whispered, "You talk about scary things so calmly. But fine, we'll do all sorts of things to please our master." For example, she silently grabbed Leon by the collar. bringing her face close to his but faced with the beauty before him. Leon's gaze remained as cold as ever. Helen whispered in his ear like this, for example, "My lord." The next day in the Adventurers Guild Hall, Raleigh asked in surprise, "All done?" "I didn't expect things to be resolved like this." Carlin stepped forward to explain, "The Pope has agreed anyway, now it's just waiting for payment." Raleigh rubbed his headache, relieved from boredom. Richel awkwardly said, "He is extraordinary in many ways. But raising his daughter as an undead in front of her own father." And she glared and snapped at a glance, "Look where you're starring, no matter what, I belong to Leon." Richel was at a loss for words and stepped forward to put distance between them. Marbas also grumbled irritably, "I saved you from death and this is your attitude." Leon paid little mind and said, "I'm fine, I'm more used to this state now." Walter forced a smile and said, "Well, I don't know much, but isn't the fact that I'm alive a good thing? Though to be honest, calling it living is a bit of a stretch." Raleigh had no choice but to agree. "Fine, I acknowledge it. I officially recognize you as the holder of the silver badge. The reward will be sent to your manor." Leon asked again, "This isn't over, is it?" Raleigh looked up and replied, "If there's a new job, I'll contact you." Carlin also assured, "Don't worry, I'm as tight-lipped as I appear." Our householder said, "As long as you pay on time." Richel couldn't help but click her tongue, absurdly sweet. Before she finished, Carlin smiled and aimed his gun at his head, silencing him. Marbas suggested, "Let's move on. Heaven and Helen right, we need to test their strength." Carlin asked brightly, "Couldn't you do anything more while helping her?" Raleigh understood the hint and set the teacup down on the table. All right. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, Caliban returned to report, "Pope Cadon has refused food and is currently delirious. The shock of losing both daughters at once seems unbearable." But Louis von Archheim wasn't persuaded. "HMPH, can't you just produce more heirs? Truly a pack of weaklings. Ashamed to the point of not daring to face the Emperor. We've missed the chance to seize the miracle saint. Who knows when the next prophecy will come?" Caliban hastily knelt and begged, "I have no words to excuse myself. If you grant me another chance, I vow to serve the Empire wholly." Louis von Archheim frowned displeased. "HMPH, you'd better. By the way, haven't they tracked down that dark mage who interfered this time?" Caliban raised his face and admitted, "Unfortunately not yet. It seems the souls of both Miracle Saint candidates have vanished. We believe someone intercepted them mid-transport. But as far as I know, no mage can control magic with that level of precision, unless he's a beast soul mage." Louis von Archheim repeated suspiciously, "A beast soul mage." Meanwhile with Leon, they had entered a desolate wasteland. Raleigh asked hesitantly, "So what skill did his undead awaken?" Leon gestured and said, "I'll show you directly whether I can summon a suitable opponent. A common level one will do. I'll test the younger sister's ability first. Helen can respond immediately." A golden light appeared around her. Heaven took over the body. She bowed in alarm and apologized. "Sorry, my lord, my sister was rude." "Yes, I am ready." Raleigh immediately waved his hand, and a bunch of golems rose up from the ground. Richel, seeing them, recognized at a glance, a forest troll. "It has very strong regeneration." With Heaven being newly transformed, Carlin agreed it would be quite difficult. "But the master has already shown me more than enough." On this side, Walter cheered with extreme confidence. "I trust you." The young master even followed. Crow believed in his master from the start, and Marbas couldn't help sniping, "Ridiculous, didn't you earlier complain you had nothing to eat but peanut shells?" Leon asked, not quite clear. "A troll? Heaven, can you handle it?" She replied tensely, "Of course I can." The golems thundered forward. Leon coldly flipped the black tome to summon. A medieval hammer appeared in her hand. The lead golem charged and immediately took a hammer to the jaw, and was instantly thrown aside by Heaven. The scene made Marbas and the Black Crow, who were fighting, stop to appraise. "Good strength, but this one seems dangerous. What do you think, Crow? Will be careful. This immortal woman is really dangerous." She's smashing its head with a hammer. After taking down one, the golems behind stopped and didn't rush forward. Heaven glanced back at Leon with concern. He only said coldly, "Seems usable." The rest is Helen's job. Immediately he swapped the souls back. The weak gaze turned into a cold glint. Without needing Leon's command, Helen pulled a chained whip from her chest and laughed out loud. Leon, it's finally my turn to shine. An opportunity to prove I'm useful. She leapt up, swung the whip to wrap around the golem's neck, and scolded. Arrogant monsters need to be taught a lesson properly, right? She yanked hard and tossed it into the air, then slammed it down behind her. She strode forward arrogantly, stepped on the golem's head, and laughed. Die for the love between me and Leon. This display left everyone here dumbfounded. Marbaz also threw up his hands and shook his head. However you look at it, these ones are completely insane. Some time later, Leon returned to his clan once more, and looking at the familiar gate, he couldn't help but exclaim, "So you have finally come home." Marbaz, walking below, sighed. "We've settled everything and gained quite a bit of power, quite a trip." Leon looked down in agreement. "I think so too. I feel I have grown considerably as a death summoner." Walter hesitated to interject, only slightly sorry that the two left earlier. When Leon returned to the clan, Rachel smiled and waved goodbye, "But I'm glad the Eremita Academy has gained a new star." Carlin also glanced and reminded, "Don't forget you still owe me money." Seeing her reach out toward him, Leon caught her hand and asked, "Are you two leaving already?" Rachel replied, "As for me, yes, I've been away from the academy too long." Carlin, with a cold look, emphasized, "There are many others out there who still owe us money. We must go check on them." Marbaz remarked in admiration, "You really are diligent." Suddenly Carlin turned to ask Walter, "Hey, you're Walter, right?" Walter startled, "Ah, yes." Carlin then said, "Though you're overshadowed by your master, you have no ordinary talent. I don't know the details, but if the commander saw it firsthand, he'd be surprised." Rachel broke in, sweating, "Even so, I hope I'll never have to meet the lunatic's commander." Leon asked, puzzled, "Why is that?" Rachel awkwardly repeated, "Because he's a monster, and this one is a monster too. But remember, the monster's commander is a completely different kind of monster. Anyway, Walter's talent is genuine. If you remain so loyal, you'll achieve everything you want." Encouraged by them, Walter felt grateful. "Thank you all. I'm still not used to being praised." Leon stepped forward and assured them he would become an excellent retainer. "I think he'll grow beyond your expectations. I'll make sure of it." Rachel laughed heartily at that. That confident attitude suits the role of housemaster. "Then let's treat this as a hopeful farewell rather than a sad one, until we meet again." Leon cheerfully replied, "Yeah, I like that idea too." Carlin immediately turned away to say, "We're off. I've connected you with the guild, so I trust you'll pay your debts properly." Hearing her mention money, Leon's expression fell. "Yes." Rachel scolded sourly, "You really ruined the pleasant mood today." Halfway through his words, Carlin coldly pointed a gun at his head. Silencing Rachel, Carlin slung an arm around him and pulled him away, saying, "I don't think keeping a chatterbox around too long is wise. I hope you'll be stronger next time." Young Master Leon said nothing further, just stood there smiling, watching the two's backs as they walked away. Then returning to the present, the scene before Leon stunned him. The townsfolk saw him and gathered, murmuring, "The young master has returned. We can't believe you didn't abandon us. Oh my God, thank the heavens, truly grateful." Leon wiped sweat in confusion. "What's going on here?" No sooner had he spoken than Pullen ran up from afar shouting, "Young master." Leon tilted his head trying to recall. "Pullen." Suddenly someone knocked hard on his head. A girl who had been standing behind him all along yelled loudly, "Leon, where did you disappear to, leaving the whole household like this?" Leon held his head, turned to look, and was so shocked he couldn't speak. "Sister Diana." Walter anxiously ran over. "Young master, are you all right?" Leon glanced back and asked, "Shall we go inside first?" Marbaz scowled and nodded. "Yes, on second thought, that's probably better." After a moment, Marbaz asked again, "So that girl has bonded with the little earth lion familiar and is also the heir of the noble Virexia family?" All eyes turned to Leon. He glanced at them and replied, "That's right, she's an outstanding summoner of spirits. She's helped a great deal from the start." The Black Crow liked the sound of that and grinned, "Master, I'm excellent, and a beauty to boot." Suddenly Diana cut in, "More importantly, tell me you're a demon, right?" Marba's traveling with Leon is indeed puzzling. But everyone here finds it perfectly normal. Things just happen that way, it's the truth, things occur as they do. Only Walter hesitated awkwardly. Excuse me, that's what he said. Diana threw up her hands and sighed. Leon, why do you always get tangled up in these matters? I honestly don't know why either. Still, how could you leave the whole household and go to the guild alone at a time like that? Everyone panicked, thinking the master had abandoned them. Leon replied awkwardly, I'm sorry, Sister Diana. I was surprised you managed to keep everything together. Diana blushed and looked away. Well, poor Pullen too, people said you were returning, so I waited. Leon coldly asked straight away, what did you come to see me about? This made Diana turn in surprise. She lowered her head, held back, then finally shouted, there's not much time left, so I came to check. Do you understand what that means? Leon, confused, repeated, not much time left. Diana beckoned him over a little. She flicked his forehead and said it was punishment for a family head who forgot such an important event. Leon, dawning on him, could Diana be intruding? That must be what she meant. The social gala would include a ball where all the noble houses gathered. And you should know you'll be my dance partner at that event. Even if only nominally, we're still betrothed. A few days later, inside the distant main hall, a white-haired young man was still asleep when the steward entered to inform him, young master, the noble's banquet is about to begin. He refused to get out of bed and grumbled, what a nuisance, aren't my brothers going too? I don't see why I have to attend. The steward tried to explain, it's a gathering of the 3 great dark houses and an opportunity for the youngest Lienhaber to shake off the label of a troublesome child. Hearing that, he could only get up and sigh, what a bother. While Pullen was adjusting Leon's clothes, Diana entered, looking at the woman before him. Leon thought to himself, Diana de Varexia, she's the next heir and a powerful figure of the Varexia Marquis house, long allied with Marba's and also my fiancé. Leon spoke first, do we really have to attend? Before Diana could answer, Heaven and Helen pouted in wounded tones. I thought the young master was faithful to one woman, did I trust you? Hearing that, Diana snapped irritably, it's just a formality. Then she stepped forward, grabbed the corner of Leon's collar mockingly and said, marrying someone like him? Really? Personally, I prefer older men. Leon went along with it, that's true. Watching it all, Marbas angrily scolded Leon as a pact maker, are you really so easily shaken? D.P. Ganner loudly asked the steward Pullen, tell me, what kind of emotional provocation is this? Pullen nervously wiped his sweat, stammering. Well, Leon and Miss Diana are complete opposites, so they argue every time they meet. Anyway, the 2 families have been close for a long time. Maybe that's why they're comfortable around each other. Only then did Leon speak. Ah, excuse me, could you let go of my collar? He had seemed silent, as if preparing to explain, but instead only complained about a minor issue. That remark left Diana completely disappointed. She withdrew her hand. I thought when you became head of the house you'd be different, but you're still the Leon I knew. Leon took on a moralizing tone. Someone once said people shouldn't change so easily. Diana grimaced, you're so irritating. Then she stopped beating around the bush and went straight to the point. Seriously, don't keep making the people of the domain worry. You and your father really are. As she said that, Diana suddenly remembered that Leon's father had died, so she cut herself off, knowing she'd crossed a line. Diana feared she had touched that grief over his father's death. She turned away and lowered her voice, I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Leon, calm and unshaken, said, Miss Diana, you don't need to apologize, my father had no regrets. So do I, he died defending what he wanted to protect. Diana stood stunned for a moment. Then returned to her original tone, you really are something different. In any case, you should attend this event. I don't like these things either. Diana emphasized, but our Marbas family won the territorial war with Sylvester and has now restored the dignity of a duke, right? This event is an opportunity to raise your standing. Moreover, Leon replied, I understand that. Pullen sighed beside him, but unfortunately other houses still look down on us. Leon prolonged his voice, if that's necessary to protect the family. Seeing this, everyone around stirred. Walter exclaimed excitedly, finally the young master is being recognized. DP Gunner folded his arms and praised, "I'm impressed, not bad, housemaster." At last Leon made up his mind. "All right, I'll attend the banquet at the gala." At those banquet tables there was one table where the crown prince and many high-ranking officials were chatting. A brown-haired man spoke up, "By the way, is it true that Sylvester lost the territorial war? I heard even Count Alan was defeated," someone there asked curiously. "Who did they face off against?" The brown-haired man leaned in with a conspiratorial whisper. "Can you believe it? They say it was the Marbas family." Hearing that, Revet dismissed it at once. "Come on, isn't that a duchy in decline? How could it suddenly grow strong? Ridiculous." The brown-haired man tried to insist. "No, it's true." Seeing the awkward situation, he awkwardly pointed toward Leon and Diana. There's the housemaster. Why not ask him directly? He really looks just like his father. As for Leon and Diana, you two must pretend to be close and hold hands at the banquet." Leon was a little embarrassed. "Maybe I'm not cut out for occasions like this. It's noisier than I thought." Throughout the time the two held hands, Diana paid close attention to it, but when she heard Leon say that, she looked haughty. Annoyed as usual. "Do you think anyone likes these things? Maintaining composure and adaptability at events like this is part of a true housemaster's duty." Leon suddenly turned to Diana and smiled. "I understand, thank you, Sister Diana." Diana sighed, her mind in turmoil. "I've known Leon since he was a child, but this time he really seems moved. Just mention the housemaster's duty and he'd dive into the fire. What am I supposed to do with him?" Leon spoke up. "Are those others all right then? They haven't reached their full potential yet." Hearing that, Diana sneered, saying, "That is basically claiming you've already matured, you know? After all, you're still just a 14-year-old kid." Leon calmly asserted, "In rank, I consider myself higher. I am the housemaster." Diana said in exasperation, "You really never give an inch." Revet stepped forward and interrupted Diana. "You're the housemaster of the Marbas family, right?" Leon answered, "Yes, what do you want with me?" Revet put on a mysterious air. "Oh, nothing major," he thought to himself. "This one defeated Alan. Though only a count, his family is still said to rival dukes in influence. I know, the rumors must be exaggerated." With that in mind, Revet feigned a smile to probe Leon. "You're the one who defeated Sylvester in the territorial war. I heard such a ridiculous story." Leon said decisively, "That's the truth." Hearing his tone, Revet glanced at Diana and realized immediately. Acting like a child just because there's a girl here. Revet gave a fake laugh. "I can't imagine that scene. May I ask how you won that territorial war?" Leon's voice dropped. "I killed him." Revet couldn't believe his ears. He asked again, "What did you say?" "I killed Alan de Sylvester as the head of the Marbas family. I can't really show you the process." But as he spoke, his eyes bulged as if about to devour someone. "If you make my family your enemy, perhaps one day you'll witness it firsthand." Marbas popped out from behind Leon. By that day he'd be exhausted, completely mad together. At that moment, someone in the distance was watching the whole scene. It was Nox. He stood up and stroked his chin. "This is getting interesting." Hearing the commotion, people began to pay attention. The blonde asked, "What the hell's going on? Why so noisy?" The brown-haired one guessed, "Is the Marbas young master causing trouble?" The blonde shook his head. "No, impossible. After all, that house has no power." The brown-haired man echoed him. "Right." All of this reached Revet's ears. Meanwhile, Marbas had leapt onto Leon's shoulder. He teased, "You just talk nonsense as if it's true, but I don't care either." Leon mumbled. He was about to leave when Revet raised his hand to stop him. "Giju, your joke has gone too far," he glared threateningly. "If you're insulting the Varela house, you must answer for your words." Leon wasn't to be outdone. "Did I say something wrong? Aren't you the one doubting the Marbas victory?" Revet growled, "But with what you just said, Marbas has almost declared war." Suddenly Diana spoke up. "Can't you calm down a bit?" She said sarcastically, "Tell the truth, Revet. Aren't you from the Varela branch? You're not even the legitimate heir, yet you dare challenge the successor of a duke." Diana raised an eyebrow slightly. "That behavior is clearly rude. Are you ready to bear the consequences?" This meticulous, airtight wording left Riv momentarily speechless. He was furious and at a loss for words, so he spat whatever he could. don't think that winning once means you get everything. He even pressed close to Diana while boasting, especially to her, the young lady of Varela too. Diana calmly dropped a few lines. If you were truly fearsome, I wouldn't treat you like this, but right now I see nothing to fear. Hearing that, he grew even crazier with rage. You dare. Suddenly a strange voice rang out. Hey you're doing fine there. Revé, not knowing who it was, immediately cursed. Who dare speak to me like that? The moment his eyes met the person before him, Revé grew trembling and meek. Leon watched from the side, full of suspicion. He had been so arrogant a moment ago, why had that attitude vanished now? What's going on? The person turned back to Revé and raised a glass of wine. Revé, what? You just spoke, don't you even know who you are? At that moment, Marbas whispered in Leon's ear, watch your mouth, that one's dangerous. Nox grabbed Revé by the collar, looking very impatient. Speak, do I really have to explain this myself? Outside the gala, Walter and Pullen were waiting here. Walter anxiously asked, are the housemaster and Miss Varela all right? Pullen stammered, of course, it's just that this is his first time at a place like this, so. Walter said tensely, so you're actually worried after all. Finally Pullen stopped putting on a brave face and let out a sigh. Damn, I have to admit it, it's true, you know how reckless our housemaster can be. I can't help worrying he'll cause trouble. Walter reassured him anyway, he's still the head of the Marbas house, all we can do is trust and wait. Pullen rubbed his chest in slight relief. Thankfully, Miss Diana de Varexia accompanied him this time, he's quite headstrong after all. Walter, curious, asked to remind himself what Miss Viria was like. I heard she's his fiancée. Pullen confessed, how should I put it, to be honest, rather than a fiancée. Walter was a bit surprised, honestly. Pullen continued, she's more like an older sister and significantly older than him. He emphasized that she's much older. He added that she always cares for and looks after our clumsy housemaster. Walter guessed, so it's more familial than romantic love. Pullen said, you could put it that way, but now's not the time to talk about her. I've heard there's a social bomb attending this gathering. Walter startled and asked, a social bomb? Pullen explained, yes, a notorious troublemaker, the heir of one of the 3 dark houses, similar to our young master, the youngest son of the Reinharber house. Their influence far exceeds that of the weakened Marbas house. His name is. At the same time during the gala, Nox grabbed Revé by the collar and introduced himself. Nox von Reinharber's voice is always mild-toned but terrifying. If you don't know him, you'd best remember. If you want to leave this place intact. Hearing that, Revé was terrified and hurriedly bowed. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were the young master of the Reinharber house, please spare me. So the social bomb Pullen mentioned turned out to be this Nox. At that, Nox wasted no mercy and slowly poured wine over Revé. He also hurled a few insults. You're pathetic, look at you now. It's because of you that everything came to this, idiot. Everyone who witnessed it was shocked. Finally, Nox pressed the wineglass onto Revé's head and turned away. Revé, humiliated, said, I'm truly sorry, young Master Nox. Leon asked curiously, who are you? Nox smiled amiably, if that name, you've likely heard of me. Diana beside him spoke up. Nox von Reinharber is called one of the 2 great houses on par with the Holy Line. You're the lousy servant who beat the youngest son of a prestigious house. Nox frowned slightly. What? I recall I actually helped you then. Then he laughed and said, your name is Leon, right? I think we'll be meeting often. Leon did not object. If it's necessary for the house's advancement, fine. Hearing that, Nox turned to him. That answer was refreshing. Good, then let's meet often. When he left, Diana admonished, the youngest son of the house is known as Reinharber's watchdog. You don't need to be overcautious, just don't be rude. Leon asked suddenly, the disgrace of the Reinharber house, is that true? Diana blinked. Why? Marbas then spoke, you're right, that one looks different from you, but he's a genuine genius, even if his body is a bit weak. Leon skeptically stroked his chin. I thought so too. Since birth, this is the first time I've sensed such strong dark mana. Watching the figure depart, Leon muttered, I think we'll meet often. It's not necessarily a bad thing. As for Nox, while he was walking, a maid approached to ask, young master, may I ask why you helped someone named Leon? It's just that you usually find those matters bothersome. Knox just gently said in a few years. The maid was curious. A few years. Knox continued, there will soon be no one who doesn't know his name. As to whether he becomes a useful pawn for me, I'm not certain. Let's stop here for today. We should rest a bit. Turning back to Leon, Diana suggested, let's go. Even if it's just ceremonial, we're engaged, right? At that, Marbas jumped off his shoulder. Leon wondered, what should I do? Diana told him, you know how to dance, right? You must have learned from the head of the leading house. So Diana took his hand and began to dance, swaying to the mellow music. The two moved gracefully with each step. The moment Diana looked at Leon, she felt a small flutter in her heart. It seems you learned to dance quite well. You're somewhat charming. Diana murmured, but you're completely not the type I imagined. Perhaps the music was too loud so Leon didn't hear. He called out, I couldn't hear you. Diana, embarrassed, said, it's nothing, don't worry, just do it properly. After all, this is only a ceremonial dance. Leon remained serious. My father used to say the housemaster must do his best in everything. Saying that, he slipped his hand around her waist. This meant their faces were very close. Diana was slightly flustered. Do we really have to be this close? They danced together like a couple. This drew everyone's gaze to them. After a tense moment, Diana sighed. Are you still being serious about such meaningless things? Leon worriedly said, Sister Diana, you're completely stiff. Diana, embarrassed, lowered her voice. Shut up, you used to be just a tiny little bean. Suddenly, everyone rushed toward the door, a commotion. Is there a fight outside? What's making such noise at a saintly gathering? Not a fight, more like someone being beaten one-sidedly. What? Those who sensed something wrong looked at each other to confirm. Then they rushed out together. The scene outside was chaotic. Poland was clutching his chest and kneeling to the ground. Walter was wielding a sword, fighting someone. Diana shouted, you need to explain clearly what's going on here, Reve de Varela. Reve asked/ID. Are you the Lord of Varisha? Diana ignored the question. She snapped again, explain this situation. The corner of Reve's mouth lifted. There's no one else to help now, and you look very tired. Marbas thought to himself that thanks to the white-haired man disappearing earlier, the situation had become chaotic like this. What a useless fellow, starting trouble over nonsense. Leon stepped toward the trembling Poland. Leon glanced up at Walter. Explain how this happened. Walter hesitated. That goes back to before the incident occurred. Reve angrily left the party after the earlier commotion. The brown-haired one accompanying him kept asking if he was okay. Then Reve snapped again, shut up, you're all useless. He clenched his fists. Damn it, images of Knox kept appearing in his head. And Leon, as he was stepping outside, he happened upon Walter and Poland talking. Walter spoke up, after all, this gathering is for noble houses to meet and exchange. It's a place to introduce each house. Poland replied, I see, for my Marbas house, gatherings like this are even more important, because our influence has weakened recently. So he came to escort Lord Varisha. Walter smiled and asked, you two seem close. Poland answered nonchalantly, I've had a good relationship with young Master Leon since he was a child. However, Walter then noticed someone standing before them and cautiously put out a hand to stop him. Reve spoke up to confirm, you come from the Marbas house. Perhaps he learned this because he had overheard their conversation. Poland pondered, he's the young clan leader of Varela, why did he approach so suddenly? Then he bluntly said, sorry, but I cannot tolerate anyone insulting my house. What are you aiming at? Reve replied oddly, just a hot topic recently. Then he called to his subordinate Kalman. Take it easy on him a bit. Kalman hesitated, but isn't Marbas a duke? Reve tried to persuade him, I understand your doubts, but after all it's a house on the verge of collapse, do as I said. Hearing that, Kalman obeyed and drew his sword to probe. If it's come to this, if you're the knight over there, draw your sword. Poland put out a hand to stop them. He counseled, no, Walter, don't do this. Our house's foundation is still weak. There's no need to raise an army now. Walter hesitated. But taking advantage of Walter's distraction, Kalman stepped forward and stabbed Poland. He doubled over in pain. Walter shouted in alarm. After Pullen was struck, he completely lost his temper. Seeing that, Pullen shouted loudly in warning, "Stop, I'm fine, think of the housemaster." But then C1EA7N kicked Pullen in the head with his foot. This time Walter was completely enraged. He raised his sword ready to fight. Pullen repeated again, "Walter, I don't want to fight." Walter declared firmly, "I will protect you. After all, you are as valuable as a clan leader, even you, Lord Pullen." Reves smiled quite admirable. Then he ordered his men, "Just keep watch for me." So Kalman and Walter clashed swords fiercely. But unexpectedly, Walter was put at a disadvantage. He lost his footing and fell. But he was determined to get up and point his sword at Kalman. Just then Diana appeared. "You need to explain clearly what is happening." Rivet de Varela returned to the present. Those watching the fight began to gossip. Some said the Varela clan leader really caused trouble this time. Others excitedly said, "Isn't this interesting? It's a chance to see if the conflict with Sylvester is real." Hearing that, a girl sneered, "Really? What can a minor noble do at best?" The boy beside her added, "Exactly. Now that it's come to this, I hope all the villains get swept away." Rivet challenged, "Leon, since you're here, clan leader, want to warm up a bit? The audience is large." Leon decisively said, "I accept." Diana tried to dissuade him. Leon ignored the calling and focused on summoning. Rivet snarled, "Die." Leon suddenly spoke up, "I'm truly disappointed, Walter." Walter awkwardly bowed his head, "Sorry for troubling you, clan leader, I couldn't hold back." Unexpectedly, Leon denied it, "That's not so." Suddenly Kalman swung his sword. A beam of light burst out from behind Leon, severing his hand completely. Seeing that, everyone was utterly shocked. Leon coldly said one sentence, "I ask, did you do your utmost to protect Lord Pullen?" He lowered his voice, "Let me tell you the new rule of Marbas." At that moment, the many terrifying skeletons Leon had summoned earlier began to appear. Pullen was somewhat surprised. "My lord." The skeletons moved forward and pinned Rivet by the throat. Leon bluntly declared, "If necessary, I will kill. For the honor and prosperity of the house and for the safety of myself and those around me. All will be dealt with appropriately, even if it costs me my life." Rivet bowed his head low, blood still flowing from above. When suddenly someone stepped in front of him, he angrily shouted, "What? Who dares do this now?" But when he realized who it was, Rivet fell silent, seeing Louis von Arkheim before him sneering. He could only address him as "Your Highness." Rivet fearfully bowed and saluted. "I am terribly rude, I did not know." Louis cut him off with a question before he could finish. "No." "Never mind, Rivet," he immediately answered respectfully, "Your Highness still remembers my lowly name." "I truly don't know what to do." Seeing him ramble on, Louis ordered, "Keep it brief." Rivet replied, "Forgive me." Then he went straight to the point. "I see you are entangled in a dispute that seems interesting." He paused, then quickly explained, "The dispute, Your Highness, is between young master of Marbas and Lienhaber." Rivet was correct. Louis stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Indeed, I cannot restrain my curiosity." "Rivet, now I want to know why the two black houses are on your side. I've never heard they could cooperate, so why did House Marbas win this territorial battle?" Rivet hesitated for a moment. Then Louis suddenly put a hand on his shoulder and whispered into Rivet's ear, "I'll prepare a small stage. Can you expose the true intentions of those black vermin?" At the mention of personal gain, he went stiff. Earlier, Nox Lienhaber had left and Marbas had lost his fangs. "With Your Highness backing them, it might still be manageable. This is an opportunity." His eyes lit up in response. "Yes, I will obey." A faint smile appeared on Louis's lips when he heard that. Cutting back to the present, Rivet was being held at knife point. "Damn, have I meddled in something unnecessary?" he tried to threaten. "Even if you are the housemaster, this cannot be overlooked easily." Meddling in a matter of mere servants, Leon, expressionless, turned and said, "Mere servants, sorry, but I don't think so." Kalman, hearing this, veins bulged on his face, but he still bowed. His hand clenched in anger. Rivet asked puzzledly, "Do you really have to go that far?" Leon calmly affirmed, "I already said it. If necessary, there are no exceptions." Then he turned and walked away. Stepping up the stairs with the death spirits, before leaving he didn't forget to give orders. Walter took Pullen to the royal physician. Walter immediately complied. Yes, I understand. Housemistress Diana, seeing this was wrong, hurried to intervene. Leon, I understand how you feel, but it's too dangerous. True, Marbas is a ducal house and may not be worth worrying about, but there are too many eyes watching. You'd better step back. Leon said nothing and thought for a moment. At that moment, Rivet turned his head back and signaled the servant with his eyes. The man nodded to accept the order, then he rushed forward to restrain Diana. Marbas frowned and spat a curse. Only then did Rivet show his true face and say, "Damn it, if you don't intend to play the saint, then you'd better stop here. Otherwise your toy will get scratched." He showed no concern and tilted his head in puzzlement. No matter how you look at it, Sister Diana isn't that kind of person. Are your eyes really that poor? Marbas sighed in frustration. Oh, treaty maker. Rivet, unafraid, continued to threaten. If you don't want what belongs to you damaged, why not stop and walk away to keep things peaceful? The others hesitated a little as well. Leon began to emit murderous intent and told him, "Let me confirm one thing so there's no mistake. After insulting my house, you also insulted the Berekia family. And now you've insulted Sister Diana. If that's the case, one of your servants' arms alone won't be enough to pay for it." Something was wrong. The atmosphere suddenly shifted as murderous intent rolled off Leon when he asked, "Did you just insult Sister Diana?" At this the Lord leapt up and aggressively proposed, "Contract maker, begin." Just as people said silence is admission, he acted as if learning a new lesson. "So today I've learned something new. If that's the case, then die." Seeing this, he looked at the servant and shouted, "If you insist on wanting to see me dead, then Riv was foolish to let Diana be captured." She quickly dealt with the servant. Blood splattered on his face, but Diana smiled. A mask then appeared on her face. Diana moved to stand behind Leon. The death spirits he had summoned began to annihilate all the enemies. One by one they fell before Rivet. His face changed from pale to ashen. A hand reached out and grasped Rivet's face. Leon looked at him with cold, murderous intent. Only then did Rivet feel fear. Diana, seeing this, wondered how that could be. "I heard Leon had grown stronger, but I didn't expect it to this extent." Marbas now stepped forward, wagging his tail, and told the young lady, "You seem very important to him." She asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" His face showed nothing but eager interest to explain. "I've never seen a contract maker display so much emotion." Rivet then shouted loudly, "Wait." But Leon didn't listen and used magic on him. Diana was stunned. Those around her were also frightened. How could this happen? More importantly, isn't it Leon? Can't you see the housemaster using dark magic? His mana vein may still be unstable, but it's terrifying. From now on, Marbas will be treated by society in two ways. Either as an overwhelming victor, whom everyone fears and flees from, or as a target everyone wants to kill to be safe. At this point, Rivet could no longer utter another sound. He disintegrated into dust. Leon's face remained calm, even though he had just killed someone. Suddenly applause rang out from afar. Louis stepped forward to praise the recent display. "Leon von Marbas, housemaster of House Marbas, is truly interesting." He continued to clap, though no one welcomed it. Leon replied calmly, "It must be a terrifying sight for the faint-hearted. You certainly have odd tastes." Diana was startled and hurriedly called out. Louis grinned and said, "It's fine. I was merely intrigued because dark magic has returned. No one has been able to wield it properly for hundreds of years. How is this possible?" He kept his cold demeanor and answered, "It could be talent. Even I don't know its full extent." He continued, "Talent that hasn't appeared in centuries." "What do you mean?" Leon, not holding back before the prince, replied, "I'm not sure either, but what I'm certain of is that I haven't lost and that I'm still standing here." "That I haven't lost and that I'm still standing here." Louis's face hardened. He said as if giving an order, "Just ensure that talent isn't directed at the royal family." Leon smiled gently, tilted his head, and said, "Right. As long as they don't stand in the way of protecting Marbas." A guard following behind suddenly felt apprehensive when he saw his expression. Louis turned and left without another word. Marbas then climbed onto Leon's shoulder and said, "Very good. Many will try to restrain you, but thanks to the disturbance at the gathering, things will be quiet for a while. You must grow up quickly." He replied indifferently, all right. Then he switched off his jesting mode and seriously warned, that one is dangerous. I can smell someone of the same kind as me. Leon agreed with Marbaz's view. I sensed a base darkness, like something demonic, as night fell over everything. Inside the room, Marbaz jumped onto the soft cushion and lay down. Leon also looked up and relaxed after a tiring day. After the incident ended, they brushed off the Reve matter as if it were nothing. Marbaz then spoke. It was definitely that prince. Louis must be plotting something. He joined the discussion. Things will get harder from now on because we barely managed to cover the loan advance. So we need to grow the fund and also renovate the facilities. But as Sister Diana said, we need an excellent chancellor. A memory flowed back to when Diana spoke. Exactly. She pointed at Leon's face and asked, if you keep circling money just to pay debts, you'll be a debtor your whole life. Are you planning to die and leave that debt to your descendants? He heard this and pondered. I don't want that. The Black Crow quickly offered an opinion. You just need to reach the peak and become a grand mage, then you won't die. You can spend the rest of your life paying off debt. Marbaz angrily cut in. Shut up, Crow. I won't allow my contract maker to serve as a slave to loan sharks for life. Helen asked, deeply worried, but will that really work? The truly outstanding chancellors are courted by the city-states, Leon added. So our situation requires spending money to make money. He frowned, affirming the plan. Worrying first isn't a good habit. Let's return and plan for the future. He clenched his hand in determination. Fine, I'll make sure to find an excellent chancellor. For the sake of the house, Leon's eyes gradually returned to the present. And he turned to Marbaz. I will post a proclamation. Marbaz asked in curiosity. A proclamation? Leon patiently explained, regardless of noble or slave. As long as they have the ability, I'll give them the position. Marbaz made an approving sound. He added, although I'd like the wages to be a bit cheaper. Hearing that, Marbaz could only judge. If you hadn't said that, I might have thought you were actually cool. The Black Crow interjected angrily, truly a foolish lion. How dare you insult my great master just because he doesn't spend more? Marbaz shot back. You two clean up that pile of trinkets. He said. He then grabbed his things and slunk off. This is my reward from the recent trip. I won't share it with anyone. Leon ignored the small quarrel and called for others. Helen immediately answered, yes, master. A rare seriousness was on his face. Call Pullen. Next, begin the first council of great house masters. Cut to the prince's castle. Louis was reclining in a lounge chair, tilting his head back and murmuring. He is indeed an interesting fellow, as if carrying a certain scent. The smile on Louis's face grew more domineering by the day. The demonic mark on his chest peeked out beneath his shirt. Its blotches of skin spread gradually. Louis smiled with satisfaction, radiating murderous intent. Even though I think the same of myself. Inside the city, there was a buzz of discussion. A notice was posted on the bulletin board, and everyone stood there reading it. They were loudly debating the contents of the notice. Is House Marbaz really choosing a chancellor? A blond man asked. Is that family so rich they can hire a chancellor? His companion quickly warned. Hey, watch your mouth. Still, that's excessive. Our lord must have some plan. The blond man stepped up to the notice. Maybe, but look here, didn't it say they're recruiting regardless of status? Didn't it say they're recruiting regardless of status? Others nodded. Yes, he continued. The only explanation is the family is running out of funds, a slave or a commoner. Someone who doesn't even know letters couldn't possibly become the chancellor of a duke's household. From a distance, a figure stood. Watching everything, her hand tightened slightly. That person was Saren. At Lord Marbaz's manor. Marbaz sighed and said, in the end, they want someone and will only pay 1 gold coin. Pullen raised the current concern anxiously. There's nothing we can do. The royal family is restraining us. We're so restricted we can't even receive war reparations. It's true the master had prepared a considerable sum. But most of it went to debts. Leon calmly summarized that only about 100 gold coins remained in hand. Probably not enough to last a month. Black Quarrel shouted angrily, this is serious. Crow has to sign the contract too. The master must give me peanuts. Walter remained calm while reporting the situation. Right now, the applicants for Chancellor had gathered outside. Why not meet them once and decide? He stood up and quickly agreed. Then let's go. Sitting here talking nonsense won't get us anywhere. No emotion showed on Leon's face. Pullen then helped him adjust his clothes. Seeing Leon's awkwardness, Marbas only sighed, at a loss for words, and quickly stepped out saying, then let's go. Outside in the training yard, weapons were laid out and wooden posts for training were always ready. Above there were reserved chairs for the family head. The applicants were already waiting. Saren was among them. Suddenly she was startled and turned back. What? Alcar had his hands in his pockets. As he walked past Saren, you're here too. Unexpectedly, a lowly person had come this far. Alcar de Nejishi, the third son of the Nejishi border clan. The one who haunted her relentlessly. I didn't expect you'd follow me here, Saren asked irritably. What does me being here have to do with you? Alcar replied through his teeth, of course it concerns you. You're my future wife, so I naturally have to come right. Saren brusquely shook his hand off her shoulder, leaving Alcar looking annoyed. He began using insulting words at her. Why don't you give up? Want to climb up the ranks? You were born from the mud, understand? Saren shot back just as harshly. What about you? Can you have everything you want? Alcar raised his hand, asserting that at least he was better than a commoner. She immediately retorted, but you won't have me either. Right then, she hit the exact nerve that drove him mad. You wretch, worthless. Saren unafraid continued, I will climb higher. So what if I was born lowly? So what if I came from the mud? I'll change, I'll rise up. Alcar, unwilling to lose, kept taunting. Do you think a noble would take in filth like you? At best you'll be a concubine. She wasn't afraid and spat back. Still, if I can claw my way up. Isn't that better than being sold to scum like you? Cursed, his anger exploded. Alcar raised his fist and shouted. You bastard! Saren did not step back. The crowd murmured and turned to look at them. Alcar froze before throwing the punch. A wave of dark energy emanated from Saren, causing him to recoil. What? The one who produced that dark energy was Leon. It seems this place is getting noisy. Sorry, but I don't like noise much. Then he gently sat on the prepared chair. Leon spoke in a cold tone. I am Leon von Marbas, head of House Marbas. Now we will begin the examination to choose the Chancellor for House Marbas. Saren blushed slightly as she looked at him with admiration. Leon's gaze swept over her as well, making Saren smile with pleasure. Marbas nearby smiled in satisfaction. Ah, indeed, there's a promising one here. It seems fate won't let you die easily, huh? Leon sat in the presiding chair, his eyes showing a small curiosity towards Saren. What Leon had gained after meeting Marbas was nothing but eyes that could see through others. Demons are like that by nature. They know what talent someone has, what flaws they possess, then lure, crush them and take them as their own. This time what caught Marbas's eye was a young woman, but with an exceptionally strong will. Saren maintained an admiring look as she gazed at him. Dark energy radiated from Leon as he announced in a cold voice. Now we will begin the examination to select the Chancellor for House Marbas. Then Leon raised his hand, took the scroll from Pullen and explained. The first thing you must do is understand the current situation. Walter, by order, brought a similar scroll to each person there. When opened, inside was a map. This is a map of the area around House Marbas's domain. You all know House Marbas's finances are not prosperous. I trust you are all aware of that, however, through relations with neighboring domains, or by leveraging local specialties and various resource sources, it can still be overcome. Leon raised his hand and used magic to conjure an hourglass. He tilted the hourglass in his hand and asked, 10 minutes should be enough, right? Saren quickly unfolded her map. She frowned, scanned each location swiftly and circled points with her pen. After finishing the circles, Saren sighed. Think about it. House Marbas lies in the southern part of the continent. It has no notable produce, only an ore mine. And of course they lack the capital to develop it, so it remains abandoned. It's a dead end. Finishing her thought, she lowered her pen. The most important thing is still the people. Alcar glanced at Saren from the side, but the chance of other young men and women moving here was very slim. Hearing knights or mages is also impossible because all of that requires money. If House Marbas had any advantage or strength, suddenly he sneered at her. You country bumpkin will soon realize you can't do anything. Zarin turned to glance at him, then turned away and refused to argue with him. Alcar could only curse inwardly. Damn it, he looked at the map and muttered curses. What kind of meaningless challenge is this? Suddenly an idea occurred to Alcar, and the last grains of sand fell in the hourglass. Signaling time was up. Leon clapped to signal a stop. Anyone who gives up may leave. Those with plans step onto the stage and present them. The participants holding maps hesitated. A blond man volunteered and raised his hand. Let me try, my lord. Leon nodded in agreement, then he stepped up the stairs. The blond man performed his bow carefully, and then he lifted his map to present it. First, my plan is this. House Marbas is known as a natural outpost, but as you said, there are no significant resources or produce. So what I propose is to develop the untapped ore mine. If we can extract sapphires or rubies, items that have recently become fashionable among noblewomen. Before he could finish, Leon interrupted. Where will you get the capital to develop it? The blond man was startled. I don't know the exact financial details, but I assume the family could at least manage that much. We could also borrow from the guild or the manor's office. Leon asked sternly, and if that isn't possible? The blond man fell silent and bowed his head, giving up. Sorry, I think there's someone more suitable than me. He then called for the next person. Next, please step up to the stage. The candidates all hesitated and did not dare step forward. Only Zarin wanted to step up but couldn't. She finally steeled herself. I can do it. If this is the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. Zarin slowly climbed the steps one by one. Everyone below looked up curiously. Leon also glanced at her as she climbed the platform. Zarin, already tense, grew even more nervous seeing all eyes fixed on her, and gripped the scroll tightly in her hand. After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd below grew noisy. What is a girl her age doing up there? House Marbas must be in dire straits to rely on a mere servant. Indeed, they had been struggling long before the young master took the head seat. Leon, seated in the presiding chair, paid no mind to the surrounding commotion and activated the power in his eyes to look at Marbas. This one may deserve your attention more. Marbas, intrigued, replied in a low voice, Indeed, I sense the same potential I saw in your warrior, the scent of an uncut gem. Having spoken, Leon turned to Zarin and spoke. State your proposal, first your name and background. Zarin looked at him determinedly and said, Siren, my lord, I am an orphan. Then she stared at him. Cut to a few days earlier, Leon sitting in his room pondering. This new ability to distinguish those with innate talent, thanks to my pact with Lord Marbas, only revealed itself a few days after I first met him. Marbas, irritated at being watched, spoke up. Listen, pact maker, from now on you must command countless retainers and subjects at your side. Only then will you achieve even a fraction of the ancestral glory, the glory of him once called Lord of the Lost Spirits. Leon glanced at Marbas and replied, I do not doubt your wisdom, master, but I certainly will not just recruit useless people off the streets. Reviving our house requires more worthy hands. Marbas smirked and asked him, Indeed, but what if I grant you the power to separate grain from chaff? Leon looked down at Marbas in puzzlement. Seeing this, he reminded him, Observe, pact maker. Then he lifted his foot and a force manifested, within which an eye appeared, radiating intense power. It flew and merged into Leon's eyes. Startled, he looked in the mirror and whispered, My eyes. Marbas, seated beside him, explained. It will grant you clarity when recruiting new allies. The more talents there are, the more brilliantly they will shine. Leon stood by the window, looking down at the training yard in thought. Marbas stood on the balcony, pleased and attentive. So, what do you see? Leon was silent for 5 seconds before answering. A multitude of whites, deep reds, amber golds, and countless other hues, Marbas praised. Good, whoever has the brightest color holds the greatest talent. I understand now. I must watch candidates with the strongest light. I have a question for you. Master, even with these powers, is there still hope to revive House Marbas? What talent do I possess to serve that goal? Marbas fell into a contemplative, mysterious silence and turned away. That is a question that needs no answer. You will soon see it with your own eyes. He thought inwardly, danger, and I will also await with relish all that you deliver to me in return. Back in the present, Leon glanced at Saren. He looked at her thoughtfully, a brilliant golden light. Marbas went on to explain to him how to recognize the colored specks. In very rare cases, you might see someone emit a black light representing their dark pact. Then he gave an example like that fellow over there. Nox also exudes a black light. While Saren stood beside him, quietly cheering herself on. Never doubt yourself, Saren. Then she steeled herself and began, Master, I will present my assessment of House Marbas's current situation. As I mentioned, the lands of Marbas lack any unique produce. There are only two materials of value to sell for gold. So it is crucial to find new avenues to raise capital. Leon listened silently as she answered. Below, people soon began to buzz with discussion. Isn't that what that man just said? What do you expect from a peasant woman? She should have left from the start instead of wasting our time. Leon, warned by the noisy crowd, issued a cold, lethal rebuke. The other candidates fell silent. I do not like being mocked or hearing senseless words. Do not forget, you are all being tested right now. Then he turned to Saren and waited for her to continue. Seeing that the crowd had quieted, Saren continued, an abandoned mine is one possibility. Yes, aside from the lack of labor to exploit it profitably, in my assessment the greatest challenge is the scarcity of young workers willing to relocate here. Therefore, my proposal aims to overcome this by mobilizing your greatest asset. The undead army led Marbas to victory in the recent war. Leon looked at her, his narrowed gaze grew dangerous. Leon asked in surprise, use an undead army. Saren raised the map and replied, exactly. With the ability to command a horde of undead, Master would have fields they could work, not just a battlefield. Leon, hearing this, propped his hand and pondered. Meanwhile, the crowd below whispered and muttered, that lowborn surely isn't serious. Who in their right mind would think of making the Master's undead work in a mine? What do you expect from a lowly farm girl? She clearly doesn't know how fiercely nobles guard their magic or swordsmanship. Likewise, if my life depended on it, every noble house is built on its own combat secrets. Seeing Leon hesitate to make a decision, Saren, unable to wait, hurried to persuade him. Master, do you not wish to restore House Marbas's glory? He replied, yes. Saren continued, then there is no other way to bring you there in a short time. Place your trust in me, and I promise I will not disappoint you. Having said that, she anxiously looked to her master, waiting for his decision. Leon stared at her in silence for a moment. Then he turned his head away. Immediately after, Leon took out a lion-shaped badge and handed it to Saren. You have passed the trial. I'll hear the rest of your proposal in detail later. Saren, surprised to have passed, broke into a joyful smile. Among the astonished crowd below, Alkar de Nejishi stared at Saren with bewilderment and jealousy and exclaimed, what the hell? Then the competition resumed. One by one, the contestants stepped up to speak about what they had found. But Leon, with a cold expression, did not respond to them. As the sun neared the horizon, Mr. Pullen stepped forward to announce, thus ends the first trial in the selection for the new Chancellor for the glory of House Marbas. The second trial will be conducted via private interviews later. For now, all candidates are dismissed. People departed one after another. Only Saren remained, still surprised, looking down at the badge in her hand and smiling as she thought, I really made it. Yet this is far from over. Wake up, Saren, you still have much to prove. With that thought, she slung her bag over her shoulder and tucked the badge into her person. Finished preparing. She set off on her way back, brimming with joy. Cut to a village scene. As she walked, she constantly felt that something unusual was happening to her. At least 4 shadowy figures were trailing behind me. It was strange for a remote alley to be so crowded. Thinking this, she glanced back furtively to see if anyone was really following her. She clenched her hand and placed it on her chest in anxiety. But then she lowered her hand, drew a dagger strapped beneath her bag, and prepared to defend herself. Saren, brave, turned to directly confront the man trailing her. But she didn't notice a large arm come from behind and clamp around her throat. Taken by surprise and unable to struggle, Saren cried out, "Damn it, I can't breathe." From the darkness, the man who had been following Saren stepped forward with a triumphant smile. "I told you to know your place, Saren." It was Alcar de Nejishi. Saren immediately recognized him, Alcar, but she couldn't speak because the man behind her had a firm grip on her neck. Alcar de Nejishi said with relish, "Truly, does the sight of your soon-to-be husband excite you that much? I can see your legs trembling." Though frightened, Saren refused to submit and shouted, "Stop right now, you know this isn't fair, I will not allow it." Hearing that, Alcar de Nejishi's expression darkened. "You will allow whatever I desire. How amusing to see you so weak. You should be the only one to understand how ridiculous cries of fairness are in this slum." Saying that, he raised his hand in threat. "Simple, hand over the badge to me and abandon that foolish dream." Saren had obtained it with great difficulty. How could she let him take it? She resolutely resisted. "No, do you think I will kneel before someone like you?" With that, she stomped hard with her boot on the foot of the man choking her, then pushed him away forcefully. Not stopping there, Saren summoned all her strength, gripped the dagger, and lunged at Alcar de Nejishi. But he easily seized her wrist and restrained her. His gaze, seemingly impatient, asked, "Is that all? I think my new bride will need to learn some manners first, won't she?" As he called out, a group of men emerged from the alleys and surrounded Saren. Alcar de Nejishi grinned wickedly and ordered, "Just make sure she's left alive." Without hesitation, his thugs lunged like starving tigers to snatch Saren's belongings. Suddenly, the badge Leon had given her emitted a purple light. It rose up from her clothing, radiating a powerful spiritual aura. Moments later, Leon appeared out of nowhere and said coldly, "I had hoped to avoid killing my own subjects." The thugs were utterly terrified at his appearance. Saren was equally astonished. Then Leon lightly snapped his fingers. His voice calmed to the point of menace, "But that is the sorrowful duty of a lord, for House Marbas." A powerful spiritual aura spread out and enveloped the thugs, causing them to fall one by one in agony. Alcar de Nejishi, who had been surprised by the scene, turned furious, grinding his teeth. Saren watched the scene, worry clear on her face. Saren stepped forward and asked, "Master, what are you doing here?" Leon kept that expression and repeated his words, "I told you, it is my duty." Saren widened her eyes in disbelief. Leon moved forward and continued, "It is also a lord's duty to seek talented retainers to serve the domain, and I will not let my servants die in vain like this." Though furious that his plan failed, Alcar de Nejishi nevertheless dropped to his knees and begged, "Please forgive me, Lord, I swear I had no idea you were interested in that girl. I beg your mercy." Hearing this, Leon frowned and said, "Interested? Good heavens, what nonsense are you thinking?" With that, he fixed them with a blade-sharp stare and ordered the Scotan soldiers. Then he continued to interrogate Alcar de Nejishi. "Is that so? I suspect your intention was to harm this woman, am I correct?" Alcar de Nejishi, sweating with fear, hastily replied, "I would never dare look at her again, my lord. I must have lost my mind." Leon did not hesitate to state his scheme. "If someone else had stood in her place, you would have unleashed your lackeys on both of them already." Alcar de Nejishi was struck to the heart by Leon's words and could not reply, merely bowing his head to the ground in silence. Leon kept pressing him with rapid-fire questions. "A lifetime of trampling the weak and bowing to the strong, how much pleasure does that bring you?" Terrified by the murderous glare, Alcar de Nejishi desperately begged, "Forgive me, my lord, this will never happen again, just spare my life." As soon as he finished speaking, a gleaming blade reflected the fear on his face. A Scotan soldier raised his sword high, accompanied by Leon's judgment, "Clearly your answer is not worth hearing." Having said that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind Alcar de Nejishi's terrible screams as he was executed. Saren, seeing this, was speechless and stood frozen in place. Leon approached her and announced, "After that incident, the second trial is unnecessary. Let's go." Miss Saren, after saying this, he smiled faintly. Cut to Leon's manor. Lord Marbus spoke up. In other words, you killed one of your subjects in the street. Leon replied matter-of-factly, of course, everything for House Marbus. Saren sat properly in the carriage after he returned her. She stole glances at the scenery around her, astonishment plain on her face. Pullen, holding the paper and standing beside him, spoke in his defense. I find him a man of poor character. My lord, what you did was completely reasonable. You need not worry about it any longer. Even the Black Fruit chimed in. Fine, eliminate such worthless people from the world. When we're done, only half of humanity need remain. Leon responded with an expressionless face. Either way, I'm glad to hear the problem is resolved. Then he looked at Saren and said, and now, welcome to serving House Marbus, Miss Saren. Saren started, bashfully replied, oh, thank you, my lord, I will do my utmost. Miss Saren, why so formal? My lord, Leon asked in return, it's my habit to speak respectfully. Does that make you uncomfortable? Saren, dizzy with confusion, hurriedly denied it. Not at all, my lord, I wouldn't dare. Mr. Pullen stepped forward with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Saren, his manner of address is probably just unusual among the nobility. Saren gave an awkward smile and replied, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Pullen. Walter added, I was equally flustered seeing a noble treat a subordinate with such respect, but you'll get used to it. With the greetings finished, Leon got straight to the point. Now for something more important. You'll have a great deal to do as the new Chancellor of House Marbus. I'm impressed by your proposal to use the undead for agriculture and to restructure the family's finances. Saren smiled but spoke cautiously. I am honored, my lord, but I'm not yet sure how feasible that proposal truly is. Leon answered with an imposing gaze. Let me judge that, rest assured. I am the lord of these lands, and it is entirely my decision how to deploy the undead legions. The only thing I ask of you is honest counsel. The rest is the Lord's duty to turn into reality. Having said that, everyone in the room fell silent and smiled. Saren couldn't help but think in surprise, how astonishing. I didn't expect a mere 15-year-old to speak so clearly. Perhaps he was forced to mature too early by the tragedy of killing his own father with his own hands. Seeing her staring, Leon spoke up. Do you have any questions, Saren? She hurriedly waved her hand and replied, no, my lord. In her heart, Saren resolved that she would need all her abilities and more to help steer House Marbus back to prosperity. This opportunity is yours, Saren. Suddenly Helen appeared behind her and threatened, by the way, I won't tolerate another vixen lurking around my lord, understand? Saren yelped, ack. Which made everyone in the room burst out laughing. Meanwhile, in a dark temple, a mysterious man with blonde hair spoke up. Revival of the fallen House Marbus, unacceptable. He sat in the center of a large chamber, which only made him look more imposing. One of his followers asked curiously, my lord, hasn't the family been cursed for generations, their innate talents sealed forever? There's no way they could restore their strength. The blonde man smiled with glee and said, on the contrary, there is still a path. A path for a transcendent genius to overcome every limit imposed on mortals. Indeed, my grand plan must be accelerated. Saren pushed her glasses up and spoke slowly. First, we intend to exploit the Marbus family minds. To do that, we need to know how many undead the head of the family can control and for how long. I need various pieces of information. Leon stroked his chin upon hearing this, agreeing with her. Reasonable. But Pullen had a different view. Isn't agriculture the top priority? Why send the undead to mine first? Saren began to explain the reasons in detail. Because it's the most suitable plan and it yields the highest efficiency in the shortest time. The Black Fruit perked up and shouted, oh, the highest efficiency. By contrast, Marbus appeared composed. He ordered her to continue. Saren still couldn't believe the immense power hidden behind that small, cute appearance. She thought to herself, really? Is that one of the 72 demons? No matter how you look at it, it just seems like an adorable little lion. She continued her presentation. You surely know mining is a very dangerous job. A single mistake can send many people to their deaths. But the profits are enormous. It's perfectly suited for large gains. Helen was delighted. She clasped her hands and came up with an idea. Using the undead means we don't risk civilians' lives. Mining collapses would be much safer, right? Saren also thought the idea excellent. She replied, exactly. So we'll survey the mine first to determine what minerals are present and what the demand is. Agriculture is important too, but to maximize profit we must trade with other domains, prioritize the wealthy ones. Everyone listened intently. Leon closed his eyes and repeated his earlier remark, reasonable. Before inspecting the mine, I must assess the limits of my own capabilities. Saren asked him, are those all the undead we saw earlier? Marba's proud dismissed that notion at once. Don't be ridiculous, this is a talent personally recognized by Lord Marbas. If it were only a matter of summoning a few dozen undead, it would be a disgrace to our name. Seeing everyone discuss excitedly, Van Tor added, however you imagine it, there's probably even more. Even I was quite shocked. Saren was flustered and wondered, how powerful is he? Suddenly Leon pushed himself up with his hands and stood. Decisively stepped out the door and said, in any case, let's depart now. Seeing it with our own eyes will be fastest. Saren stared in stunned silence at the scene before her, and anxiously assessed, so many undead, can one person control them all? Now Leon's eyes glowed a blazing gold full of authority. His presence suppressed everyone. He channeled his power and sensed that the space felt somewhat cramped. He pondered everything silently, and proposed, I still have about half my mana. Marbas smirked, prompting him. Contractor, we're only going to mine one site. If you don't intend to fight, you'd best stop right there. The black fruit bubbled with praise again. This is an army, my lord, truly astonishing. I've never seen such talent. Helen beside him shyly chimed in, just as expected of my lord. Saren turned and asked him curiously, how long can you maintain them? Leon replied, about 6 hours a day is no problem. If I reduce the number, I can extend it to over 10 hours. Saren adjusted her glasses, unable to believe the power before her. She cried out, really? Other mages struggle to maintain a summoned creature. I heard it drains almost all their mana. Walter was not surprised and explained for him, our lord is somewhat special. Leon suddenly strode forward and led everyone toward the mine first. Having hundreds of undead is meaningless if you can't control them properly. In the magnificent palace, Louis wore a sinister smile and schemed. He ordered, we must eliminate all underground forces at any cost. Eldoras, your role is crucial. You must prevent them from growing at all costs, understood? Eldoras respectfully obeyed him. Yes, your majesty, I will crush them so they never rise again. Louis continued maliciously, I hear they took private usury loans just to mine. Do whatever is necessary to sabotage them. Eldoras bowed in salute, fully understanding the noble mission ahead. He replied, understood. Meanwhile, in a corner by the wall, the silhouette of a woman was hiding. She had heard everything, she told herself, so it was my brother who stopped them from paying compensation after the territorial war. It was Penelope, princess of the Arkham Empire. And beside her stood the Holy Maiden. She spoke up, it appears so. Under the current circumstances, of course, eliminating the underworld is necessary for the royal family. The Holy Maiden speaking was Echidna, the eldest daughter of a holy family who serves the princess. Penelope wondered and asked, and her right hand, but it's strange, why would my brother care so much about just one underground organization? Not knowing the reason, she added. Who knows? Penelope immediately frowned and said solemnly, whatever it is, I need to verify it. Whatever his plan, I cannot allow him to vie for the throne. Do you understand? Echidna bowed respectfully and replied, of course, your majesty. I will ensure that never happens. With those words came eyes so brave and resolute they were terrifying. The undead continued busily with their work in the mine. Saren and Leon were in charge of overseeing the operation. Seeing that a large quantity of gems had been obtained, Leon exclaimed, is this enough? Saren immediately smiled in response, yes. We can secure emergency funds now, and it will bring great long-term benefit to the Marbas territory. She looked proudly at this vast resource, while Leon lifted his eyes to her and suddenly said, better now, which made Saren feel puzzled. He expressed his feelings more clearly, I've always admired those who can do that because I never have. You can smile so purely. I have a feeling you'll become someone very valuable to me. The remark was so suggestive that Saren immediately blushed. A few days later, the undead's mining operations continued as usual. The only remarkable thing being the unbelievably large quantity of gems. Diana demanded, "What the hell is this?" Leon explained to her, "It's lapis lazuli." She gasped, "No, I've seen it." Looking at the enormous pile of gems in the distance, Diana cautiously asked Leon in a low voice about his extraordinary method. "What did you do in such a short time to extract this absurd amount?" Leon simply said, "I borrowed the strength of the undead, and moreover, I found someone who can become a chancellor." Saren, upon being introduced by him, shyly gave a greeting. Diana returned the greeting properly, then she immediately got to the point. "I heard you've become the Chancellor of House Marbas." Saren answered embarrassedly, "Yes, I'm just a commoner, so I may still be ignorant of protocol." Diana cut her off, "Don't worry, those things are less important than you think." The brief lull in conversation not only made Saren anxious, but her teammates trembled along with her, expecting to be scolded. But unexpectedly, Diana praised her warmly, eyes sparkling like stars. "Wonderful, you know how to use the undead like this. I almost want to bring you back to my domain." Of course, Leon couldn't stand by and let his talent be stolen. He flatly refused. "No way, even if you're my sister, Diana." When Diana's cute ploy failed, she released Saren and feigned indifference. "I was only joking, don't be so childish about it." Pullen suddenly changed the subject. "Can Miss Virexia finish processing these lapis pieces? No one in our house knows how to cut them, so we're in a bind." Diana tried to dodge the issue somewhat. She said, "It's not that they can't do it, but her house can't afford losses, so let's agree on terms first." Leon, not understanding her meaning, asked, "Agree on terms? Does that involve money?" At the mention of money, his face went pale, sweat poured down, and his features froze. Diana was startled and clarified, "Come now, just between us, agree not to supply lapis to other territories. Even as rough stones, they look high quality. They'll likely sell well to the noble ladies." But when Leon made a bold suggestion, "Why don't you handle them directly?" Saren cut in to intercede before he finished. She bowed respectfully and proposed, "I think you should discuss that contract with me. First, I'd like to take a sample to negotiate a price, then proceed." Diana, puzzled, asked if that was acceptable. She then turned back to Leon, who stood stunned like a statue. "You really chose the perfect chancellor, didn't you? Quick and capable." "All right, go ahead. I'm not keen on taking advantage of him either." Only then did Saren urgently turn to apologize to him. "I'm sorry to trouble you, Lord. I'll accept punishment afterward." Leon did not blame her. He offered his view. "No, this is for the benefit of the family, right? I'm fine with it." Saren cried tears of gratitude and thanked him. Pullen beside them made another suggestion. "Then draft the contract after the work is done and decide the trade terms afterward." Diana propped her hand on her hip, confident like a true lady proprietor. "I'll cover the processing fee, call it a service. How about that?" Saren smiled in thanks. "Thank you for your generosity." At the sight of money, Leon behaved very oddly. He muttered with a crooked mouth, "This is gold." The deal then proceeded smoothly and had already covered part of the debt. Pullen was so relieved he nearly cried. He praised him. "We turned around about 20% of the lunatic's loan. It's all thanks to you, Lord." Marbas winked proudly from the side. He said, "Of course, if you are my contractor." Sadly, before he could finish boasting, a loud shout rang out. Vulture flung the door open and reported bad news. "My lord, an emergency. The water dam near Marba's house's north gate has collapsed. If it's not repaired quickly, the people could be swept away." Someone slammed a purse of coins onto the table. Leon ground his teeth in fury and burst out, "Repairing a dam will cost a lot of money, won't it?" The moment he said that, everyone in the room fell silent. Leon's face darkened. He ordered Pullen, "Contact the Adventurers Guild and tell them to assign us the highest-paying contract." The next day, before setting out with Helen and Marbas, Leon gave a promising farewell. "I'm setting off now. This time I'll return with more money, so wait for me." Pullen was the one who cried the loudest. He shouted and rushed forward. "My lord, return safely. I'm sorry I can't go with you. A disloyal subject like me deserves beheading." Marbas, annoyed by the sight, immediately kicked him in the face. "Shut up, steward. This trip is necessary if I want to control more undead. Focus on protecting the family." Hearing that, Pullen screamed even louder. Even Marbas's usually cheerful black crow grew fed up and flapped over to peck him. "The steward always makes a fuss. It's the same with fools," Marbas sighed, unable to rein him in. Valter, at the edge, helped Pullen up and scolded him while asking, "Are you sure you don't want me to go with you?" "I know I can't help much," Pullen said, but Leon firmly refused immediately. "Please protect Pullen for me. This journey could take quite a while and requires at least a silver rank practitioner of intermediate level or higher. If you are not confident in your skills, don't accept the contract. Failure carries a high chance of death." The objective: eliminate Terrell, the mad corrupted false Kim, difficulty C+. Deep within the Impel Forest. Find his secret laboratory in the abandoned corridor of the mages and kill him. If you want more details before accepting the mission, go to the Iramida Academy Tower and speak with researcher Ran. Ran wearily asked the applicant if they were all right. "They won't die, right?" Richel's voice called from behind. "Ran, what are you worried about?" Ran was surprised by his appearance. She began to answer, but Richel cut in and changed the subject. "Oh, you sent that request to the Endless Guild, didn't you?" Ran nodded. "Yes, I sincerely hope someone capable will take that mission this time." He hesitated and repeated the question, sensing something amiss. "But you know the leader of the Endless Guild never recommends ordinary people, even if it costs a lot." Hearing the dejected tone in Richel's voice, Ran sighed. She picked up the paper and remarked, "I think so too, but the applicant for this mission is too young. 14 years old, perhaps." Hearing the number, Richel jumped in surprise and immediately focused on that person. What's his name?" Richel asked. Ran replied, Wait a moment." She scanned down the list of names. Once she learned the identity, Richel smirked. "His name is Leon." "So he's grown this much already." No matter how you look at it, this mission far exceeds the capability of someone with only a silver badge, and it's odd that Raleigh, so strict, approved this mission. Ran noticed his unusual reaction and asked, "Do you know him?" He smiled and replied, "Of course. I know him very well." Ran returned her attention to the mission, clearly conflicted. She asked Richel for her opinion. "So what do you think? Should we cancel this mission?" He took the paper from her hand and rejected the earlier suggestion. "Don't cancel, wait and see. Actually, he's much more reliable than ordinary adventurers." Ran, bewildered, exclaimed, "Huh." Richel turned away and left a parting line. "You'll see soon. He's not the type to sob and flee in fear." In another scene, Leon, Mass, and Helen were on their journey. Helen spoke up. "So you rescued us on that mission?" Leon replied, "You could say that." Marbas cut him off and offered his opinion. "If you count turning you into revenants, then it's basically a rescue, right?" "You signed the contract," Helen flustered, waving her hands in protest. "No, we're truly grateful, really. At least to be allowed to live like this." As she said that, her voice choked. She clasped her hands to her chest, recalling scenes from the past, and said, "It's better than being imprisoned, forced to repeat soulless tasks. Even becoming a revenant, but being able to see, hear, and touch the world, that's more than enough to make me happy." Of course, that's what my sister said too. It would be nice to have a bit more. But I think, what if the master takes notice of me? Helen said this, but her hands were restless. She slowly stroked down from Leon's throat. She stared at Leon with a flushed face and enamored eyes. Marbas sneered in disgust. "What are you talking about, you sly thing? Getting someone like his contractor to care about anyone will take centuries. Those vacant eyes are always the same. Look, his deadfish eyes are proof." Sure enough, talk backed by evidence. Even faced with Helen's tribal seduction, Leon remained utterly unmoved. Helen felt awkward, smoothed her hair, and murmured, "Sadly, I can't deny it." Leon, still cold as ever, said, "I don't know what you're talking about regarding my eyes. But anyway, prepare to make camp. The sun is about to set." That evening, Leon sat by the campfire and talked with Marbas. Marbus began. Now that I think about it, there's something I want to ask. He replied, go on. Ask him the question you've always wondered about. Do you have any reason? Leon didn't understand him and asked back, reason for what? Marbus continued the question he had left half-formed. Why did you accept the request from Eremita Academy, the place with that cunning dragon? Leon closed his eyes and calmly explained, nothing special, they just paid well. Marbus didn't believe him and challenged, contractor, you're lying. Don't forget, lying in front of a devil is useless. Between you and me, only the truth is allowed to exist. The two were silent for a moment. Then Leon spoke the truth from the bottom of his heart. I saw my father in a dream. Marbus was surprised. You mean run? Leon confirmed, looking at the pendant in his hand. He recounted, you gave me those precious teachings and this pendant. You said I could meet him again when I needed. I'm trying to restore the family, but I don't know the next step, what I must do. I'm not clear. So on the way to the magic tower to carry out this mission. I intended to ask. In the study beside Ran. Richel suddenly sneezed as if someone had just mentioned something. Ran asked him, are you coming down with a cold? But Richel only replied vaguely and smiled wryly. I just sneezed, it's nothing. Meanwhile, Leon continued his story. If I ask a dragon, the primal being of magic, about the kind of magic my father used on me, he would surely know what I must do to meet him again. People say sneezing means someone is speaking ill of you. Richel believed that too. He sighed inwardly, thinking, is someone talking bad about me behind my back? Returning to the conversation between Marbus and Leon, he licked his body and nodded in agreement with him. You're right, though I'm a demon, I don't know everything. Besides, I have much to tell you. Leon was slightly taken aback. You too, about my father Marbus. Marbus gradually revealed things he had never told before. I never spoke of that person. Rune already knew your uncle would kill him, Marbus said in a low voice. I never mentioned it, but Run long ago knew your uncle would be the one to cause his death. Even so, your father faced his fate with his head held high. Leon bowed his head slightly. Now he understood everything. He replied gently, I see, so my father must have anticipated his death. Marbus agreed with that assumption, saying it could be put that way. Not that he truly believed such a tragic fate would occur. That only makes me want to know more about him. Why he refused to flee death and what he tried to protect. In his final moments beneath the blade. Did he have any last wishes? Don't worry, false contractor, you will find all the answers when our journey ends. The power given to you is more than enough to see the truth for yourself. Leon was silent for a long time, stunned. Marbus watched him and nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, although in the end they bore responsibility for Rune's death. The traitor Karchel and Sylvester's army were not strong enough to defeat him immediately. His talent was only average. Still, he was the first to hear my voice in centuries. Leon's father did not deserve to fall to that rabble. Rune of the Marbus clan, what purpose led you to embrace death with open arms? Did you find what your heart always longed for on the other side of the void? Leon and Marbus quickened their pace, and the two soon arrived before an ancient palace. Marbus eagerly prepared to introduce them. The main grounds of the Eremita Academy of Mages. Leon immediately focused on the main matter. We must find the person who posted this mission request. Marbus complained boredly, you have no information besides a name, no address. Leon looked around as he answered. If I recall, the mission request only listed a name. A hand reached out, accompanied by a warning voice. Wait a moment, what business do you have here? The apprentice looked at them warily. He cautioned, I mean no disrespect, but this is no place for a child to wander alone. I'm afraid I must ask you to leave the tower immediately. In a corner, Richel and Rand cheerfully beckoned. Ah, it's this way. Master Leon. Leon recognized the two of them. Lady Richel, the apprentice was startled and silently judged. Is this child a guest of the tower master? But no matter how you looked at him, he was still just a child. Seeing the awkward situation, Richel gently explained, young Master Leon is an honored guest of the academy and should be treated with the highest respect. He comes as a member of the Endless Guild to claim the mission we posted. The apprentice immediately bowed respectfully and said, Yes, headmaster, I understand. He understood and gestured to lead Leon and Marbus. Politely he said, "I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Young master, allow me to escort you into the tower at once." Contrasting with Marbas's scowling gaze, Leon thanked him, much appreciated. Marbas found the fellow extremely irksome. He scoffed, "Arrogant offenders, nothing but mortals. It's pathetic that she looks down on you for lacking a certificate. We have to rely on that bookish fool to vouch for us." Of course, Lon, having heard Marbas's words, felt uneasy and rushed to salvage the situation. "I'll introduce you on the way. Young master, this is Lon, a research associate affiliated with our mage tower." Lon smiled lightly and said, "Hello. I must admit that at first I didn't think our mission would be entrusted to such a young mage as you, but I felt much more at ease after Headmaster Rachel praised you so highly." While Lon spoke, the apprentice continued eavesdropping while casting a spell to open the door. He thought to himself that she probably didn't expect a teenager that age to take on an academy mission. Headmaster Rachel praising someone, that's rare indeed. Leon remembered the important matter to address and asked straight away, "Remind me, what exactly is this mission?" Rachel laughed brightly at his unchanged bluntness. He was as straightforward as ever. "I suggest we discuss this inside." Leon was offered tea. Without delay, Lon presented the request. "Now, before I begin to explain the mission details, there is one thing I must emphasize to you, something extremely important." Hearing her seriousness, Leon grew uneasy and curious. He wondered what it could be. Lon anxiously offered a suggestion. "I'm afraid, young Master Leon, we must change the mission's difficulty level." He was greatly surprised and asked again to confirm. "What?" He sank back into thought. "But why?" It seemed Lord Marbas didn't know about this either. "I suppose we should hear her out first." After a while of discussion between them, Leon stroked his chin and summarized everything. "In conclusion, Lon, you submitted the mission request to Endless with a lower difficulty level than it actually is to reduce the posting fee. Then after lowering the fee, you plan to reveal the truth to whoever accepted the mission and lure them with additional compensation you could gather. Not only that, the target to be neutralized is a former member of the Terrell Academy, a mage and alchemist of the Golden Sand faction." Lon's expression grew sorrowful. She answered sadly, "Yes, sir. That's why I will do everything to make amends, but it turned out there weren't any adventurers capable of handling this task. And my finances are still as limited as ever. Please forgive me." With that, Lon bowed in apology. Rachel smiled to diffuse the situation. "But you must understand, I'm truly not in a position to intervene openly. I want my involvement to be a last resort. If it truly becomes necessary." Leon couldn't fathom their motives. He pressed, "But why tell me the whole scheme after the mission? Lady Rachel, you could have stayed silent and simply paid the reward as planned." Lon immediately stammered, "Young master, we cannot let you accept a mission with a falsified difficulty. Our conscience won't allow it. And there is always the possibility we'll have to withdraw the request entirely. We're here to collect the posted fee and won't leave empty-handed." Leon snorted rigidly and presented two simple wishes. "Please, Miss Lon, either the mission as stated or the dungeon of debt awaits us." Rachel understood his meaning and shifted her attention to her. "Lon, if you're worried about having misrepresented the difficulty, I think young Master Leon would be willing to accept a reasonable additional payment. In return, he will do everything the mission requires." Leon promised firmly. "Yes, anything and everything. Increasing the difficulty doesn't faze me, provided the compensation is raised accordingly." At the mention of money, his eyes lit up again, yet Lon still hesitated. She stood up to explain, "But this isn't only about money. Young master, you could be in danger. From what I've heard, you're an earnest teenager, only 14. And although I don't know the extent of your magical ability, this mission may exceed the capability of a silver rank adventurer." Leon asked her in return, "Why would it exceed my ability?" Thinking of that person, Lon trembled and answered, "Because Terrell is a prodigious monster whose power grows at an alarming rate every day. To be honest, I bear some responsibility for his fall. I don't want to involve a young adventurer like you in something I caused." Hearing this, Leon caught the core point. He wondered, something she caused herself. Her concern for me seemed genuine, especially since my enemy is increasing in strength at a terrifying pace. After that he pondered for a long while. But in the end he smiled with confident amusement. Leon radiated magical pressure around him. Seemingly certain of victory, he cheerfully accepted. "No problem, Miss Lon, I'll take the mission." Inside the old palace, Lon collapsed into a chair, exhausted. Feeling baffled, I truly can't understand who would dare demand more money in this situation. Remembering Leon's confident words, "That won't be an issue, Miss Lon, I'll take the mission," she realized the Tower Master must place a great deal of trust in the young master. He must be another monster, just like that silver-haired one. Lon left the room and went out onto the balcony. She was gloomy and closed her eyes. Lon recalled how she had anxiously asked after Terrell's condition. He had only said, "Lon, don't worry, it's just a normal nosebleed, even though I don't have your innate talent. I still want to become a great alchemist, and then everyone will see that talent isn't everything. Lon, I thank the heavens for meeting you. I wish time could stop for our love, then you and I wouldn't have to endure these nightmares, be driven into the slums, and be beaten like criminals every day." Lon sat down in despair, muttering, "Terrell, what made you go mad like this? I don't understand. How could you leave me alone?" Elsewhere, Leon was examining an apple in his hand, when Lon ran up breathlessly and blurted out, "Sorry, young master." Leon asked curiously, "Lon, do you need something?" She pleaded urgently, "Please, may I accompany you?" He questioned, "What?" Lon gripped her satchel and explained, "The abandoned mage hall is a hidden, secret place, so concealed that even the keenest non-mage would struggle to find it. With my support, you won't get lost." She looked confident and Marbus approved. He affirmed, "I doubt she's lying. My contracted one sees into fate. I see her as an excellent scholar, and around her I sense the most intense of human emotions. People like that are often the most steadfast. At least she won't be the first to turn and flee." Hearing Marbus's suggestion, Leon agreed. He replied, "Fine, you may join our group. But I have one condition, wherever we go or whatever happens regarding my identity. You must not utter a single false word." Lon was slightly flustered by his cold gaze, but she agreed to the request. "Of course I accept." She wondered to herself what secret he could be carrying that required such strict silence. All disgust, Leon began to lay out the plan. "Then let's go at once. We have a debt to repay. The sooner the better. If we're not quick, Miss Carleen might insist on coming along with us." Leon said this as he tensely recalled Carleen's terrifying demeanor. In another dark corner, a pleading voice cried out, "I beg you, I implore you, you can't leave me like this. Lon, all I hope for is that Terrell will jolt awake from this dream." He gasped and sat up, thinking it ridiculous and telling himself, "I thought every mortal feeling in me had long been dead. Yet it seems I still have a long way to go." He snatched up a syringe and plunged it into himself. Purple veins bulged, and his eyes bore a dreadful red glare. He angrily threw the syringe to the ground. Terrell vowed to himself, "The perfect pinnacle of the demon race awaits me ahead. I must win the Duke's favor and prove my true strength. If not, I'll lose everything again. Ordinary things will never suffice. I need more demonic blood to grow stronger." Leon reached out and brushed aside the dense foliage that was blocking the way ahead. Lon, following behind, thought to herself curiously, "How strange. How does he always find the right path without hesitation?" The place was vast and overgrown, so easy to get lost in at a single wrong step. She muttered that perhaps his confidence was justified. Suddenly Leon called her name, "Lon." Startled, she replied, "Yes, is something the matter?" He waved it away. "It's nothing. You seem lost in deep thought." Seeing his probing eyes, Lon froze. She thought in alarm, could he sense my scrutinizing gaze? But how could that make his look so cold? No, that's not it. The odd feeling wasn't coming from him. A figure sprang up from behind. Lon alertedly realized that Helen from behind had struck, causing the demonic attacker behind her to vanish. She exclaimed in astonishment, "Impossible. A spirit beast killed by a dull weapon. Research says only weapons with sacred power affect them." Now Helen breathed a sigh of relief and greeted Lon, "Pleased to meet you." Leon also eagerly introduced her. It seemed our attempt to keep things secret hadn't lasted long. "This is Helen. My companion, a devout sister, and my immortal retainer. Lan's hand shook on her staff. She said, I see she's immortal, which explains a lot, but I still want to ask directly to be sure. Young master, how can you command an immortal? Marbas laughed derisively at the question, so obvious yet she asked it. It was ridiculous. Leon added, I'm sorry for hiding it from you. I am Leon von Marbas, the necromancer of House Marbas. Lan immediately bowed respectfully. Please forgive me, Lord Marbas, I should have known better. Pardon my previous disrespect. Leon was affable. You don't need to show me respect just because of a title. She was surprised and thought, thanks, Arden, you are so lenient with a young noble like this. Yet Leon's next sentence turned markedly serious. However, don't think I'll overlook any real insult to House Marbas. Lan wanted to burst into tears. Lenient? What leniency? Truly a tyrant. What else could I expect from someone aligned with the demon clan? Hearing him for this mission, is this the last mistake of my life? Marbas shot back at her. Lan, is that so? Don't make me disappointed by your fear, unlike my contracted one, extremely ruthless. Ah, great demon Marbas is a generous master. The demon Helen just slashed spoke up in judgment, a tiny lion with a fierce mouth. How cute. Marbas, furious, wanted to pounce on it. He barked, shut up, your peanut addiction has shrunk your brain down to a pea. The demon retorted, better to be a pea than an arrogant cat, at least a pea is edible. Helen also comforted her. Master Marbas is right, you needn't worry even if they quarrel like Dukan. They really won't harm anyone, Lan replied immediately. Of course, but words and intent differ. She felt only horror. But I'm more afraid of you. Leon continued, more importantly, we've tracked the strongest magical trace in the area. And it seems the enemy is leading us into a trap. Lan bluntly asked, what? But the mana flow from the abandoned mage hall was barely noticeable. Hardly something anyone would detect. Moreover, following Marbas dismissed her, you're wrong, you see. The youth before you is the contracted one I chose. For a necromancer worthy of the name Marbas, that's far too simple. Lan thought fearfully that if that were true, his mana perception would be absurdly acute. Tower Master Richel had known this from the start. She asked, you mentioned a trap, may I ask how you concluded that? Leon replied quickly, first, they're luring us with a steady thread of mana. Perhaps their goal is to interfere and stall by leading us the wrong way. For what purpose is unclear. Leon continued his account. Of course, although he's now a demon spirit of the clan. Terrell used to be an alchemist. Alchemy consumes less mana than sorcery, but requires careful prior preparation. So I suggest we search the area to find his true whereabouts. However, it seems the target doesn't intend to let us find him easily. In that case, we should not delay further. Our mission starts here. Leon cast a spell. And so did Helen the Black Orb. She shouted, Lord Leon. You give the orders, do not hesitate on my account. Begin, the rest is entrusted to you. Helen opened her eyes and sneered threateningly. You filthy mongrels dare bare fangs before Lord Leon, you must be taught a lesson. She swung her chain to control the entire battlefield, dazzling all the wolves. She cried with delight, one chain is more than enough. The Black Crow laughed loudly, you reply very well. I'll grow handle the rest. The wolves were pierced. He assessed the situation, only half remained compared to before. I'm very impressed, the Black Crow replied. Crow always leaves an impression. You haven't seen anything yet. You command well, now fall back. Lan stood at the rear like she was sitting on a pile of coals. She thought in a turmoil, these immortals are far stronger than I expected. Impossible. A mage only 14 years old could wield power like this. Leon made his move, and the ground collapsed into a massive pit. He brushed dust from his coat and praised them. Well done. Helen replied shyly, I'll do everything for the young master. The Black Crow spoke up. Crow is a loyal retainer, far beyond the useless cub who contributes nothing in battle. Marbas immediately snapped back, shut up, I'm the strategic mind of this entire operation. Leon commanded, move on, keep going. I have a feeling the enemy is luring us deeper. Through the mirror. Terrell had seen everything. He cried out, Lan, how can this be? No, I've long suspected your arrival was inevitable. this outcome was always fated. My fate lies in your hands. But make no mistake, you will not take my life easily. Not before I show you how wrong you were. Lan, now come here. My only love. Liang confirmed this is the place. He looked around, assessed the surroundings, and spoke. The path has clearly been deliberately concealed to hinder our advance. Marbas added, I see ancient mechanisms, probably remnants of some advanced, sophisticated alchemical device. Lan realized who the figure behind truly was. She revealed that only he could have done this. Terrell, no. He had once been an unquestionably talented alchemist at our academy. Leon suggested, I think now is an appropriate time to ask, Lan, what exactly was your relationship with the alchemist Terrell? Hearing the question, she flinched. He pressed on, I have the sense you two were more than mere colleagues. Lan sighed as the secret was exposed and answered, I had a feeling I'd have to confess the truth. Marbes bluntly confronted her, if you don't mind, why did you insist on coming with us? Why do you know the target so intimately? And with Terrell having once been a scholar of Eremita, almost every aspect of this mission is a mystery to us. In other words, you'll tell the whole truth, especially since no one knows what dangers lurk below. Lan could not object, she replied, you're right, you have the right to know the truth behind this mission. She stood in the grand hall and revealed an astonishing truth. While we still have this long corridor to traverse, I'll give you a condensed version of events up to the end of the passage. You may be surprised to hear this, but he and I were once married. I met Terrell for the first time in the dark alleys of the slums. It had been several years since I became an orphan due to the war and was taken in by a merciful master. Richelle, standing nearby, asked her with concern, what's the matter? Facing them were a gang bullying a child. They snarled, where's our pay for today? Do you think we're a joke? Richelle, witnessing it, scoffed, what an interesting child, she praised. I don't see any sign of fear or survival instinct, not a single tear in his eyes. Perhaps he has some defect. Lan asked, distressed, can't we take him with us, master? But Richelle answered coldly, Lan, I think I sense a hint of pity in your words. Do you believe pity alone is enough to save all the wretches? She immediately bowed her head and said fearfully, no, master. Richelle affirmed firmly to her, exactly, therefore you must persuade me with reason. Set aside your pity and tell me why we should take the boy with us, just as I once had sufficient reasons to bring you to the academy. Lan nodded in agreement. Maybe he'll become a good guard one day. Richelle leaned forward and asked bluntly, but right now prospects are slim, aren't they? Lan hesitated. He might be decent, she offered, and Richelle brusquely dismissed it. That's baseless conjecture. Lan tried to defend him. He's rather strapping too. Richelle, at a loss for words, stared at her. Is that your entire argument? Lan, hearing that, stroked her chin thoughtfully and then spoke. Suddenly an idea popped into her head. Lan hurriedly asked Richelle, Master, do you remember the book you gave me as a present? Of course I remember, the one I gave you for your birthday. Lan went on, anyone who's read it knows, the wisest philosopher in the kingdom said. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Richelle had to laugh. I applaud you. Rarely does a cliché convince me, but credit where it's due. Lan, you did very well persuading me. Richelle then stepped up to the gang to intervene. Hey, could you speed this up a bit? Gentlemen, the boy will travel with us and no one is to harm him further. One thug sneered contemptuously. Who are you to play hero? Listen, unless you want a beating that leaves you barely alive. Richelle had nothing to fear from his threats. She replied calmly, tempting, but that won't happen today. You see, my companion here feels sympathy for your victim. The thug grew furious. He raised his fist and snarled, what's it to you? Mind your own business. Do-gooders like you never listen. I have something to make you wake up. Right into your big mouths. With that, the thug swung a punch straight at Richelle. She was genuinely angered. It seems you need to be taught manners again. I'm more than willing to help. Richelle's spellcasting struck the thug with terror. What just happened? That one is a mage. Wait. Richelle smiled with friendly composure and said, that's enough and I'll make sure you don't die. With just a touch from Richelle, the man collapsed. His companions panicked and shouted as he fell instantly, hey, get out of here now. Rachel called to the hiding Lon, "Come out, Lon, it's safe now." You sobbed deeply, so this is how a father feels when his child abandons him, and for a stranger, no less. Although Lon isn't my biological child, still. Lon stepped up to Terrell and asked, "Hey, what's your name? Why did they beat you?" Terrell replied coldly, "Because I'm weak," and answered each question curtly. Being rescued and yet scrutinized, Lon retorted, "Why shouldn't I? I have so many things I want to know. You should answer more than one sentence at a time." Terrell glared at her with contempt. "Are you serious?" Lon answered, "Of course I'm serious. Now come on, let's go." She reached out her hand. Terrell, bewildered, asked, "Go where?" Lon smiled brightly to welcome him. "Home, where else?" Rachel immediately interrupted. "Roll over. Didn't I tell you not to call the academy home? In any case, you're very welcome here. Let us lead you to a better life elsewhere." Terrell took that warm hand. The three of them stood side by side. Lon expressed herself, and that was the beginning of the strange bond between Terrell and me. As they grew up, Lon would complain irritably, "Don't you ever listen to me? This is where the dragon's claw goes." Terrell would argue back just as fiercely, "Not the dragon's tooth." Despite their endless bickering, they became steadfast friends. Terrell teased, "Didn't Master ever teach you that these things have an order? That's why you'll never cook properly." Lon responded by yanking his hair, "But I could cook you until you drop dead from overeating." Rachel, watching, smiled and chided, "My goodness, you two quarrel like an old married couple." They fought and then denied it in unison. "Master, please take that back at once." While they sat and confided in one another, Lon asked him a question. "Terrell, why is alchemy the only thing you care about? Surely it's not because you need the grades, is it?" Terrell was silent for a moment, then answered, "You have no idea how pathetic I was." She was surprised. "What?" Terrell recalled, "The first day I met you, Lon. I realized something the moment Master Rachel stepped forward to save me. Mercy, glory, they mean nothing when we all lie at the mercy of those stronger than us. I have no talent for swordsmanship or magic. That meant alchemy was my only path. There was no other way for me to prove myself. We supported each other's dreams as if they were our own." Afterward, Rachel personally read their fortunes. She said cheerfully, "Ah, for once my predictive ability is right. I had a hunch the two of you would marry one day." Lon reminisced, "We even promised to give each other our souls." "Forever." Terrell bashfully scratched his cheek and replied, "Enough, Master, please stop teasing. Honestly, we were surprised ourselves." She was almost unbelievable. Vu Pham said, apart from his handsome looks he had nothing outstanding. He cheerfully added, "I'll take that as a compliment." Lon brushed it off. "Cut it out." Rachel suddenly asked them, "In 3 months, right?" "I mean your wedding," but Terrell's expression shifted oddly. He confessed, "Yes, Master. We are grateful to have the tower's blessing." Rachel awkwardly agreed, "Of course, so long as you two are happy, I'm happy too." Terrell left behind an oddly sinister look. Rachel worriedly thought, "Strange goddess. I hope my instincts are wrong this time. Our moment of happiness won't last long." Terrell struck a massacre, rolling and begging him. "Terrell, please, Terrell, how could you do this?" Tragedy descended almost immediately after we pledged our vows. Lon sobbed in despair, "What have you done?" Terrell still smiled brightly as if nothing had happened. "You're here, Lon, come over, let's celebrate together. You look as powerful as you deserve to be," she shouted. "Stop it. Terrell, don't you see how shattered you are? Go find Master Rachel for help. It's not too late, we can go to her together." And Terrell interjected, "My beloved Lon." Then Terrell grew wings and horns. He cruelly warned, but it's already too late. Lon sadly recalled that horrific memory. She recounted how Terrell was consumed by his thirst for power, became a murderous demon, even turned on his own comrades. Needless to say, he had fled long before I could capture him. And that was the premise that led to the mission I assigned you. Marbes confirmed it as well. "I suspected as much. That also explains why the reward is higher than a typical monster hunt. Our quarry is a demon with human intelligence and the ability to grow." Lon immediately agreed, "Sir, that's precisely why I set the bounty higher than usual. Right now, Terrell is still growing stronger. If we don't stop him now, there may be no other chance." Leon spoke to comfort her, "Do not worry. I've pinpointed his location. Marbes urged him, then hurry up. The stench of this demon offends my nose. Quickly take command, we depart immediately. Elsewhere, Karen panicked to herself. How is this possible? This can't be. How did they do it? He pondered. This is a magic labyrinth erected to shelter me until I reached full power, a maze so complex it was nearly impenetrable. And yet they found a fast route so quickly. He punched the wall and shouted, "This is absurd." Terrell heard Leon say, "Ah. Lon, I found him." What was he frightened of? The mirror lay shattered. He wondered, is this endless fear finally arriving now? What should I do? The three-waisted lord warned from behind, "Run, contract bearer. The abyss itself approaches. This is not an enemy you can defeat." Terrell thought in horror, the enemy even the three-waisted lord urges me to flee from. I've never once chosen the coward's path before countless foes. Terrell, enraged, wanted to prove his strength. You will see I am fully capable. Master, even if she is the woman I once swore to love, I will not hesitate when the time comes to take lives. The three-waisted lord intervened. You misunderstand me. Terrell asked in surprise, what? The three-waisted lord replied, that woman is not important. But what approaches is an omen of unavoidable death. A hand that smashed the glass and caused an explosion before his eyes. Terrell gasped in shock. The defensive barrier has collapsed. Leon spoke calmly. I guessed I'd find you here. Allow me to make a guess. Terrell sneered. The alchemist has been corrupted, right? Terrell knew. At that moment I felt deep in my soul that there was no choice but to flee. But he stubbornly said that just moments ago my master said the approaching death was you. I began to understand his hesitation. A dense aura of death surrounds you. He forced his magic to the limit. Terrell thought, a pure darkness deep as an abyss. I cannot take that risk. In the next second, a magic formation shot straight toward Leon. Lon immediately rushed to aid. Lord Leon, evade. I'll cast a defensive spell. The dark mist is advanced common magic. A young mage like you may not withstand it. Mopbot struck head-on at once. Lord Fu Fang said, silence and get out of my way. The inexperienced alchemist rolled and shouted in astonishment. Lord Marbes responded, looking straight ahead, my child. She moves from one surprise to the next. The dark mist had already enveloped him. Leon's gaze was full of authority. Terrell still stubbornly threatened, you think only your sight is affected, your arrogance will get you a brutal death. An explosion occurred and the fog spread. Leon only said, I'll ask you again, are you the alchemist? Are you the demon who was corrupted? Terrell, was it not? Terrell truly felt fear. He schemed, now it's too late to turn and run. I have only one choice left, though it is indeed too early, Terrell replied awkwardly. Yes, I am Terrell, who are you? Leon introduced himself with vigor. I am Leon von Marbes. I have come to take your life. Terrell frowned with bitter anger. For someone as young and inexperienced as you, I truly wonder how you obtained such great power. You and I are alike. We both borrowed power from a higher being to become the people we are now. Do you deny that? Seeing her husband erupt with dark energy, Lon hurriedly shouted to stop him, Terrell. At this moment, one of his eyes was pitch black, and a pair of grotesque wings spread from his back. Terrell said awkwardly, Lon, if only you had come earlier, I'd have been made whole one way or another. But Lon now looked down on him with contempt. What use is gaining power through corruption? In the end, you only become the very monster you once hated. Terrell immediately retorted, what about you, Lon? You brought along these glamorously painted mercenaries to seek the death of the man you once loved. If taking life defines a monster, and if the thirst for power creates it, then you are a grotesque aberration no different from me. Lon angrily cut him off. Stop spouting those twisted excuses. Terrell began to recount his horrific past. Twisted? What could be more twisted than a world that abandoned me because of my weakness? Tell me, what is an orphan child to do amid the raging fires of war? Even if I was taken in by someone with power, the weak still had to endure all the humiliation in this world ruled by strength. Indeed, there was only one path for people like us to survive, and that was to obtain absolute power at any cost. Then he swept his arm and launched a barbed spear. The volley of spears aimed straight at Lon. let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Fortunately, Leon formed a shield in time to protect her. He revealed the truth. I must oppose your doctrine. It is true I made a pact with a demon like you, Terrell said in surprise. What? Leon summoned a host of death troops as he explained. As for me, for those I wish to protect. This pact with a demon is the smallest sacrifice I am willing to make. Marbas watched and admired Leon's ability. It suited this once glorious mage's hall. The number of death troops he summoned at once was truly impressive. Each one an excellent specimen, I cannot deny it. His potential is vast to a staggering degree. Terrell stubbornly objected, so what difference does that make? After all, what you crave is still power. Leon coldly explained in detail. It's a world of difference. Destroying and defiling everything that stands in your way, as you do. Only those who seek to seize from others resort to such ignoble methods. Terrell stubbornly pushed back. When all the otherworldly demons claw at your back, I wonder if you can still keep that nobility. You seem not to realize that such lofty feelings are themselves a privilege of the strong. Leon remained calm as he answered, How do you see me, a powerful young master? It was because of my weakness that I personally killed my father. I will not allow myself to regret that, for I had no other choice. Can you say the same, the mage who was corrupted? You betrayed Lon and your former comrades at the Eremita Academy. Are you sure you will have no regrets for anything you have done? Leon then commanded the death troops to surge forward and attack Terrell, startling him at first. But he quickly regained his composure, stamping his foot to gain momentum as he charged to confront the death troops. These weak death troops. You cannot kill me. A flood of question marks filled Terrell's mind. Which demon would grant so much of its essence to a brat? He must be sponsored by at least a Grand Duke of the demon realm. But why could someone so young offer anything to a great demon like that? Unbearable, Terrell shouted, demanding. No way, what did you sacrifice to the demon to gain this absurd power? A pact of that scale couldn't be formed without a commensurate sacrifice. Answer me, mage, what are you? But Leon answered modestly, there's nothing so ostentatious. I simply offered the only thing I had, my entire existence. That was the only worthy price I could pay for that bargain. Terrell silently pulled out a vial of magical liquid, thinking to himself, just childish recklessness, I will try to defend and crush him in slow suffocation. Just as he was about to confess the truth, Terrell smashed the vial. At that moment someone else moved. Helen suddenly lunged at his protective barrier, and she struck it so hard the shield cracked. Terrell watched in utter horror, a reinforced magical barrier broken by sheer force. How could that be? While he was stunned and off guard, Leon had time to shatter his shield. Then he delivered a crushing blow to his abdomen, sending Terrell's eyes rolling back, and he spat out a mouthful of strawberry syrup. Terrell decided to renegotiate with Ma Luddy Cross. I can't die like this. I'll sacrifice 100,000 lives if that's still not enough for this power, but he was cut off and insulted. Don't think you have the right to bark before me, dog. Terrell froze for a moment, and looking into the shadow before him, he realized this was no ordinary great demon, but one of the supreme devils of the abyss. Marbas asked with some surprise, you know me? Puppy, Terrell hurriedly knelt, showing respect and asking, of course, my lord, you are the great demon Marbas. What could you possibly gain from a presumptuous brat like him? Marbas explained to him that it was his lack of imagination that limited the boon he received. Do you think the mere weight of voluntary sacrifice from my pact-bearer alone was enough to grant him such terrifying magical power? Terrell continued, curious. Then what else? Marbas then revealed the truth. However much power he had granted his pact-bearer, at this moment the man was only using his own innate magic. He snorted coldly at this, and then cried out icily. Absurd! How can it be so unfair? Countless lives I have sacrificed, only to reach the position I hold today. While you were simply born fortunate with a natural talent, granted all those undeserved favors. Fate is truly cruel. Lon looked toward Leon, her mind filled with panic. He had killed his own father. Come to think of it, I'd heard that rumor. A young master made a pact with a demon to lead his domain to victory in the territorial wars. The Marbas family, the legitimate heir of a noble abyssal lineage. A youth rumored to have traded his very heart for power. She couldn't help but speak up. Lord Leon von Marbas, what did you do? At that moment, Marbas appeared behind Lon and advised, observe and savor rather than try to force an answer. I'm sure our enemy still has something interesting to show. She looked puzzled. What do you mean? Suddenly a death troop let out a fierce roar. Helen clapped her hands over her ears from the headache. What kind of evil screaming is that? Then the black orb pointed at the ceiling and said, Lord Leon, look up on the ceiling. Terrell continued babbling in envy. You were born with everything while I had nothing like you. Blessings that naturally belonged to you were denied to me. And now you will witness the power I achieved by my own path. Then he summoned a fiend from who knows where. Leon looked up, slightly surprised, a chimera. Lon felt bewildered. Where did he get that thing? More importantly, what does he intend to do with it? She suddenly noticed something and shouted, No, don't let Terrell approach that chimera. But Terrell now spoke calmly. Alas, it's too late. The chimera behind him also opened its massive maw. Leon quickly unleashed a volley of spears toward them. A great explosion occurred. And through the choking smoke came only pitiful cries. Help me, it hurts so much. Faces layered beneath the chimera's skin wailed incessantly. Why me, not like this? Terrell then began to lecture them. Silence, you should thank me for granting you power through my body. Isn't that so? Lon staggered and then sat down in horror. This is absurd. Terrell, why are you Terrell? This is truly blasphemous. Dark magic banned from practice at the cost of a human life. Marbas continued, explaining that he was nurturing power with his own soul, amplifying potency through the pain and despair within him across countless dark rites. This is the vilest evil. Helen too felt some worry. This would be a challenge. The black orb sternly warned everyone, this is no ordinary foe. Our young master may struggle. We must all be extremely vigilant. Terrell was supremely smug, as if victory was in his grasp. This battle is essentially decided, even if the Grand Duke ordered me to withdraw. I will persist and prove he was wrong. You may beg for your lives, but it will do no good. I will seize your souls, what even the Grand Duke honored, and merged into me. Suddenly Terrell froze. Staring at his hands in puzzlement, my limbs are moving on their own. At that moment Leon quietly stepped forward and ordered the death troops. You hear my command, fall back at once. Terrell's body emitted a fierce light. He cried out with contempt, truly an arrogant child. As the beam of light streaked toward Leon, a death troop positioned itself in front of him and intercepted that beam. Terrell continued aggressively launching more beams of light and shouted, What can these puny death troops do? I never hid my desire to gain power. After all, that's not a sin in itself, Leon said softly. Leon said softly. Leon said softly. At that moment the eye on the book flared wide and the black orb realized the problem, shouting a warning. He intends to use his full power. All of you, stay away from the young master. Helen quickly grabbed Lon and pulled her back, startling her. What, Sister Helen? Helen ordered, be silent, either obey your master or die. Leon formed a large magic array behind him and began his judgment. No one in this world has the right to take another's life without justice. Even the Marbas family, we guardians of the dead, do not have that right. Leon formed a large magic array behind him and began his judgment. No one in this world has the right to take another's life without justice. Even the Marbas family, we guardians of the dead, do not have that right. Why the surprised look? He is the young master, who else but him could perform such wonders? Leon's cold voice made Terrell flinch. There was nowhere left to run. Immediately, the chimera suddenly snapped him up in its jaws. Helen watched and cheered. See how powerful that is. She was extremely proud of Leon. He's the head of the family. Who else could achieve such feats? Well, impressed. Suddenly Leon frowned. Then he staggered as he walked. Lon rushed over anxiously to support him. Young master, are you all right? He replied. You've done me a great favor, thank you. Marbas cut in reprovingly. What's the use of better? O pact-bearer, your casual use of manhua was an unwise decision, and of course you never paid heed to my warning. Leon explained, unlike the lives of the fallen, mana can be restored over time. If anything goes wrong, I think I'm the one who should be asking you that. She flinched, unconsciously recalling the past time spent beside Terrell, back when he hadn't been corrupted. But then that beautiful image was torn apart by the present truth. As if understanding Lan's thoughts, Leon also spoke sincerely. To be honest, my understanding of the love one feels for another is very tenuous. Joy, sorrow, and all the heart's emotions are almost alien to me. Still, I understand that you must be enduring great suffering right now. Even I can perceive that. Lan heard this and frowned, trying to hold back her tears. She sighed in weary frustration. Terrell, why would I need a genius mage at my side? What drove you to such madness? And even if you are no stronger than anyone else, I still truly love you for who you are. Marbas jumped onto Leon's shoulder and murmured, that's not a bad consolation. The pact bearer blinked, then said nonchalantly, consolation, I'm merely stating the truth. The black orb, overcome with emotion, sobbed, young master, you've made a woman cry, you truly are a gentleman. Helen also showed great admiration. He can actually say something like that. Seeing Leon lost in thought, Marbas asked, do you have anything more to say, pact bearer? He bluntly asked Lan, so will destroying the chimera count toward our reward? Lan, a little surprised, laughed and replied, what, probably, given the massive destruction it caused. Now I propose we return before we get carried away chatting. A little while later, Leon had returned to his castle. Seeing him, Pullen and Vanter hurriedly stood to greet him. Lord Leon von Marbas has returned, welcome back, sir. Young master, are you hurt? Leon sat at the table and replied, I'm fine. Vanter reported, we received word of your latest mission even before you returned. They said it was a challenge even for a seasoned explorer with a golden badge, and you completed it at 14, no, 15. Pullen sighed, uneasy, still that mission was too dangerous. Reports said you nearly exhausted all your mana at once. I won't criticize your decision, but I'm truly worried about your condition. Leon calmly reassured him, thank you, Pullen, but that mission was easier than I expected. If there's anything to worry about, my concerns are entirely different. Then he shivered and spoke with a detached revelation. It unjars me, just like the incident that led us to meet Elysia and Helen. I realize I'm filled with fury. After he finished, an awkward silence filled the room. Pullen then extracted a letter from his coat. Ah, I have another piece of news for you. Indeed, good news, a letter of acceptance to the prestigious Alaton Academy. Who would have thought our young master has come of age to enroll? I'm moved to tears. The Alaton Academy is the premier educational institution across the Eem Empire, where the continent's future heroes gather to train in both swordsmanship and magic. Leon recounted, my father once told me that Alaton would allow me to surpass my current potential. At that time, my father, full of hope, told me I possessed a talent as vast as the stars in the sky, Leon, and though that talent will take you far, that does not guarantee your place among the continent's elite. At Alaton Academy, you will meet peers. Those who can match or even surpass you. You must become stronger. My son, it pains me that I cannot be there to witness and guide you to the end. Leon held the letter up to the sky, dazed. A talent as vast as the stars, a gift like mine and his. Indeed. To put Leon at ease, Pullen advised, put aside the burden of governing the domain for a while and live fully during your time at the academy. I, Pullen, will handle everything, so you need not worry about anything during that time. Marbas was somewhat surprised. Alaton Academy, it's just a playground for inexperienced young heirs who lack worldly experience. I see no reason my pact bearer should waste time there. I mean, we should decline the opportunity and not enroll. But Leon thought differently. He said he wanted to accept the invitation, and Marbas then explained himself more plainly. Enroll in an academy. Pact bearer, an academy is where erudite scholars impart knowledge. And given that you are nearly completely lacking common sense in most situations, I really don't think you're ready for academic study. But Leon still seemed willing to enroll. If you say so, but I have a hunch that's where I'll meet a certain young master again. Moreover, I believe that's what my father would have wanted. I do not intend to disappoint him, nor myself. Pullen, pleased, said, excellent. With the Premier Academy's perfect education and, hopefully, worthy academic achievements, it won't be long before you begin restoring the Marbas family's reputation. A voice rang out asking Leon once more, are you sure about this decision? Our paths will cross again, and I'm certain it will be soon. Seeing Nox starting off, the maid beside him curiously asked, "Are you worried about something? After all, you're about to attend the renowned Alatin Academy." Nox rubbed his head tiredly and said, "Not really, that's not the issue." He thought to himself, how could I have known I'd become the final insect from the very beginning of the prologue? It seems I have no choice but to try my best to get through everything. Even if this body is only borrowed for a limited time, I still have the name Nok von Lien Ha Bo to rely on. In other words, fake it until it becomes real, become the greatest villain among the lunatics at the academy. Racing against time while fully playing the role of Nok von Lien Ha Bo until the very end.